It was bound to happen. Time to release the binge-watch version of the Call of Duty in colour. 8-hour chunks with comfort breaks in between episodes for us older viewers. Enough time to top up drinks and grab more biscuits. The Call of Duty is the biggest war video project I created in my 50 years working this content. It is available now in 24 colour episodes in English, French and Portuguese. We are developing the series in Spanish, Italian, Dutch, German and Japanese. We have to censor here on YouTube to satisfy global advertising requirements, but not for the Amazon Prime version. It is also available as 24 audiobooks. These can be found on YouTube and audible.com, as well as other licensed platforms. The Kindle, paperback and hardback books are available on Amazon.com. The French language version is being published as I write. And that is about it for the Call of Duty. I'll be developing the 4K and 8K versions shortly as artificial intelligence develops and enables the resolution upgrades. But it is time to move on with something different. I am worn out in reality and in the changing world of 2025 with more conflicts and more threats. I am sincerely hoping my tiny effort at reminding the world about the tragedy of massive human conflict can enlighten a new generation who has no idea of the history other than what they see in movies. My work is 100% archive, real footage from a real time over 80 years ago. Lest we forget. Cheers, Liam Dale. It's easy to look back at the past, study the history of war, and uncover dramatic reports of heroic exploits, daring deeds, evil megalomaniacs, and vicious dictators. And all too soon, you'll find yourself completely detached from such events. The turbulent wars that took place so long ago seem to have little connection with reality, will in fact often be the stuff of legend. Whether you consider the conflicts of the ancient Greeks, the battles for Troy, or Alexander the Great's conquest for world domination, what we now know often owes more to movie makers of the more recent past's interpretations. War is about heroes, glory, and a rip-roaring story, and invariably, the true horrors of human conflict are lost in the telling. What's more, the adage that history is only ever written by the victors is extremely accurate, or it was, until the wider use of photography and film developed through the course of the 20th century, painting a very different picture indeed. So, to really understand the concept of war on a global scale, the World War II years of 1939 to 45 provide perhaps the first complete overview of man's inhumanity to man, alongside the bravery and heroism that show the very worst and the very best facets of human nature. Incredibly, there are archive images from every stage of this conflict, and as we consider the events of the Second World War chronologically, this will build into the complete timeline. This is our past that we can truly connect with, revealing a history littered with living, breathing survivors who can still tell stories of the comradeship, hardship, suffering, and sadly on occasion, the futility of battle. However, we are already racing rather ahead of ourselves, because by the very fact of this being a Second World War, the events of the First are key to unravelling the whys and wherefores of everything from Adolf Hitler's rise to power in Germany, right through to America's President Truman giving the order to bomb Hiroshima. The First World War, spanning the years of 1914 to 1918, is often referred to as the Great War, although there was little that was great about it. It was also called the War to End All Wars, which is rather a tragic misnomer with the benefit of hindsight. The figures for the casualties are staggering, with approximately 40 million people suffering injury on a very personal level, and at least half of these casualties proved to be fatal. This so-called Great War ended with an armistice at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November, the 11th month, 1918, after which the defeated German Empire had its own internal revolution, leading to the end of the monarchy and the setting up of Germany as a republic. Even after the armistice was signed, the victorious forces still kept up their blockades around the country. This led to imports and exports being severely reduced, which did little to help Germany to rebuild itself. In 1919, delegates from all over the world met in Paris to restore a sense of world order, harmony, and unity. The main object was to prevent another war on this scale ever happening again, and the League of Nations was formed. The official treaty that marked the ending of the First World War came a little while after the Paris Peace Conference and formed the backbone of the League of Nations. The Treaty of Versailles was drawn up by the victorious Allies and signed by all parties on June 28, 1919. But many historians believe that this well-intentioned treaty did more to cause a Second World War rather than prevent it. Signed in Versailles' magnificent Hall of Mirrors, the only country not allowed to take part in the process was Germany. The repercussions and heavy penalties imposed were therefore unworkable and would create a national feeling of resentment and revenge. It was this lack of foresight that eventually would allow the extremist views of Adolf Hitler to not only be listened to, but also acted upon. And it wasn't only Germany that was dissatisfied with the outcome. Italy felt they should have done better, and Imperial Japan was unhappy about its failure to gain parts of China. We now know, of course, that these three countries would form a dangerous alliance, with Germany, Italy and Japan joining an Axis coalition to demand territory and respect, which they felt the Treaty of Versailles had robbed them of. Matters were made much worse because Germany was also forced to accept sole responsibility for the conflict, pay huge sums of money to the Allied nations for the damage that the war had caused, and relinquish land to specific ethnic groups to form new countries. Part of the deal also required Germany to disband the military, and the manufacture of any armaments was prohibited. For a proud nation with a distinguished tradition of empire building, the treaty added insult to injury. And as the history books tell, an agreement of any kind will only ever hold if all parties involved have something to gain from adhering to it and feel that whether victor or loser, justice has been done. At the end of the First World War, most nations who had been involved and their citizens developed a pacifist mentality, never wanting to experience the horrors of conflict again. However, there were those, sadly, who had been inspired by the experience, and two of the most famous of these men were Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. With equally distorted views and a distinct fondness for fascism, they posed a danger to the much-longed-for idea of world peace, and neither of them would waste any time rising to power. In 1919, it was generally assumed that all European states would in future be democratic in structure, therefore sufficiently like-minded and peace-loving to make the machinery of the League of Nations work effectively. But this was to prove far more of a dream than a reality. Nevertheless, Europe did rebuild, and within a decade had regained the same productivity levels as it had enjoyed in 1913, before the First World War started. But this prosperity was to be short-lived, and after the Wall Street crash of 1929, the whole world faced a period of history that has come to be known as the Great Depression. For the people of Germany, already hard hit by the huge war debt they had incurred because of the Treaty of Versailles, this was a terrible blow for their already crumbling economy. However, what was bad news for the ordinary German in the street proved very advantageous to Adolf Hitler, and he was quick to seize the chance to rise to power. This episode is entitled The Road to War. There was nobody keener to follow this path than Adolf Hitler, who ironically was an Austrian by birth. Born on April 20th, 1889, the son of Alois and Clara Hitler in the small town of Braunau am Inn, Adolf rarely excelled at school, and having lost both his parents while still a youth, found himself alone in Vienna, struggling to make his way in the world as an artist. Already blaming others for his troubles, along with the group of anti-Semitic Austrians he fell in with, the Jews became a target for his hatred. Hitler despised the Austrian authorities for allowing the Jews to occupy positions of power, and as his fortunes went from bad to worse until he was living on the streets, having failed miserably as an artist, his dislike of Austria and the Jews became more deeply entrenched than ever. At the first opportunity, Hitler left Austria, and in 1913 he headed for Germany, moving to Munich. When World War I was declared the following year, he requested permission to fight with the German army, and he fast became a fierce patriot. After service in the trenches, Hitler, along with many of his German comrades, was disgusted when the German government surrendered in 1918, and after the war, joined with them to fight for a restoration of his adopted homeland to a position of power. It was not so long after the Treaty of Versailles was ratified that Hitler started his political career, speaking at a German Workers' Party meeting, and his oratory skills were soon noticed. He quickly took charge of the party, which became more widely known as the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and the Nazis were on their way. Nevertheless, by 1923, Hitler felt political means were too slow, and he attempted a military coup in a Munich beer hall, which was a disaster. Hitler was sentenced to 5 years in prison, But his popularity was already well established, and he only served 13 months, during which time he wrote Mein Kampf, laying out all his plans for a new Germany. And of course, this put him in the perfect position to offer Germany salvation in the early 1930s, as the terrible hardships of the Depression really began to bite, and rational people, who would otherwise have dismissed Adolf Hitler as a fanatic, started to believe what he was saying. This was very much the case when it came to rebuilding the German military, providing much-needed jobs, but was strictly forbidden by the Treaty of Versailles. After the Reichstag fire of 1933, Hitler blamed the communists for attempting to destroy the seat of German government, and soon afterwards Hitler stormed to power. His position was further secured when President Hindenburg died in 1934, and at this point in time, Hitler's power became absolute. The German Führer now held the titles of Head of State, Commander-in-Chief of German Military Forces, Chancellor, and Chief of the Nazi Party. There was no question, Hitler reigned supreme, and he began building his empire with alarming speed. By 1935, the ranks of the army had swelled to over 500,000, and production of arms and ammunition had resumed. Also, the Rhineland, a region in the west bordering France, was reoccupied by military units. This region had been demilitarized after World War I, but despite the violation of treaty after treaty, little was done by the rest of the world to control the new German military regime. Despite the threat that Hitler was now posing, the British and the French failed to take any action. In fact, Hitler was quite vulnerable at this point, had the Allies all but realized it. Evidently gaining in confidence, Hitler started to accelerate the process, and before there was a chance for anyone to do anything further, the Nazis were on the move through Europe. When Hitler announced his intentions at a Nazi Congress in Berlin to march into Czechoslovakia, the cheers were resounding, and in 1938 the new British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, was forced to do something about German aggression. But Hitler was able to play for time because Chamberlain was staunchly against war, prepared to pay any price not to fight, and in September he flew to Munich to meet with Hitler, the Italian leader Mussolini, and the French Premier Edward Daladier. For Chamberlain, appeasement was the way forward, and as British citizens prepared for war just in case, their Prime Minister agreed a peaceful solution with Hitler. By allowing the German dictator some land in Czechoslovakia, he would go no further, and when the Munich Treaty was signed, Chamberlain flew home triumphant, claiming he carried a piece of paper that assured peace rather than war. Chamberlain was cheered as a hero, but fellow politician Winston Churchill was far from convinced. He claimed that Britain and France had to choose between war and dishonour, and for Churchill, both nations had chosen dishonour, and he predicted there would be war. Then on March the 15th, 1939, without warning, the Nazis marched into Czechoslovakia, and as Prague fell, Winston Churchill's worst fears were proven to be well-founded, and Chamberlain had to face the full horror of what lay ahead. With great speed, Hitler looked towards Germany's eastern neighbour Poland, but with a real danger of the Russians attacking his Nazi stormtroopers, he had to plan his next move with great care. Although unlikely allies, Hitler agreed a non-aggression pact with the Russian leader Joseph Stalin, and the road to war was laid wide open. There could be no doubt that the British and the French would have no choice but to come to the aid of Poland if there was a German invasion, because of pacts already in place. But Hitler had used his time well and was ready and waiting to face any consequences, as well as anything the Allied forces could throw at him. In the early morning hours of September 1st, 1939, an overwhelming German force of more than 1 million troops, backed by tactical aircraft and speedy panzer tank divisions on the ground, were mobilized and swarmed into Poland using a three-front blitzkrieg. The term blitzkrieg, when translated, means quite simply lightning strike. It was a tactical military maneuver developed by an army officer called Hans Guderian, championed by Hitler himself, based on surprise and speed. It utilized foot soldiers on the ground and tanks, with planes providing further cover from overhead, and the reason that Hitler took to such a radical new plan was due to his experiences in the First World War, where very little progress was made for months at a time. The opposite was true with the blitzkrieg, as the whole point was to storm in quickly and create havoc and panic using speed, coordination and tactical movement. Stuka dive bombers flew in first to cut the place off and isolate a target area. This was done by destroying railway lines and communication centres, which resulted in nobody even being able to think about mounting a defence before the arrival of tanks and the infantry to complete the occupation. With Hitler's blitzkrieg already underway, Neville Chamberlain issued an ultimatum. Either Germany was to withdraw from Polish soil by 11 o'clock on the morning of September the 3rd, or there would be war. When no word was forthcoming from Hitler, just 15 minutes after the deadline had passed, Chamberlain announced to the nation that war had been declared.
I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
The nations of the Commonwealth, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa and India were all prepared to stand up and be counted in the fight against Nazi tyranny, and France quickly followed Chamberlain's lead a few hours later, also declaring war on Germany. Whatever errors of judgment Chamberlain had made failing to prevent the onset of World War II, on this most historic of days he did at least make one of his better decisions. Winston Churchill, who had argued so vigorously against negotiating with Hitler, was asked to return to his post as First Lord of the Admiralty, which he had last held in 1916. Folklore has it that the Admiralty flashed a jubilant message to all its ships, simply announcing, "Winston is back." Understanding Churchill's role in World War II is crucial because he was a unique character, capable of changing the course of history by the sheer force of his personality. Equally, in these early months of the war, he was already at retirement age and had a colourful political background, to say the very least. Born into the British aristocracy in November 1874 at Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, Winston was the son of Lord Randolph Churchill and his American wife, the society beauty Jenny Jerome. When it came to education, Winston was far from outstanding, but he was determined to pass the entrance exam for Sandhurst, and when he did, it was the beginning of a military career that would take him as far afield as India and South Africa. Nevertheless, it was his work as a war correspondent rather than a soldier that brought him to public notice. When he returned to Britain, Winston decided to follow in his father's footsteps and enter politics, which is how he came to be First Lord of the Admiralty during World War I. Unfortunately, though, his outspoken style meant he became the scapegoat for the disaster at Gallipoli, where so many soldiers from Britain and the Commonwealth died, forcing Winston to take a back seat in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the disastrous military events which have happened during the past 40
Churchill was never one to give up without a fight. By the 1920s, he was back in business, rising to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. However, again, his outspoken views caused problems, and as the 1930s saw Hitler rise to power, Winston was in his wilderness years.
the resolve of Britain and the British Empire to fight on, if necessary for years.
Even so, there was no silencing Churchill about Hitler, as we've already heard, warning the whole world of what would happen if action wasn't swiftly taken. Consequently, as Winston Churchill took up his post at the Admiralty, the British people looked to the man who had so resolutely predicted what Hitler would do and expected great things of him. And never was it more vital for a leader of men to emerge, because on the very same day that Churchill took over commanding the naval side of the Warfare Division, a German U-boat torpedoed a British passenger ship that was carrying over 1,000 people from Glasgow to Canada, of which about 300 were American. The ship, called the Athenia, was sunk, killing 118 civilians who'd been on board. The U-boat's commander, Lieutenant Fritz Julius Lemp, was undoubtedly aware of the rules of International Seafaring Convention, which stated that it was illegal to open fire on passenger or cargo ships. Without warning, he shot off 2 torpedoes, dived, and then resurfaced to fire one last torpedo. However, it's likely that he mistook the Athenia for a warship, and his failure to offer aid while maintaining radio silence compounded the error as the U-boat quickly left the scene. As news of the Athenia's fate flashed around the world, over the next 24 hours, all who heard of it were outraged. In fact, the first thing Adolf Hitler did was to deny all knowledge of the incident, as he ordered the submarine's logbook to be rewritten, while Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi Minister of Propaganda, claimed it was a torpedo from a British submarine that had hit the Athenia. Later he added that it was all a publicity stunt by Winston Churchill to discredit Germany and to pull the United States into the war, proving beyond all doubt that the new First Lord of the Admiralty was already making waves. Meanwhile, as the battle for supremacy at sea started in deadly earnest, the first British air assault, courtesy of the RAF, was launched on September the 4th, but all did not go according to plan. Planes got lost, were shot down, and just like Lemp's U-boat, attacked the wrong ships, and even worse at one point, the wrong country. out of 29 bombers scrambled to strike fear and terror into Germany's naval bases, only 8 managed to do so. 2 days later, another disaster hit the RAF when a false air raid alert sounded, inciting several Hurricanes and Spitfires to take to the skies, only to end up shooting each other down, with no enemy planes anywhere in sight. Nevertheless, as are the fortunes of war, just a week later there was success for the British when the first German ship was destroyed, a U-boat depth-charged and sunk by a British destroyer. Any jubilant celebrations were to be sadly cut short though, because on September the 17th, HMS Courageous was sunk off the coast of Ireland by a retaliatory U-boat, claiming the lives of 500 of the British aircraft carrier's crew.
Erstes Torpedo fertig machen zum Schuss. Erste Torpedo fertig. Feuer! Schon wieder einer.
After the initial shock of the declaration of war, in Britain, life went on pretty much as normal. In fact, this lull before the storm is often referred to as the phony war, and many of the children so speedily evacuated to the countryside returned home. A routine of curfews soon became commonplace, and nightly blackouts to prevent German bombers finding their targets should they take to the skies with immediate effect were strictly adhered to. Street lighting was also blacked out, and motorists were not permitted to use headlamps, which resulted in a number of casualties due to road accidents. However, for the people of Poland, it was a very different story, and the horror of what the soldiers under Hitler's command were capable of soon became all too evident. There was no escaping the well-ordered German war machine, and while the British and French felt confident the Polish could defend themselves, for the time being at least, they were sadly mistaken. The attack on the Polish people was also blistering, and in Operation Tannenberg, mass executions resulted in more than 20,000 ruthless killings as the atrocities of war took their toll. Despite the odds being so stacked against them, what was left of the Polish militia, and as many civilian volunteers as could be mustered, attempted to defend Warsaw. But worse was still to come, and on September 17th, the Soviet Red Army invaded Poland from the east, with 40 divisions, adding up to 800,000 men, making any hope of Poland withstanding attacks on both sides impossible. The Russians had been promised the land as part of Hitler's non-aggression deal, and Stalin was determined to claim what he believed Russia was owed. However, in one piece of good fortune, members of the Polish Cipher Bureau, armed with inside knowledge of the Enigma code used by the Germans for many of their communications, managed to escape from the clutches of the invading Russians with 2 of their Enigma machines. When they arrived safely in Paris, it was to a rapturous reception on October the 1st, and for a very good reason. These Enigma machines were used to encrypt and decrypt secret messages, and although in commercial use during the 1920s, it was during World War II that they were adopted by the German military. Although the true implications of this escape would not be fully realized for some time to come, the intelligence gained through this source, codenamed Ultra, would prove to be of significant aid to the Allied war effort. As September drew to a close, the besieged and battered city of Warsaw fell to the Nazis after being bombed into submission by the low-flying Luftwaffe. there was no respite for Poland, as this was already one of the strongest, most advanced and battle-experienced air forces in the world at the outbreak of war in 1939. Officially unveiled in 1935 in direct violation of the Treaty of Versailles, its purpose was to support Hitler's blitzkrieg across Europe. The aircraft that were to serve in the Luftwaffe were of a new age and far superior to that of most other nations in the 1930s. Under such pressure, it took just only days for Poland to surrender unconditionally on September 27th. Just a day later, Poland was callously partitioned off by Russia and Germany, with Hitler claiming almost 73,000 square miles of Polish territory, which was tragically home to nearly 2 million Jews, while Russia swallowed up 78,000 square miles. The Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia were also taken by Russia. Of the Polish militia, the majority were taken prisoner by the Germans, while Hitler's military losses during this campaign were minimal, and for the Russians, the casualties were even less, due to the fact that by the time they invaded, Poland was already overwhelmed. During the early days of October, Adolf Hitler's treatment of the vanquished Poles was appalling, as his plan to evict or kill as many as possible was put into action. They were, in his words, an alien population, dangerous to the Reich, and even at this early stage, the atrocities committed in the name of racial purity were sickening. But the program of extermination, codenamed Action T4, did not just apply to Poland, because in Germany, what had started much earlier with the enforced euthanasia of the elderly and mentally ill was extended as Hitler's evil master plan for an Aryan nation also began to focus on newborns and very young children. It was the job of doctors and midwives to register any child born with any kind of deficiency, so Hitler's officials could decide who lived or died. Questionnaires were also sent out to anyone who didn't have German citizenship or were not of German blood, and as Hitler's regime of terror spread through the territories he conquered, his own people suffered equal horrors. Experiments using gas chambers at the euthanasia killing centres, whether in Germany or elsewhere, ultimately served as training for the SS. This elite band of Nazis, basically the Führer's Praetorian Guard, would implement Hitler's final solution of genocide, and under Heinrich Himmler's command, the SS were growing in strength rapidly. It's interesting that although it is the SS's extermination of the Jews that is most widely known, communists, ethnic races, homosexuals, and even the Freemasons were also targeted equally viciously. As the war progressed, the technical experience gained during the euthanasia program was used in the construction of huge killing centers at Auschwitz, Treblinka, and other concentration camps in an attempt to exterminate the entire Jewish population of Europe. And of the approximately 6 million European Jews murdered during the Holocaust, many of them were Polish. Despite Hitler's actions in Poland resulting in the declaration of war, He still had hopes for a negotiated settlement with the British, but on October 12th, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain rejected Hitler's insincere peace proposals and told the people of Britain that no promises from Hitler or the present German government should be believed or accepted as fact. Nevertheless, although the lesson that Hitler was not to be trusted had been learnt from the debark of the Munich Treaty, which he had so readily agreed to, under Chamberlain's leadership, there was no attempt to become proactive against the Nazis. Consequently, the German Führer wasted no time strengthening his position while the Allies continued to maintain a watching and waiting brief. Meanwhile in Poland, matters deteriorated further as the Nazis concentrated their efforts to round up the nation's Jewish population and either send them to enforced labour camps or confined them to a localised ghetto in Warsaw, creating endless restrictive and pointless laws for them to adhere to. For example, the wearing of a felt hat would be punishable by death, and it's hard to imagine the terror that this kind of persecution generated. Despite the already well-oiled German propaganda machine under the watchful command of Joseph Goebbels, by November, news of what was happening to those not considered to be of pure race, home and abroad, began to spread, and there were those who began to wonder whether Hitler was the saviour of Germany he had promised to be. At the very start of the month, a folder full of top-secret German weapons research was sent to Norway, with a note attached which read, "From a German scientist who wishes you all well." Then, a matter of days later, the first of a number of failed assassination attempts on Adolf Hitler's life was carried out. This was in the same Munich beer hall where Hitler had attempted his own military coup so many years earlier, and ironically had been equally disastrous. The bomb that could have brought the Second World War to a halt before it had really had a chance to get started detonated 20 minutes after the Führer had left, and as 8 people were killed in the blast, the odds are that if Hitler hadn't finished his speech earlier than expected, it could well have been his last. The man responsible for the bomb, Jörg Elser, was actually arrested while attempting to illegally cross the border into Switzerland, as Hitler was still speaking. He appears to have acted alone, outraged by the fact that the German people had lost so much personal freedom, as even the education of children had been taken away from their parents and turned over to such institutions as the Hitler Youth. The main protagonists in this early part of the war were now beginning to maneuver themselves into position, and having secured their advantage in Poland, the Russians turned their attention to Finland. Joseph Stalin had every reason to distrust Adolf Hitler, as the years of war ahead would prove, and although the non-aggression pact between them enabled the Germans to storm through Europe, Stalin also had his own agenda. Equally, Russia was watchful of the Allies, and Finland would give them a tactical buffer, protecting what Stalin saw as the vulnerable city of Leningrad from any army that might target it. When the battle lines had been drawn between Russia and Finland by the end of November, the Russian Red Army believed that they had an easy task ahead of them. Adopting a similar offensive to the Germans' blitzkrieg that they'd seen work so effectively in Poland, they were anticipating victory within a matter of weeks. But this was the first of many occasions when other factors, not least the weather, would have an important influence on the outcome. With Finland being a relatively sparsely populated country, they struggled to muster an army large enough to defend against the Russians, who had what appeared to be an unlimited supply of soldiers. Even so, the Finnish troops were able to use their hostile terrain to their advantage. They were well accustomed to the forests and snow-covered regions of their homeland, and although outnumbered by the opposition, their determination to defend Finland was fiercely patriotic. The winter of 1939 was one of the worst ever known in Finland, and ironically the Red Army troops had actually been sent from the south of Russia, so the cold weather made them particularly vulnerable. But the Russian army had another weakness. Commanders in the field couldn't decide without approval from a higher authority, which resulted in significant delays on the battlefield. Therefore, the Russian army was frequently a slow-moving dinosaur, hindered by both the geography of Finland and its rigidity in terms of strategy. Whereas Blitzkrieg had been designed to incorporate all aspects of Germany's army and air force, each part of the Russian military acted as separate entities. Also, white camouflage clothing was not issued to the Russians, and their vehicles simply couldn't cope with the freezing conditions. Many parts of the 600-mile border were simply impassable, so the Finns could predict the routes the initial stages of the invasion would take. The Russian Air Force was also limited in the amount of time it could help the army, because the days were so short during the winter months. When they did fly, the Russians took heavy casualties, losing 800 planes, and although it would be into the new year of 1940 before this particular conflict would be resolved, the Finns were far from intimidated by the Russians. Back in Britain, during December, the age for conscription was expanded twice in 2 weeks, with men aged between 19 and 41 called up to join the armed forces. Women aged between 20 and 30 were accepted for different levels of service. It was also the month that the Royal Navy became embroiled in the first big naval battle of the South Atlantic during World War II, which has become known as the Battle of the River Plate. It took place off the coast of Argentina and Uruguay, where the German warship, the Graf Spee, had been successfully attacking merchant shipping in the area. The British Navy had not one but 4 cruisers around: the Ajax, the Exeter, the Cumberland and the Achilles, and the commander of this South American division set off in hot pursuit of the dangerous German craft. The Treaty of Versailles had forbidden Germany from building large classic battleships when the nation had been forced to disarm and cease military production. Germany therefore built smaller and more compact vessels, and the Graf Spee, commissioned in 1936, was fast enough to outrun many battleships, and, because it had also been armed with enough weapons, it was a potent enemy. Nevertheless, in the Battle of the River Plate, the British Navy eventually forced the Graf Spee into the neutral port of Montevideo. The Exeter in particular was badly damaged, but as there was a time restriction on how long the German ship could remain, the captain of the Graf Spee, Hans Langsdorff, knew he could only put off a confrontation with the British Navy for a short while. It was, however, British intelligence that really won the day on this occasion, having convinced Langsdorff he was completely outclassed and stood no chance at all of escaping, even though it would be days before the fleet would actually arrive. Determined to save the lives of his crew, the German captain decided to scuttle the ship, and 3 days later committed suicide to prove that he was no coward. Ironically, all the British sailors captured by Langsdorff claimed they had been treated extremely well by him, and he was without doubt a man of honour, even if some historians have questioned his judgment. These were still early days in the war, and not all of the action was at battle stations. In the League of Nations, the Russian actions against the Finns meant that they were expelled. The International Peacekeeping Organization still believed that there was a chance for diplomacy, but with such determined individuals as Stalin and Hitler to try and control, there was little room for maneuver or rationality. The League of Nations had been the brainchild of American President Woodrow Wilson, and although his motivation was laudable, in practice the concept was fraught with difficulties. While the League was born with the exalted mission of preventing another great war, it proved ineffectual, being unable to protect China from a Japanese invasion or Abyssinia from an Italian one. The League had also been powerless when it came to reacting to German rearmament, and in the lead up to the outbreak of the Second World War, there was little the League of Nations could do to fulfill the task entrusted to it in the aftermath of World War I that should by rights have ended all wars. Germany and Japan voluntarily withdrew from the League in 1933, and Italy left in 1937. The true imperial designs of Russia soon became apparent with its occupation of eastern Poland in September of 1939, whilst Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia had been terrorized into signing a mutual assistance pact, which gave Stalin air and naval bases in strategic positions. Even so, it was the invasion of Finland where no provocation or pact could justify the aggression, which resulted in worldwide condemnation. Interestingly, President Wilson's successor, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was forced to stay on the sidelines during the opening skirmishes of the war because of American public opinion, spoke out against the invasion, resulting in the Russians withdrawing from the New York World's Fair. And the next step was for the League of Nations to expel Russia, while as the world faced a global conflict that no group of peacekeepers could hope to pacify, the organisation born out of such good intentions faced its own conclusion. As 1939 drew to a close, with Christmas on the horizon, more British troops were being sent from their families to help the war effort for nations already in direct danger from Adolf Hitler's advancing Nazis. And the Commonwealth added to the number of available men, with over 7,000 Canadian troops arriving in Britain, ready to swell the numbers while soldiers from India were sent to France. As people's thoughts turned to Christmas and the prospect of a new year, everything that they had feared since Hitler first started to make his presence felt in the early 1930s came sharply into focus. These few months really were the lull before the storm, and as Neville Chamberlain and his government watched for what Hitler would do next, Winston Churchill was speaking out against Britain's inactivity once again. For the First Lord of the Admiralty, the best form of defence was most definitely attack, and Chamberlain was well and truly in the firing line alongside Adolf Hitler. Churchill was desperately worried that the Germans were about to target Norway, from where Hitler's war machine accessed much of the iron ore needed for production. But it was as if the lessons of 1938 and the Munich Treaty had been forgotten by Chamberlain, as Churchill's grave warnings were once more ignored, and the first few months of 1940 were about to prove very interesting indeed. In the autumn of 1939, the relative tranquility that Europe had enjoyed since the end of the First World War was shattered, as the leader of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler, ordered the invasion of Poland on September the 1st. Pandemonium followed as tanks thundered across the border, crushing all that stood in their path, and bombs tore through the skies, wreaking havoc, destroying towns and cities, and spreading terror to all who fled below. Thousands of men, women and children were killed in this merciless attack. And though many fought bravely to defend the Polish capital Warsaw, by September the 17th, as the Soviet armies allied with Germany began to flood across the northernmost border of the Polish Republic, it was soon tragically clear that the battle was futile. As Poland waited helplessly for the assistance that Britain and France had promised, they could no longer stave off the inevitable occupation of their country, and on October the 6th, as the Nazis swarmed into Warsaw, the people of Poland prepared to face their worst fears. The invasion of the Second Polish Republic was an event which would shape the history of the world, as Germany, a nation embittered by poverty and disgrace born from their defeat in the First Great War, was driven to seize territory that they considered was rightfully theirs. The glory days of the French and British empires were over, and as Adolf Hitler's forces charged furiously across the continent, it was clear that the devastating power of the Third Reich was now carving out a new and truly terrifying chapter in the pages of history. While Stalin's Red Army and the German Wehrmacht roamed the terrain of Europe unchecked, it would be some considerable time before the Allies could muster the strength to combat the invaders' relentless advance, and the months of January to March 1940 would be marked by cautious moves and manoeuvres. Although this period of the Second World War is generally described as the phony war, the storms now brewing at sea, on land and in the political arena would be of vital significance as hostilities between the European nations escalated. From the terror being faced in occupied Poland and to the bitter fighting in Finland, to the battles waged on the high seas and growing tensions on the home front, this programme will demonstrate how the first battle lines were being drawn, a conflict that would prove to be the most devastating in the history of mankind. Adolf Hitler believed that for his fatherland to rise once more from the economic abyss, a violent and terrible struggle would be necessary. According to the Nazi Führer, since the French Revolution, the world had been moving steadily towards a new great conflict, and it was Germany's duty to secure her own existence by every means possible. He promised the Germans an improved economy, the reclamation of territory lost after the First World War, and justice for the humiliation the country had faced as a result of the Treaty of Versailles. Hitler also harboured many more personal grievances, including a deep-rooted hatred of Jews and communists. And although his uneasy alliance with the Soviets as he stormed into Poland meant he had to tolerate communism for the time being, he immediately set his plans for exterminating the Jewish race in motion. With a zealous determination to exact revenge, Hitler was ready, willing and able to show the world that any attempt at diplomacy and reasoning would be futile. The events leading up to the declaration of war had proved that Hitler was not to be trusted, and with a seemingly invincible military machine snatching what the Nazis believed to be rightfully theirs, any nation that attempted to stand in their way was destined to be crushed. Hitler's star was most definitely in the ascendancy. Czechoslovakia had been occupied, Austria forcibly pushed into union with Germany, and as the 1930s had drawn to a close, Poland was now the third nation to see Nazi soldiers marching across its borders. Having signed the Anglo-Polish Agreement, Britain, allied with France, had no alternative but to go to war with the Third Reich. but just how to tackle the supremacy of Hitler's troops was still to be decided. While the Allies watched events unfold, as January 1940 heralded the start of a most uncertain new year, still no action had been taken to intervene in the Nazi and Soviet invasion, and on the war-torn streets of Poland there was little to celebrate. What's more, following the terror of the initial attack, the German occupation was proving to be ever more devastating. Hitler had no respect for the people of Poland, who he viewed as little more than subhuman, and it was soon evident that it was their country that he wanted. For some time, Hitler had advocated creating more living space for German civilians, and he planned to clear all Poland's inhabitants, allowing only a designated number to remain to work as slaves. The crises now facing Poland was truly appalling. In January, plans were drawn up for prison camps, similar to those already existing in Germany, to be built on Polish territory. The most notorious of these was located on the edge of the small village of Auschwitz, and to this day, just the mention of its name conjures up all the horrors of the Second World War. Many Poles were systematically sent there to die, among them countless men, women and children of Jewish descent. Hitler's persecution of the Jews was gaining momentum. But these prototype concentration camps were only the beginning of Hitler's plans for the Polish nation. He wanted all traces of Polish culture to be obliterated. Universities were closed or destroyed, and professors, teachers and intellectuals arrested and executed. Teenage boys and girls were rounded up and sent to Germany to work in factories, while young children with fair hair, blue eyes and other Aryan traits were snatched from the arms of their parents to be brought up as Germans and children of the Third Reich. There can be no doubt that the war waged by Hitler against Poland was to be one of complete and utter annihilation. By the end of the war, in 1945, around a fifth of the country's citizens would be dead, the highest death rate for any country involved in the Second World War. 3 million of those killed were Jews, and as Nazi forces edged further west, the events in Poland were about to become one of the greatest tragedies in human history. And it wasn't only the Nazis that the beleaguered Poles had to contend with. While the west of Poland fell beneath the shadow of the German occupation, to the east, the terrified citizens were facing the threat of a Russian invasion. Unlike the fierce fighting to the east, Stalin's Red Army had initially been met with little resistance, following the great success of Soviet propaganda fed to the many Ukrainians, Belarusians and pro-communists in the country. They were convinced that the Soviets were there for their benefit and welcomed the invaders with open arms. In the confusion, many Poles believed that the Russian soldiers planned to fight the Nazis, but it was soon clear that despite their differences, Germany and the Soviet Union were now working together, and the Polish would suffer as much at the hands of the Russians as they did Hitler's commanders. In August 1939, the Soviet Union had signed a non-aggression pact with Hitler, which ensured that, in the face of German belligerence, the Russians would remain on peaceful terms with the Nazis. But there was also a secret protocol only discovered after the end of the war, which revealed that Stalin and Hitler had made plans to carve Eastern Europe up, sharing the spoils between Nazi Germany and the Communist Soviet Union. In return for Stalin's help in the conquest of Poland, Hitler agreed to leave the East to the Soviets. The Russians would also be allowed to occupy Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania without opposition from Germany, as well as seizing valuable territory in Finland. In the meantime, Hitler would push further west, ensuring valuable raw materials were safeguarded for the economy of the Third Reich. Militarily, the relationship between the Soviet and German forces appeared to be a highly beneficial one. But in reality, beneath the smiling facade, it was clear that the alliance was tenuous, and with political ideologies that were worlds apart, it was unlikely to be a lasting arrangement. On the Russian agenda, Stalin was carefully constructing a buffer zone between his country and the West, and he soon began pushing troops into ports around the tiny Baltic states, which crumbled under Soviet pressure. Then early in October 1939, Stalin began to make demands on Finland. He wanted to secure land near Leningrad, islands in the Gulf of Finland, and use of the Hang naval base, and in exchange he offered the Finns Soviet territory on their eastern border, but the Finns were far from convinced. Finland and the Soviets had a long and complicated history. Up until the beginning of the 19th century, Finland had been part of Sweden, until the Russian Tsar Alexander I had driven his troops across the frozen Baltic Sea and into battle with the Finns in 1808. A year later, Sweden lost the eastern third of their country, which was established as the Grand Duchy of Finland, a part of the Russian Empire. Little changed until just over a century later, new revolutionary ideas began to seep into the consciousness of millions of working-class Russians, and the borders of the empire began to crumble. With millions of Russian soldiers dying on the battlefields of the First Great War, and dreadful food shortages on the home front, revolution swiftly engulfed the country in 1917. Soon the Red Army was marching through the streets of St. Petersburg, championing the Bolshevik cause, and it didn't take long for the Tsarist regime and its mighty empire to collapse into ruin, leaving the country embroiled in a bloody civil war. The chilling reverberations swept throughout the land and affected all nations that were part of the empire, and while in Russia the Red Army and communism would prevail, as civil war engulfed Finland, the White Army supporting the monarchy were victorious. As Vladimir Lenin seized the reins of power and the Soviet Union rose from the ashes of the old regime, Finland became an independent state and freed itself from the shackles of the Russian Empire. But there was no doubt that the Soviets were still a dangerous adversary just across Finland's eastern frontier. The man who had led Finland's White Army to victory, Baron Karl Mannerheim, had wanted to march as far as St. Petersburg to beat back the Bolsheviks, but in the end, the Finns settled for building great fortifications close to the Soviet border. Named the Mannerheim Line in honour of the Baron, it would prove vital in the defence of Finland as the Second World War gathered momentum. By the end of November 1939, while negotiations continued between Finland and the Soviet Union, Stalin had grown impatient and the Red Army was ordered to invade. Baron Mannerheim was once again called upon to take command, this time against the Soviet general Morozov, who'd predicted that his men would reach the Finnish capital Helsinki within 10 days. But while Soviet commanders scoured maps and worked out strategies, they had little imagined how difficult the fight against the Finns would prove to be. Without winter uniforms and lacking provisions for a long campaign, the Soviet troops marched towards the Mannerheim line as the second coldest winter in over a century swept across northern Europe. Though vastly outnumbered and poorly equipped, the Finns were well used to winter fighting and soon had the upper hand. Wearing white camouflage suits and swiftly traversing the familiar wintry terrain on skis, they had a considerable advantage, and the Soviet casualties were escalating. As January 1940 progressed, one of the most famous battles of the Winter War, the Battle of Suomussalmi, was coming to a close. Advancing from the north and the south, two Russian divisions planned to link up at the village of Suomussalmi before heading west to the city of Oulu, thereby cutting the country in half. With the prospect of facing the Russians attacking on two fronts, the Finns fought determinedly. Ski troops made wide circling flanking movements and caught the rear end and middle of the northern division by surprise. Meanwhile, to the south, frozen lakes became death traps. Once crossing the frozen lakes, the Soviets' dark uniforms made them easy to spot against the white snow, and Finnish Home Guard troops, many of them being expert shots, were able to pick them off one by one, with the Finn Simo Häyhä emerging as the deadliest sniper in history with over 500 kills. Meanwhile, despite the Finns' lack of sophisticated anti-tank weapons, improvised petrol bombs called Molotov cocktails, named after the Russian foreign minister, proved equally deadly, destroying nearly 2,000 tanks during the course of the war. Faced with tough opposition, the Red Army were forced to retreat, again becoming easy prey for the Finnish ski troops. Suffering in the freezing cold temperatures, the Russian armies were divided into isolated groups, and as they huddled around fires, they were swiftly encircled and eliminated. The forests, snow-covered lakes and roads of Finland were soon littered with the frozen corpses of Russian soldiers, as more and more fell victim to the bitter cold and the constant attacks from the Finns. By January the 8th, it was clear that the Russians had lost the Battle of Suomussalmi. Finland had not only achieved a decisive victory, but could also take their pick of Soviet munitions and tanks left abandoned across the landscape. But this was one battle in a bitter war, and Finland would not be able to hold off for long without the assistance of the Allies. In Britain and France, emotions were running high as the brave Finnish soldiers captured the public imagination. Even in the United States, still adamantly neutral, there were many who supported the Finns and were keen to help. Some even went as far as going to Finland to fight as volunteers. But as the Winter War continued, Hitler was all too aware that the Allies might well come to the aid of the Finns, and the thought of British and French soldiers venturing closer to the Nazi sphere of conflict was a cause for concern. Finland was uncomfortably close to neutral Sweden and Norway, countries that were of vital importance to the Nazi war machine, supplying it with precious iron ore. If they decided to send troops into Finland, the Allies would have to cross these two countries, and with a foothold in the area could easily seize ports and stations so vital to the economy of the Third Reich. It was clear that the Allies would have to be kept at bay, and German commander Gerd von Rundstedt urged the Führer to begin preparations to seize strategic bases in Scandinavia before the British and the French could get there. However, the British government was still reluctant to take any positive action, preferring to take a defensive stance. The lone voice of Winston Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty, continued to warn of Hitler's evil intent, and he lauded the bravery of the Finnish troops and was keen to send assistance as soon as possible. He also criticised Norway and Sweden for remaining neutral, saying, "Each one hopes that if he feeds the crocodile enough, that the crocodile will eat him last." But Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, who'd worked so hard to secure peace for Europe before the outbreak of war, following a policy of appeasement right up to the moment Hitler marched into Poland, was hesitant to come to Finland's aid. In diplomatic terms, this would not only mean a hostile act against Nazi Germany, but the Soviet Union as well, and the Allies simply did not have the military strength to fight both. Since Poland had been invaded, the British had been preparing for war, stepping up military production and conscripting men into the forces. But the Germans had enjoyed years unchallenged, building their military strength, and were far superior. The longer the British could spend building up the army, navy and the air force, the more chance they had of surviving a long war. Military drill and training days were organised to make sure people were at the peak of their physical condition should they be sent into battle or be needed to defend the home front. There were also Allied troops pouring into Britain from the Dominion countries from all over the globe. From Australia, New Zealand and Canada, soldiers streamed off the boats to take up arms and fight for the Allies. As well as preparations for battle, precautions were taken against a Nazi bombardment of the British mainland. Gas masks were distributed to quell fears of the kind of gas attacks that had been used on the battlefields of the First World War. Searchlights were installed around the major cities to illuminate enemy aircraft, and nighttime blackouts became a way of life. After the damage caused by the German Zeppelin raids of World War I, every effort was also made to safeguard Britain's national treasures. Sandbags were used to protect important buildings. Stained glass windows were taken away. Paintings were removed from the National Gallery, and along with priceless manuscripts from the British Museum were stored in bomb-proof shelters. There was also the civilian population to consider. Many children had been evacuated to the safety of the countryside from Britain's cities the previous autumn. But by January 1940, with little evidence of any immediate threat, the children had returned to their homes, leaving many wondering if a real war would ever be fought against Hitler and Nazi Germany. Nonetheless, despite a lack of fighting on the home front, the citizens of Great Britain were beginning to feel the effect of the European war. The nation imported 55 million tons of food every year from abroad, and the German government believed that if they could cut off food supplies and disrupt trade, the country would be brought to its knees. Nazi U-boats and battleships had been attacking British merchant ships since autumn 1939, and even with a convoy system introduced to protect shipping, there were still heavy losses.
Erstes Torpedo fertig machen zum Schuss. Erste Beete fertig. Feuer! Ah, schon wieder einer.
Hundreds of British merchant seamen had to bail out of sinking ships in these first months of the phony war, and those who didn't die at sea were taken prisoner by the Nazi aggressors. It was a conflict that would become the longest military campaign of the Second World War and would be named by Churchill as the Battle of the Atlantic. Meanwhile, back on dry land, food stocks were beginning to run low in Britain. The government decided that rationing would have to be introduced in the first weeks of January 1940. Everyone was issued with ration books, and as the queues formed outside the shops, people waited patiently in turn to receive their carefully weighed out portions of butter, bacon and sugar. As the months went on, more and more goods would be added to the ration books as supplies dwindled, and as food imports dropped to less than a quarter of the normal amount, this was only the beginning of the dramatic changes that people would have to get used to in wartime Britain. But if Hitler hoped to crush the spirit of the British, he would quickly learn that it would take a great deal more than personal hardship to dent their morale. It was inevitable that the situation would deteriorate as the war progressed, and in an attempt to prepare for a further decline in imports, the British government called for every man and woman in the country to grow their own food on allotments, even if that meant turning front lawns, sport pitches, and even formal public gardens into vegetable patches. Flowers were replaced with cabbages, and while the politicians made their impassioned pleas for people to do their bit, the acreage of British land used for food production had increased by 80%.
Are you helping to win the war on the kitchen front? If you are saving our shipping by making the most of what we grow at home, if you are growing vegetables on every bit of ground that you can get hold of, if you are only eating what you need and not what you like and as much as you like, then you are helping to win the war.
Posters were soon seen everywhere, from tube stations to offices, encouraging everyone to dig for victory, and many other catchy slogans were used. But while homegrown food production increased, it became evident that after decades of migration to urban factory work, Britain was in dire need of agricultural labour. There was a shortfall of around 50,000 workers, and with more and more men being recruited into the forces, it was now up to the women of Britain to play their part. The Women's Land Army was quickly mobilised to keep the farms of Britain working, and would actually mark a major turning point for women in the 20th century, as they cast off their traditional roles in society and stepped into positions usually filled by men. And it wasn't only work on the land that women were encouraged to take up, because as the war progressed, they would also be recruited to work in factories and even join the Army, Air Force and Navy, becoming every bit as important as their fathers, husbands and sons fighting for king and country. But while Britain focused on how to survive with reduced food supplies and stepped up the preparations for war, the Nazi threat was looming closer than they could possibly imagine. The valuable raw materials of Scandinavia were not Hitler's only priority, because to the west of Germany, and within easy reach of France, lay what the Führer described as the Third Reich's Achilles heel, the Ruhr Valley. After Germany's defeat in the First World War, France had occupied this territory, which, with its valuable coal, iron and steel production, had been the richest region in all Germany. The French occupation of the Ruhr had contributed to Germany's economic collapse at the end of the 1920s, despite the fact that a decade later French troops had already left the Rhineland. In 1936, Hitler had made it a priority to send Nazi troops into the territory to safeguard it. The progress of the war depended upon the possession of the Ruhr, and one of Hitler's greatest fears was that it would be taken from him once again. In a speech to his followers, he warned that if England and France push through Belgium and Holland into the Ruhr, we shall be in the greatest danger. As a consequence, he was ready for action, declaring, "I shall attack France and England at the most favourable and quickest moment. Breach of the neutrality of Belgium and Holland is meaningless. No one will question that when we have won." What Hitler proposed would, in fact, be a well-rehearsed battle plan, as German troops had invaded Belgium only 2 decades earlier during the First World War, and the outcome on that occasion had been far from satisfactory in Hitler's view. He had fought in the trenches for his adopted homeland, and had been devastated by the news of Germany's humiliating defeat as the Entente claimed their victory. Burning desire for revenge, Hitler prepared to send the German army back to Belgium to achieve the hopes that had been dashed by the armistice of 1980. With fears of losing the precious Ruhr Valley growing by the day, Hitler ordered the conquest of the Low Countries to be executed at the shortest possible notice to prevent France from occupying them first. A Nazi presence in Belgium and Holland would also provide a basis for a successful long-term air and sea campaign against Great Britain, a nation that Hitler feared. Although he was not afraid of Chamberlain, who was still dragging his heels as Prime Minister, it was the First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, that gave the Führer most cause for concern. Hitler was, without doubt, banking on the element of surprise. But as Britain continued to watch and wait, the German plans were unexpectedly revealed. On January the 10th, 1940, a German reconnaissance plane took off from Berlin with Hitler's invasion plans on board and headed for a staff meeting in Cologne. The plane would never arrive at its destination, and its fate, according to some, would change the very outcome of the war. Lost in the fog, the pilot mistook the Meuse River running through Belgium for the Rhine, and when the plane suddenly ran into difficulties, it was miles off course. Forced to make a crash landing on the outskirts of Mechelen in Belgium, the pilot was a very long way from home. While the 2 officers on board climbed from the wreckage, Belgian border guards soon discovered the documents, and when they were passed to Allied intelligence, the plans for an attack on Belgium and the Netherlands were revealed. Within hours, the shocking news was passed on to the relevant military and political leaders who were in the line of Nazi fire. Once informed of Hitler's plans, King Leopold III of Belgium immediately telephoned the Dutch Queen, using the code phrase, "Be careful, the weather is dangerous," and then told the Grand Duchess of Luxembourg to beware of the flu. The strange words indicated that a German attack was imminent. More importantly, he was also quick to inform the French Supreme Commander, Maurice Gamelin, who swiftly gathered his army commanders together to decide upon a course of action. Although there were doubts as to whether or not the documents might be the work of counterintelligence, Gamelin decided that this was the perfect opportunity to pressurise the neutral Belgians into allowing a French advance into their country. Indeed, the French, as Hitler had rightly anticipated, intended to eventually execute an offensive against Germany as soon as they'd built up sufficient military strength. With just days before the predicted invasion date, Gamelin ordered the 1st Army Group and the 3rd Army to march towards the Belgian frontier. News also reached Lord Gort, the commander of the British Expeditionary Force, already stationed in France, who was awaiting the call to arms. Back in Germany, meanwhile, word had filtered back to Berlin that the precious documents may have fallen into enemy hands. Hitler was furious and removed all those he believed to be responsible from their posts, while his chief of operations, General Alfred Jodl, concluded that the situation was catastrophic. The Belgians, however, were doing an excellent job of keeping the extent of their knowledge secret, and as yet the Germans had no idea as to the whereabouts of the documents and whether they'd fallen into enemy hands. Nevertheless, back in the Allied camp, there were complications. In return for allowing French and British troops across their borders, the Belgians wanted guarantees that in the event of war, their territorial integrity and colonies in Africa would be protected and that they would receive financial aid. Although the French Premier Daladier was happy to confirm the guarantees, the British government was not prepared to do so. As the weather deteriorated in Belgium and heavy snow began to carpet the border territory, it looked increasingly unlikely that the Germans would attack at all, and as Prince Leopold, a staunch neutralist, received Britain's reply, he decided upon a new strategy. Ordering Belgian border troops to stop removing border obstacles and to repulse by force any foreign unit which violated Belgian territory, no matter what their nationality, he made a determined stand. Gamelin was furious and pleaded with Daladier to force the Belgians to face up to their responsibilities, but for now, Belgium remained neutral. Back in Germany, Jodl was surprised to note that Allied forces had been suddenly put on alert and realised that the Belgians must have had access to the invasion plans captured at Mechelen. The element of surprise had been lost, and on January the 16th, Hitler was persuaded to call off the invasion. For the time being at least, the phony war would continue. The Mechelen incident was far from being a total disaster for the Nazis, however, for they now knew how the Allies would react to an attack. Hitler insisted that new invasion plans be drawn up, and his most experienced commanders began to develop a groundbreaking new offensive, which involved invading not only to the north, but marching the bulk of their troops further south through the Ardennes forest. What became known as the Sickle Cut Plan would see the obliteration of all Allied resistance and lead to the inevitable fall of France. Back in the Allied camp, the commanders were content that the danger had passed and the focus of attention was shifted from the Belgian border back to events in Finland. After the disastrous defeat the Russians had faced in January, Stalin had demoted and shot most of the commanders responsible and placed the entire operation in the hands of Marshal Semyon Timoshenko. Finland had to be defeated at all costs, and colossal reinforcements were now ordered to march into Western Karelia. The Soviet army, 1 million strong, began to advance, with support from their air force, and as February began, the Finns came under fire from the skies as the Russians started a campaign of blanket bombing that aimed to obliterate civilian and military targets. On the global stage, emotions were running high as the world watched the plight of the Finns, and British politician Anthony Eden condemned the Soviet attacks, saying, "Not Russia only, but Germany also bears a terrible responsibility for what is happening in Finland at this hour. Hitler and Ribbentrop, these men and their policies alone, made Stalin's aggression possible." Finally, in Paris on February the 4th, 1940, help seemed to be close at hand, as the Supreme Allied War Council made plans to send an Anglo-French force to Finland. However, they still had the problem of neutral Norway and Sweden to contend with. The troops were scheduled to disembark at the Norwegian port of Narvik and support Finland via Sweden, while securing supply routes along the way. While the Allied politicians deliberated and the Finns found themselves very nearly out of ammunition, the Soviets used an enormous concentration of artillery fire to break Finland's defensive position until on February the 14th they were forced to withdraw. As the Nazis continued to perfect their attack plans for the invasion of France, they were also keeping a very watchful eye on events taking place in Scandinavia. Matters came to a head in mid-February, when a German tanker called the Altmark passed through Norwegian waters. On board were hundreds of prisoners from the merchant ships that had been sunk over the previous months. Unfortunately, Norwegian search parties failed to inspect the hold and allowed the ship to pass, but a British plane soon spotted the tanker and raised the alarm. The British Navy were put on full alert, and one of their ships, the Cossack, began to give chase. Then, on February the 16th, the Royal Navy managed to board the German vessel armed with bayonets, and after hand-to-hand fighting, managed to overwhelm the crew. After months in captivity, the British seamen were finally set free, and despite the freezing Norwegian weather awaiting them, were delighted to leave their floating prison. But they were soon back at sea, and the next day HMS Cossack approached a Scottish port, her decks packed with the British seamen that had been rescued. The Navy had achieved a rare victory for Britain in the quiet months of the phony war, but it was destined to trigger the Nazis to make a further step towards the complete domination of Western Europe. Hitler had been alerted to the fact that the British had no intention of observing Norwegian neutrality, and 2 days after the rescue, he made the invasion of Norway and Denmark, codenamed Operation Weserübung, a priority, and for the time being the invasion of France would have to wait. Britain's flagrant entry into the territorial waters of a neutral country also had further repercussions, infuriating the Norwegians. And when the Allies requested transit rights so they could assist Finland on March the 2nd, they were refused. The Swedish king was equally concerned that his country would become a battleground between Germany and the Allies, and he too refused the Allies' transit rights to come to the aid of the embattled Finns. Despite the promises of assistance from the Allies, it seemed clear to Finland's commander Mannerheim that with rapidly depleting troops and ammunition, the longer help was in arriving, the worse the losses for the nation would be. By the 5th of March, the Soviet army had advanced 10 to 15 kilometers beyond the Mannerheim line and had entered the suburbs of Viipuri. For Finland, there was little point in fighting on, and they admitted defeat on March the 12th, signing a peace treaty and surrendering valuable territory. Military troops were evacuated, and thousands of civilians began the long journey to make new lives for themselves. Barbed wire marked out the new boundaries between Finland and Russia, and an enraged Churchill wrote, "Now the ice will melt, and the Germans are the masters of the North." Churchill had again been proved right in his assessment of Hitler and the dangers that the world faced. But as First Lord of the Admiralty, despite holding well-informed opinions, he was without power. Prime Minister Chamberlain had been as hesitant as ever to make a stand against Hitler, but public confidence in him was waning, as Chamberlain's reputation suffered a terrible blow. The French Prime Minister, Daladier, was also viewed as having failed to come to the aid of Finland, and he was actually forced to resign over the affair. What had happened in Finland was extremely worrying for the Allies, and while in Europe and Scandinavia events were gathering pace, across the Atlantic in America, the people of the USA were also watching to see what would happen next. At this stage, relations were rather strained between the American president and the British Prime Minister. However, Franklin D. Roosevelt had made every effort to strengthen the ties between the two countries. Just months before the outbreak of war, he'd invited King George VI and Queen Elizabeth to make a state visit, and this had certainly helped to improve public relations. But Roosevelt's concerns over Hitler's activity in Europe went way beyond a traditional feeling of goodwill towards Britain. It was thought that with conflict in Europe, a new world order might not favour American interests. With such concerns playing on his mind, FDR decided to send an envoy, Sumner Welles, to the continent to see if anything could be done to secure peace before the phony war escalated into a global conflict. Sumner Welles' first destination was Italy at the end of February, as he attempted to prevent Mussolini from entering the war on the side of the Germans. The Italian foreign minister, who also happened to be Mussolini's son-in-law, openly disliked the Germans and gave Welles reason to hope that the Italians could be drawn away from their alliance with Berlin. But Mussolini was far from willing to denounce his German friends, and driven by his desire to recreate the Roman Empire, it seemed it would be difficult to steer the dictator towards a peaceful solution. By March the 10th, Welles had reached London, where he had a number of meetings with senior statesmen, an audience with King George VI and the Prime Minister. Wells was surprised by the anger Chamberlain demonstrated towards the Germans, but his policy had always been one of avoiding conflict, and Wells was heartened by the fact that the Prime Minister was considering appeasing Berlin further with colonial concessions in Africa. A visit was also made to the Admiralty to meet with Winston Churchill, but this was less successful. As far as Churchill was concerned, the only course open to the Allies was to fight to the bitter end, and he doggedly rejected any peace solution that would not have at its heart the elimination of Herr Hitler. As it happened, Winston Churchill's comments could not have been more timely, because during the American envoy's visit, Nazi bombers crossed the North Sea to the Scottish coast, where the British fleet had been secretly anchored at Scapa Flow. On March the 18th, 100 bombs were dropped in 25 minutes, hitting warships, injuring naval personnel, and killing a man who had become the first civilian to die on British soil during the Second World War. as RAF pilots leapt into action and flew towards Germany to retaliate, it seemed that while the phony war continued, peace was far from the thoughts of those living in Europe. Flying over enemy territory, the RAF targeted the German airbase on the island of Sylt. The damage turned out to be minimal, but it was clear that the peace Roosevelt had hoped to promote was no more than an impossible dream. In fact, on the very same day that airstrikes were being made on German and British territory, Hitler was in talks with Mussolini in the Austro-Italian Alps at the Brenner Pass. It was their first meeting since Munich in 1938, and contrary to America's hopes that Italy would refuse Germany their assistance, Mussolini informed Hitler that he was now ready to join Germany and its allies in the war against Britain and France at the decisive hour. All attempts to promote peace had been in vain. While the political arena became increasingly heated, France and Britain began to discuss invading Norway and Sweden to seize Germany's supply of iron ore. On March the 28th, the Anglo-French Supreme War Council decided to begin mining Norwegian waters, but by then it was too late. Hitler had given the command, and the German warships were already on their way. The phony war was about to come to an abrupt end, and battle was about to commence. With spring 1940 came the realization that the conflict ahead would be long, hard, and bitterly fought. All hopes of anyone being able to make peace with Adolf Hitler were at an end, and as he gathered his Axis partners around him, a global war became inevitable. What had gone before in Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland would change the course of history. Watching and waiting was over in the European theatre of war. The battle lines had been drawn. The spring and early summer of 1940 proved to be a very eventful few months in the history of the Second World War, which until this point had seen acts of Nazi aggression followed by periods of watching and waiting on the part of Great Britain and the Allies. But by April and into May, Adolf Hitler's troops were storming through Scandinavia and across Europe, employing ever more aggressive new techniques to invade Norway and Denmark to the north and the Low Countries and France further south. It was at this point in the war, 6 months after the Nazis had invaded Poland, that Allied soldiers were finally sent fully into battle, and as the struggle became progressively more brutal, there could be no clearer indication that the phony war had come to an end, and Europe was now in the full throes of bloody conflict. Nevertheless, for the Allies, the horrors and heartbreaks of this period would also be marked by moments of triumphant glory, when thousands of Allied troops were rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk in northern France, while Nazi troops edged ever closer. As the German planes of Göring's Luftwaffe screamed overhead, it was one of the most inspiring moments of the entire war. While Hitler's army stormed across the continent, this extraordinary event gave the people of the occupied nations a glimmer of hope, and for the British there could have been no better boost to morale. Early in May, Winston Churchill took on the mantle of leadership, giving Adolf Hitler and his Third Reich an enemy to be reckoned with that would fight doggedly until the bitter end.
Every trace of Hitler's footsteps, every stain of his infected and corroding fingers will be sponged and purged, and if need be, blasted from the surface of the earth.
This episode will explore the dramatic events that led to the Nazi invasion of France as Europe was thrown into increasing turmoil, and you'll understand one of the major turning points of the Second World War, when, for the first time since September 1939, Adolf Hitler's plans were thwarted. The importance of this event cannot be underestimated, for it was during this period that the spirit of Dunkirk was forged from the fires of despair, and it was this strength that would ultimately save Britain from the icy grasp of the Third Reich and change the course of history. In April 1940, all eyes were fixed upon Scandinavia, which was of great strategic value for both the Allied forces and Hitler's axis of evil. The Kingdom of Norway was especially important to the Nazi war machine, as 90% of Swedish iron ore was being shipped to Germany through the Norwegian port of Narvik. The western ports of the nation were also of great value to the Nazis, offering the potential for creating strategic bases to launch U-boat attacks from the North Sea and the Atlantic. This point had been picked up by the head of the German Navy, Grand Admiral Ryder. Recognizing the importance of Norway early on, he had argued for the country's occupation just after the outbreak of the war in autumn of 1939, and by spring, Germany had made this an objective. Meanwhile, back in Britain, Chamberlain and the government were still trying to avert war at any cost, and Churchill was becoming even more frustrated at there being no attempt made to prevent Norway from falling into Nazi hands. Every suggestion Churchill made to support Britain's Nordic neighbours was outvoted by Chamberlain's cabinet, and although the Prime Minister's motives were understandable, Hitler was becoming ever more dangerous. The scars left by the First World War still lingered in the memories of those governing the United Kingdom, and the idea of pushing the nation into another bloody land war was an unthinkable concept. Neville Chamberlain had been elected Prime Minister in 1937 in preference to Churchill and his outspoken concerns about Hitler's rise to power in Germany, and Chamberlain was committed to peace, following a general policy of appeasement with the Führer despite Germany's increasing belligerence. It was not because he sympathised with Germany, far from it. In a letter to his sister, he wrote, "On the whole, I hate Germans," but he was very concerned that the nation simply was not ready for war. Alone, Britain lacked the industrial infrastructure and financial strength to win an arms race with Germany, and as America, Britain's traditional ally, presided over by Franklin D. Roosevelt, remained reluctant to become involved in a European war, there were simply insufficient funds to redress the balance. But while the presence of U-boats in the Atlantic became ever more menacing, a sense of foreboding had begun to grow, and it was clear that the British government would not be able to watch and wait for much longer. The time for action had come. As pressure mounted, Chamberlain and the Foreign Secretary, Viscount Halifax, approved a plan to occupy the port of Narvik and control the rail link to Sweden, but Norway and Sweden were unwilling to collaborate in a scheme that might lead to war with both Germany and the Soviet Union. As an alternative, Churchill suggested Operation Wilfred, a plan to mine Norwegian waters and force German shipping out into the open sea where the Royal Navy lay in wait. Allied troops could then be sent in to occupy Norway, but the government repeatedly rejected the idea. Churchill's hands were tied, and he could do no more than stand by and watch in horror as events unfolded. Meanwhile, Hitler had spent his time during the phony war very wisely, drawing up plans for dominating Europe, and while the Allies hesitated, his Nazi forces stood poised to attack. By April, warships, air force and armies were ready to invade not only Norway, but also its neighbour Denmark, which would prove a valuable staging post for operations. Chamberlain's caution had given the Nazi leader the breathing space he needed, and by the time Operation Wilfred was finally approved and the British began mining Norwegian waters on April the 8th, it was already too late. With complete disregard for the non-aggression pact signed with neutral Denmark only 1 year earlier, at 4:15 in the morning on April the 9th, 1940, German forces marched in. Within 3 hours, after threats to bomb Copenhagen, the Danish government surrendered, and the occupation was so sudden that most Danes had no idea that their country had even been invaded. And all the while, Hitler's General Falkenhorst with the 21st Army Corps was already en route to invade Norway. The initial German invasion force, transported by several groups of ships, planned to attack 6 Norwegian ports simultaneously, including Oslo, Narvik and Trondheim. As Norwegian coastal defence ships were torpedoed, German airborne forces parachuted into the country's major cities, carrying out the first paratrooper attack in history. Within 24 hours, most of the strategically important Norwegian towns and cities were in Nazi hands. Better late than never, Britain's Royal Navy arrived to battle back against German naval forces 2 days after the start of the invasion, but their efforts were futile. It was too late. As Hitler became even more aggressive throughout Europe, with the loss of Norway inevitable, Allied troops were withdrawn to fight elsewhere, and the Norwegians were left to fight on as best they could alone. Back in London, emotions were running high after the failure of the British expedition to Norway, especially as Winston Churchill had seen this disaster coming. It was clear that a passive strategy up to this point had been too cautious, and it was time for Chamberlain to go. In a debate in the House of Commons, one of Chamberlain's closest friends turned to history and the words of Oliver Cromwell to express the view of the British people. "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." With honour and dignity, Chamberlain accepted his fate and resigned, but now an alternative leader had to be found, one who wouldn't be afraid to lead the nation through another world war. The Conservative politician Anthony Eden was one possible candidate, but at just 43 years old, he was considered too young. Another option was Viscount Halifax, a senior Conservative politician, the Foreign Secretary, and Chamberlain's choice as a replacement, but the prospect of running a wartime coalition did not appeal to the world-weary Halifax. By a process of elimination, the only possible candidate for Prime Minister was Winston Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty, whose fearsome reputation and correct analysis of what Hitler would do next improved British morale dramatically. Winston Churchill took up office on May 10, 1940, and while a new coalition government was swiftly formed, Adolf Hitler would have been all too aware that Churchill was going to be a much tougher adversary than Chamberlain had been. The phony war had given Hitler the upper hand without a doubt, and Churchill quickly set to work in order to redress the balance. However, nobody, not even Churchill, could have predicted just how quickly the new Prime Minister would have to stand up and be counted. For the time being, Hitler was working towards the invasion of France, a nation that he had come to hate after his experiences as a soldier during the First World War. And from this moment onwards, he was determined to see the French bow to the power of the Third Reich. The conquest of France would be the crowning glory in the Nazi domination of Europe. The most brilliant German military minds were now put together to come up with the ultimate attack plan for achieving the occupation of the Low Countries and northern France. Described as Fall Gelb, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein devised a highly elaborate operation, which would be later described by Winston Churchill as the sickle cut technique. Using 3 army groups, A, B and C, the Nazis would push into the Low Countries and France, using great military ingenuity to break the Allied line in two, trapping enemy troops on the French beaches at Dunkirk. Army Group B was to be led by Field Marshal Feder von Bock, and their orders were to feign an attack through neutral Belgium and the Netherlands to draw as many Allied troops as possible northwards. Group C had the task of attacking France along the defensive Maginot Line, again keeping Allied troops fully engaged. Meanwhile, Army Group A would instigate the main attack, led by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, clearing a path to advance through the Ardennes forest, crossing the River Meuse, and then using a blitzkrieg to push France towards the English Channel, trapping Allied forces in Belgium and across the Flanders fields, where so many had died during World War I. It was an ingenious yet risky plan, but Hitler was so confident of its success that the very evening before the attack he told his staff, "Gentlemen, you are about to witness the most famous victory in history." It was destined to be the very same day that Winston Churchill became Prime Minister, May the 10th, that saw the Nazis start their advance towards France. At just after 4 in the morning, When the first attacks took place, the neutral countries of Holland and Belgium found themselves in desperate need of aid from the Allies, with the phony war well and truly at an end. The Dutch hoped that should any invasion take place, the Nazis would leave the main cities, which were protected by flooded low-level areas and fortifications, intact, and proceed through the southern parts of the country and on into Belgium. However, Hermann Göring, the commander of Germany's air force, the Luftwaffe, was determined to capture the western Dutch airfields, fearing that the British might take control of them, creating a base from where the RAF could attack the fatherland. Consequently, Göring demanded a complete conquest of the Netherlands. Though poorly armed with artillery, relying on howitzers and machine guns that dated back to the First World War, the Dutch fought bravely and efficiently against the modern tanks and weapons of the German army. But Hitler was adamant that all resistance had to be crushed, and as his panzer tank divisions gathered outside Rotterdam, Holland's second largest city, the nation was given an ultimatum. If they surrendered, their cities would be spared. If not, they would be bombed. While negotiations commenced, what followed would go down in history as one of the great atrocities of the Second World War, as waves of Göring's bombers darkened the skies above Rotterdam. The onslaught of bombs that ensued tore out the heart of the city, making 80,000 people homeless and leaving a flat and desolate landscape in their wake. Almost 1,000 people were killed, and with other major cities threatened with the same fate, the Netherlands had no choice but to surrender. On May the 14th, the battle for Holland was over, and as the Nazis took the strategically vital airfields, the Dutch Queen, Wilhelmina, fled to London, where she would continue to rally support for the fight against Germany. While Hitler had vanquished the Netherlands within 4 days, the battle for Belgium would prove to be an altogether tougher affair. The country was protected by Fort Eben Emael, a huge fortress that was virtually impregnable and considered to be one of the most modern in the world at that time. The Germans yet again resorted to more unconventional strategies to invade the country and used gliders to land and unload assault teams. Within hours, Nazi paratroopers and panzer tank divisions were occupying Belgium. Their French neighbours, along with the British, were convinced that this was the main attack, just as the Nazi commanders had hoped, and responded by throwing as many Allied troops as possible into the path of the Germans. French and British forces began to move forward to make contact with the Belgian army and create an unbroken line of resistance from the English Channel to the borders of Switzerland. But little did they know that further south, the bulk of the Nazi forces in Group A was steadily advancing through the Ardennes forest unchallenged and about to storm through the Allied lines. Back in London, Winston Churchill and the government watched events unfold with ever-increasing concern. The British Expeditionary Force, more commonly known as the BEF, had been in France since Germany's invasion of Poland in 1939, and after waiting patiently throughout the phony war, battling the bitter cold winter as they built trenches in preparation, these soldiers were now called upon to provide vital reinforcements for the Belgian and French troops. As the BEF poured into Belgium in their thousands, they were given a tremendous welcome. But as Holland fell and the Nazi troops broke through all lines of defence, Churchill could see the difficult fight that lay ahead for the soldiers of the BEF. The situation, however, was graver than the British Prime Minister could possibly have imagined. The Nazi army pushing through the Ardennes comprised of divisions led by some of the greatest generals in Germany, most notably Erwin Rommel and Heinz Guderian. The latter was one of the first to develop and advocate the groundbreaking principles of blitzkrieg. This technique was a new revolutionary form of warfare, using mechanized forces to pierce a small section of the enemy front before proceeding onwards, without regard for their flanks. Guderian believed that the tank was the decisive weapon of war, and stated that in his opinion, if the tanks succeed, then victory follows. Guderian's strategy during the invasion of France would prove a great success, but despite the impressive Nazi maneuvers, the Allies still had many valuable opportunities to thwart the Germans. However, they failed to make the most of the chances that they had, leaving Hitler in the ascendancy as his troops seemed even more invincible as the days went on. While the Germans were making their way across the wild territory of the Ardennes, poor roads did somewhat hinder the progress of the vast armada of Nazi vehicles and troops struggling to make headway on their way to the River Meuse. The Meuse was one of the biggest defensive lines protecting the French from invasion, forming a natural barrier between France, Belgium and Holland, flowing for over 500 miles. It was vital that this line be defended no matter what the cost. As the progress of Nazi troops began to slow, the French commander Gamelin, now fully aware of Army Group A's advance, had the perfect opportunity to attack by air, but he elected not to do so. Gamelin was reluctant to risk using strategic bombers so close to the German border, and instead ordered reinforcement divisions to the Meuse sector by the comparatively slow means of night trains. The French were convinced that the Nazis wouldn't even attempt to breach the Meuse line to the west of the Ardennes until they had a large infantry and artillery support available. There was little sense of urgency amongst the French commanders, as they believed they had at least until the 20th of May to get reinforcements in place. Underestimating the efficiency of Hitler's offensive was a grave mistake. Just 3 days after invading Belgium, on May the 13th, German forces were already at the Meuse line. As panzer tanks and troops attacked, forging ahead on land, Göring's Luftwaffe roared overhead, bombing Allied troops flying almost 4,000 sorties. The bombardment lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning until dusk and was the heaviest the world had ever seen. Morale on the Allied side quickly plunged. Troops began to abandon their posts, while panzer tanks attacked relentlessly, pushing through the first lines of defense and towards the river. Before long, the Nazis had made considerable progress, pushing some 5 miles into the French defences. By 7 o'clock that evening, as false rumours abounded from fleeing soldiers that German tanks were already behind them, the remaining troops left defending the line also fled. It was a fatal mistake, and one that would shatter all hope of saving France. Left unprotected, the next morning German troops and anti-tank units swept over the River Meuse. Although Allied forces desperately tried to destroy the bridges with air attacks to prevent the Nazi advance, German fighter planes battled ferociously and, along with anti-aircraft guns, shot down around 90 Allied bombers in just one day. The Luftwaffe described the event as the Day of the Fighters, and with the bridges still intact, the panzer divisions under Guderian now ranged freely around the landing areas until all real resistance was neutralized. It was at this point that the blitzkrieg tactics of the highly trained Nazi military machine proved most effective. Despite instructions to consolidate a small bridgehead, Guderian and Rommel disregarded orders and began to strike out in all directions, taking French troops all around the country by surprise. As Rommel's panzers pushed deeper and deeper into France, it became virtually impossible for even German high command to determine their whereabouts, and they became known as the Ghost Division. This was blitzkrieg at its most reckless, infuriating many of the Nazi commanders, but the swift progress was undeniable. By the 17th of May, Rommel had taken 10,000 Allied prisoners and had lost only 36 of his own men. In Paris, panic began to set in as the government realised that Allied defences were all too swiftly crumbling to dust. Archives were burnt, and the French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud telephoned Churchill on May the 15th declaring, "We have been defeated, we are beaten, we have lost the battle." Churchill rushed to Paris the next day. When he asked Reynaud where the strategic reserve was that had saved Paris in the First World War, the devastated French premier confessed, "There is none. It appeared France was doomed." While the government of France was thrown into disarray, a future French leader was beginning to make a name for himself. General Charles de Gaulle hastily assembled forces for a counterattack, and it was one of the few positive successes for the beleaguered nation, but it was not enough to push back the German advance. Nevertheless, despite de Gaulle's inability to save the country, the brave attempt would see him promoted to the position of Brigadier General, and he would become a figurehead for the Free French thereafter. Even when the Third Reich had much of the nation within their grasp, General de Gaulle would continue to inspire the French resistance to fight for freedom from the London base he occupied after fleeing France. While the Germans pushed ever onward, by May the 17th, Rommel and Guderian's forces actually found themselves in a dangerous position. The tanks were low on fuel, the troops were exhausted, and after the quick dash into France without waiting for support, their flanks were now unprotected. The Nazi advance slowed down completely, giving the French a golden opportunity to attack, but once again they failed to take action. The Panzer Corps were given the luxury of time to repair tanks, eat, sleep, and even shave and take a bath. The blame for missing so many opportunities firmly rested with the French government and its military commanders. Since the Treaty of Versailles in 1919, following the end of the First World War, the French government hoped that Germany's warmongering days were over. As the Depression of 1929 hit hard, France had put off rearmament, while Germany flouted the Treaty of Versailles and secretly began to build up their armies and invest in new weaponry. Now, as the Nazis swarmed into France with their highly equipped forces, the French lacked just about everything from modern tanks to light weapons and even clothing. Badly prepared and poorly led, many of the fighting men were now convinced that defeat was imminent. Meanwhile, once refreshed, the panzers began to push towards the coast, and the advance became more intense than ever. Using integrated ground and air assaults, The sheer strength of the Nazi charge was terrifying. They destroyed everything in their path as thousands of refugees began to flee the country rather than live under German occupation. But for the Allies, worse was still to come. In the north, they were now being encircled with no possible escape route. The situation was disastrous. Instead of a Franco-Anglo-Belgian line containing the Nazi attack, there was now a German line stretching from Germany to the sea, quite literally cutting the Allied forces in two. On May the 20th, the French Prime Minister Reynaud sacked Gamelin for his failure to contain the German offensive and replaced him with Maxime Weygand, a major general renowned for his role in the First World War. But not even Weygand would be able to muster the forces necessary to stop the advance. Seeing the situation was becoming increasingly desperate, Lord Gort, the chief commanding officer of the BEF, ordered a retreat towards the Channel on the 23rd of May, hoping that the troops could be evacuated. While the Nazis blockaded Calais and Boulogne, Dunkirk, lying just 6 miles from the Belgian border, was now one of the last major ports available to the Allies. British, Belgian and French forces headed for its beaches, but as Guderian's troops advanced, the Allies were being encircled, and before long, 300,000 men were trapped with nothing but sea ahead of them and the enemy to the rear. A disaster on an epic scale was now brewing, as Churchill and the British Navy were faced with the stark reality that there simply weren't enough vessels to rescue the number of soldiers steadily increasing on the beaches of Dunkirk. The most they could hope to save would be around 45,000 men, leaving 255,000 active Allied service personnel to the mercy of the Germans. There was, however, just the smallest glimmer of hope. On May the 14th, a message had been broadcast to the British nation, requesting that all owners of seaworthy craft that hadn't already been requisitioned for the war effort be registered with the Admiralty. The call for assistance reached owners of yachts, pleasure cruisers, and even fishing boats, and the response was phenomenal. Soon, a huge civilian fleet was on standby, some manned by trained volunteers, others captained by their owners, and all ready to cross the Channel to sail into the Battle of France and save as many Allied soldiers as possible. They would become known as the Little Ships of Dunkirk and would play a crucial part in one of the most daring rescue missions in history. It was now up to Vice Admiral Bertram Ramsay, who was in charge of the defence of the Dover area of British operations and the protection of cross-channel military traffic, to finalise the plans, which were codenamed Operation Dynamo. This was an immense challenge, and staff worked around the clock in underground tunnels deep beneath Dover Castle to finalise every final detail. By May the 26th, the operation was ready to be launched, and the vast fleet set off across the Channel towards France. Few knew what to expect, with battles raging so close to the French coast, and the Nazi troops swiftly progressing. But when they finally arrived within sight of Dunkirk, the crews manning the ships found, to their amazement, that Guderian's forces were nowhere to be seen. As far as the coastline stretched, thousands upon thousands of Allied troops, as yet untouched by the Nazi onslaught, were sitting patiently waiting for help to come. Considering the incredible success of the Germans' blitzkrieg sweep across France, it seemed incredible that the tanks of the panzer divisions had not reached this part of the coastline. But 2 days earlier, a pivotal moment in the battle for France had taken place. Quite extraordinarily it was Adolf Hitler himself who'd intervened in the fate of the thousands of Allied soldiers, and his actions undoubtedly resulted in so many of them escaping. While the panzers stood poised to attack the encircled troops, he had given the order for the tanks to hold their position. The reasons behind this seemingly strange decision remain to this day something of a mystery. But we do know that Göring had told the Führer that his Luftwaffe alone could prevent an evacuation, while Rundstedt had warned Hitler that further panzer activity would result in an extended repair period, jeopardizing the second stage in the Battle of France and the plans to seize Paris. There's also another theory, however, namely that Hitler did not want a war with Britain and still hoped to be able to negotiate a settlement with Churchill, which after the conquest of France would allow him to focus his energy on Russia and the Eastern Front. In the meantime, while the Nazis waited, the British vessels sailed closer to the French coast and the mass evacuation began. Troops waded deep out into the water to meet the rescue teams and clamber on board to safety. Thousands upon thousands of men now lined the shores and waited patiently for the ships to take them away. Orderly queues formed for the boats, and even though many knew that they would perhaps never make it off the beaches, they still waited their turn. The little ships now played their vital part, as one of the main problems Ramsay had to overcome was the fact that the shallow waters around Dunkirk meant that many of the larger naval vessels could not be used to get men from the beaches to the ships waiting offshore. While the evacuation continued and more men clambered aboard the boats, the Nazi commanders soon became aware of what was happening. As Hitler realized his terrible mistake in calling off the attack, he ordered a full-scale air and land assault on May the 27th to wipe out the troops and sink the evacuation ships that had come to save them. The RAF swiftly flew in to protect the boats and troops on the ground, and the air became a mass of swooping planes as they fought long and hard to counter the relentless attack staged by the Luftwaffe. While enemy bombs kept falling from the skies, the role of the British fighter pilots would prove crucial to the success of the mission. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Allies were all too aware that some of their number would have to form a stronghold to keep Hitler's men away from the beaches to protect the ships for as long as possible. Hundreds would sacrifice their lives so that others could live, willingly obeying the order to fight to the last bullet. To make matters worse, news reached the Allies that on May the 28th, Belgium had surrendered to the Germans, leaving the BEF dangerously exposed. As troops battled on, with Dunkirk under such heavy attack, the evacuation was becoming increasingly difficult, and even with the vast fleet of little ships, there were simply not enough boats. In the first 48 hours of the evacuation, only 8,000 soldiers had been saved from the French beaches alive. Soon Dunkirk was swathed in clouds of black smoke billowing up from the heavy shelling, but despite the Nazis' best efforts to take control, the Allied soldiers, protecting the beaches, dug in even deeper, keeping the enemy at bay. As news of what was happening reached Britain, more boats joined the rescue mission to try and help, and from yachts and lifeboats to holiday steamers, more and more seaworthy craft began to sail towards the battle-torn coastline. Once the rescued troops had been safely set down on British soil from the first wave of little ships, many of the boats simply turned around and went back to France again to rescue more men. While the German guns continued to fire, on May the 29th, 19,000 soldiers were rescued from the beaches. Morale was now steadily rising amongst the Allied troops in France, and just one day later, as the men coming back to Britain were counted in, the overall number of troops rescued had risen to 47,000. As the mood amongst the British and French improved, the weather also began to play a part in aiding the evacuation. On the fourth day of Operation Dynamo, a thick fog fell and shrouded the channel. It was now virtually impossible for the Luftwaffe to continue the attack, and their planes lay grounded while the Allies struggled towards the ships waiting for them. As the evacuation drew to a close on the 4th of June and the last boat left the shores of France, more than 330,000 men had been saved, and despite the odds stacked so heavily against them, only 2,000 Allied servicemen had been lost on the beaches throughout the entire operation. It was an incredible achievement for the Allies, and even the Nazi commanders were impressed. Erwin Rommel praised the staunch resistance of the Allied forces, despite the fact they were under-equipped and had little ammunition for much of the fighting. For Nazi Germany, however, the failure to swiftly capture Dunkirk and destroy the British Expeditionary Force was one of the biggest mistakes they would make in the Western theatre of war. They may have won the battle for Dunkirk, but the mistakes they had made would, in the months and years ahead, cost them dear. Back across the Channel, as Allied troops reached the south coast of England, the next phase of the operation was set in motion, as soldiers had to be relocated as quickly as possible. Train stations quickly filled up with the soldiers hoping to get home and see their loved ones before being assigned to new duties. Hundreds of volunteers worked around the clock to ensure that the soldiers were comfortable, and they were welcomed home as returning heroes, as the nation showed its gratitude to the men who had survived to fight another day. While Britain rejoiced at the return of their battle-weary soldiers, Churchill hailed the outcome of the Dunkirk evacuation as a miracle of deliverance. But he also had a warning for the public. We must be very careful not to assign to this deliverance the attributes of a victory. Wars are not won by evacuations. Valuable artillery and weapons had been lost on the beaches and roads of France that would result in an even greater dependency on the United States throughout the course of the war. In addition, many of the Allied soldiers that had been left behind were now prisoners of war, and back in France the mood was understandably bleak. After the evacuation at Dunkirk, General Weygand was in a difficult position. France had lost their strongest and most modern forces in the north, as well as their best armoured formations and heavy weaponry. Their manpower was depleted, and with a front to defend from the Channel to the Sedan, without, as they perceived it, any Allied support, many French leaders openly lost heart. To them, Dunkirk had been an abandonment. Adolf Hitler could now begin the second phase in the battle for France, Vorrott, which translates as Case Red in English. Just one day after the last ship had left Dunkirk, on June the 5th, 1940, the German offensive was renewed and the Nazi forces began to march towards Paris. Without the support of the British Air Force, the French air resistance soon collapsed, and while Germany enjoyed total air supremacy across the country, the French government fled, declaring Paris an open city. On the 14th of June, the Wehrmacht marched into the beautiful French capital, and as a deep dread filled the hearts of the Parisians who witnessed the loss of their city, it was a triumphant moment for Nazi Germany. This was the jewel in the European crown for Adolf Hitler, and one of the defining moments he had been waiting for. When Paul Reynaud, the Prime Minister, resigned his position, he was succeeded by Marshal Philippe Pétain, who immediately requested an armistice with Germany. Still raging at the way Germany had been treated after the First World War, Hitler had the original train carriage, where the 1918 armistice had been signed, removed from a French museum and placed in the exact same spot in the Compiègne forest, where Marshal Foch had accepted Germany's surrender. On June the 22nd, Hitler sat in the chair where the French commander Foch had completed Germany's humiliation over 2 decades earlier, but after only listening to the preamble, disdainfully he left the rest to his Chief of Staff, General Keitel. France was split into an occupied zone in the north and west and a nominally independent state in the south at Vichy. The Vichy government, led by Pétain, accepted France was a defeated nation and attempted to gain favour with the Germans through passivity. Meanwhile, as Hitler greedily seized French territory, a new player had joined the theatre of war. Benito Mussolini, the leader of fascist Italy, declared war on France and Britain on June the 10th and would soon put pressure on British troops based in northern Africa. With countries to their east and south swamped by the Nazi enemy and Stalin's Red Army and Mussolini allied with Hitler, Britain was now in a grave situation. The island nation stood alone. However, Dunkirk had instilled hope into the people of Britain, and after Winston Churchill's miracle of deliverance, every man, woman and child believed that anything was possible. In fact, as it became evident that Britain would be Germany's next target, they even began to believe that Adolf Hitler and his axis of evil could be defeated if they all pulled together. Winston Churchill had instantly made his mark as a great leader, and whether they knew it or not, the triumphant Nazis now had a real fight on their hands. As Churchill declared, "The Battle of France is over, the Battle of Britain is about to begin." As the winds of change blew through Europe, by June 1940, Nazi Germany had invaded almost every country to the north, south, east and west of its borders, terrorising civilians, obliterating cities and driving back the Allied troops that tried to halt their advance. It seemed that little stood in the way of the Nazis and their total domination of the continent, and when Adolf Hitler marched victoriously into Paris on June the 14th, the world could do nothing more than look on in total dismay. But while Nazi forces flooded into France, and Hitler's commanders began to enjoy the fruits of their success, there was one nation that refused to capitulate to German domination. Across the Channel, Great Britain was simply not prepared to contemplate peace with Nazi Germany. And as the planes of the Third Reich began to swarm towards British airspace, Adolf Hitler was about to discover that he faced an entire population determined to defend its beaches, towns and cities, no matter what the cost. While the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill rallied the public to fight to the bitter end, the Battle of Britain got underway, and Hitler's military supremacy faced its biggest challenge to date. The story of this most historic battle, and the brave souls who fought to defend their island, protecting it from a regime that threatened freedom and democracy in Europe, marked a turning point in a war that had so far seemed impossible for the Allies to win. And as the spirit of Dunkirk remained strong, it was the extraordinary bravery of those who struggled through the dark days when Britain stood alone that would ultimately save not only the United Kingdom, but also their fellow allies from the overwhelming force of Hitler's Third Reich. From the terror of the Blitz to the extraordinary battles fought in the air, not forgetting, of course, the events unfolding further afield in the Far East, and the deserts of North Africa. This programme will chart the first real evidence of the world fighting back against Adolf Hitler and his axis of evil. In 1938, the British public had watched King George VI lay a wreath on the cenotaph in memory of the thousands of lives that had been lost in the First Great War. At this stage, few realised how close the nation now was to facing bitter conflict, and that the peace that the world had cherished for almost 2 decades was about to be shattered. However, from the rubble and ruins of the First World War, new and dangerous forces were beginning to emerge. The Italian dictator Mussolini was eager to create a new Roman Empire, and Adolf Hitler was rallying the German people to support his demands for more territory and his dream of a world run by an Aryan master race. When the Nazis marched into Czechoslovakia in March of 1939, past allies France and Great Britain were left clinging precariously to the comfort of tradition. The French president, Albert Lebrun, made a state visit to Britain, reassuring the public that the established empires were more than a match for the new dictators. But it was soon clear that fine words and rash promises would never be enough to withstand the terrible storm that was brewing on the continent. On September 1st, 1939, Adolf Hitler seized his opportunity and invaded Poland. Two days later, Britain, swiftly followed by France, declared war on Germany. As the full horror of the Nazi occupation cast its shadow across Poland, on British soil, sandbags were put in place and children were evacuated from the major cities. But even as the Nazi U-boats prowled the high seas, attacking at will, causing food to become scarce, the then British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain still hoped to find a peaceful solution. However, by the spring of 1940, it was clear that Adolf Hitler had no intention of backing down, and on April the 7th, Denmark and Norway were invaded as the Nazis secured precious raw materials for the Third Reich, and the phony war that had defined the autumn and winter of 1939 was well and truly over. What's more, Hitler's stormtroopers didn't stop at Scandinavia, because on May the 2nd, the Low Countries came under attack, with France being Nazis' next target. While the British Expeditionary Force, the BEF, along with armies from Belgium and France, rushed to defend their borders, back in Britain, the public believed that Chamberlain's tentative and hesitant policy of appeasement had let them very badly down indeed. As nations were toppled like dominoes across Europe, it was evident that peace was not a word that had any place in Hitler's vocabulary, and the only option was to stop taking a defensive line and go on the attack. Chamberlain had no choice but to step aside as a new leader took to the floor of the House of Commons at the head of a wartime coalition government ready to change the course of history. It was none other than Winston Churchill, a statesman who had been no stranger to conflict his whole life long. He was also a descendant of one of the greatest military commanders Britain had ever known, Lord John Churchill, who'd crushed the forces of the French King Louis XIV at the Battle of Blenheim in 1704. Winston Churchill was born in 1874 to Lord Randolph Spencer Churchill and his beautiful American socialite wife, Jenny Jerome. And even as a child, he'd been fascinated by war strategies and battle manoeuvres, and proudly upheld the position of school fencing champion. After attending the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst, Churchill graduated 8th out of 150 cadets and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars in 1895. From the Boer War in South Africa to battles in Cuba and India, Churchill travelled far and wide, sometimes fighting and sometimes writing news reports, and on occasion doing both simultaneously. It was clear that the young man seemed to be most at home when he was at the heart of the action, and even when he became a politician as the 20th century dawned, from skirmishes with the suffragettes in 1910 to gangster battles in the East End, it seemed that wherever there was a battle to be fought, Churchill was never far away. Nevertheless, as the First World War loomed on the horizon, Churchill's actions were frequently controversial and not always successful. When he was appointed First Lord of the Admiralty in November 1914, his strategy of securing a sea route to Russia by capturing Constantinople proved problematic from the start. The campaign was an unmitigated disaster, and thousands of troops, many of whom were volunteers from New Zealand and Australia, were slaughtered at Gallipoli as the attack commenced. Always unpopular in political circles due to his outspokenness, Churchill was made scapegoat for the disaster, although others had equal responsibility. The First Lord of the Admiralty was removed from his post in disgrace, and Churchill would find himself in the political wilderness for the next 2 decades, before fate finally granted him another opportunity to prove himself to the British public. When the Battle of France commenced in May 1940, Winston Churchill, as Britain's new Prime Minister, had the chance to win back the credibility he'd lost as a result of the events at Gallipoli, and it was a chance he was determined to exploit to the full. On May the 2nd, as Winston accepted the role of Prime Minister, he told the nation that he had nothing to offer but his blood, toil, tears and sweat, and that the intention of the new government was to wage war by land, sea and air, war with all our might and with all the strength God has given us. His skillful rhetoric prepared the British people for the battle that lay ahead. When Allied forces were trapped in their hundreds of thousands on the beaches of Dunkirk just weeks later, Prime Minister Churchill was as good as his word. While Hitler's troops encircled the Allies, leaving them no escape, one of the most miraculous events of the war took place, with military and civilian personnel all playing their part. Beneath the very noses of Hitler and his generals, over 300,000 Allied troops were evacuated from the beaches of northern France by a flotilla of ships, fishing boats and yachts, along with all manner of other seaworthy craft, and returned safely to Britain, ready to fight another day. It proved that the Nazis were not infallible. But while Britain celebrated and welcomed their troops home, Churchill was quick to warn the nation that with valuable artillery and weapons lost, and their French allies left to face the enemy alone, this was far from being a victory. As France fell in June 1940, Churchill gave a stark warning to the nation. What General Weygand called the Battle of France is over. I expect that the Battle of Britain is about to begin. They were wise words indeed. Britain was about to come under the fiercest of attacks. But compared to the situation faced by the countries that had already been vanquished by Hitler's sudden blitzkrieg tactics, at least Great Britain had been preparing for war for nearly a year. Barrage balloons had been put up, factories had increased production, and as more and more men poured into the army, women had been stepping forward to take their places on the production lines as well as the nation's farmers. Meanwhile, volunteers from the Commonwealth and those fleeing countries now occupied by the Third Reich began pouring into Britain, ready to join the Allied cause. While all measures were taken for the defence of the nation, security was of paramount importance, and Churchill, fearing there may be spies amongst the foreigners living on British soil, demanded that all Germans, Austrians and Italians be interned without trial. He famously demanded, "Collar the lot," and by the summer of 1940, thousands of foreigners had been sent to the Isle of Man to live in bed and breakfast accommodation and hotels that had been cordoned off into camps. It was a move that many criticised, and the vast majority of those interned were completely innocent. But with a bitter battle ahead, Churchill couldn't afford to take any risks. It was the first of many controversial moves that he'd make over the course of the war. By the beginning of July 1940, yet another difficult decision had to be made. With the majority of France under the control of the Germans' puppet regime, the Vichy government, there was a real risk that Hitler would use the French fleet, the fourth largest naval force in the world, against the British. The commander of the French Navy, Admiral Darlan, had given a personal guarantee to Churchill that this wouldn't happen. But the British Prime Minister was all too aware that Darlan may have no choice in the matter, and such a dangerous threat could not be overlooked. Wary of Hitler's next move, just days before the Battle of Britain began, Churchill proved that he was determined to defeat the German Führer, whatever the cost. Codenamed Operation Catapult, a fleet of British warships from Gibraltar sailed to where the largest concentration of French naval power was based, at Mers el Kebir in French Algeria. Their task was to take control of the French fleet, and although attempts were made to use diplomacy to secure the ships, the commanding admiral in Algeria refused to hand over control to the British. On Churchill's instructions, the British fleet opened fire, and 1,297 French sailors were killed, with more than 350 left wounded. The desperate measures taken by the British Prime Minister triggered a huge debate in the House of Commons and, not surprisingly, also soured relations between the British and the French for some time. Nevertheless, what some considered to be ruthless on the part of Churchill served as a stark warning to Hitler that he had better not underestimate the British. It demonstrated that Great Britain was prepared to continue the fight against Nazi tyranny alone if necessary, and Churchill later declared that for high government circles in the United States, there was no more talk of Britain giving in. Interestingly, while all this was going on, Hitler had been convinced that after the evacuation of the troops at Dunkirk, the war was practically over, and that the British, defeated on the continent and with no European allies, would soon agree to a peaceful surrender. Although some members of Churchill's government, most notably the Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, had been willing to negotiate with Hitler, Churchill's defiance in Algeria was a sign that Britain would never surrender without a fierce fight. So the gloves were off. Hitler was now in no doubt whatsoever that the British would have to be conquered by force if the Nazi domination of Western Europe was to be total, and with Churchill obstinately standing his ground, back at Nazi headquarters, all attention was now focused on drawing up a plan of attack. As Hitler and his generals plotted, he hoped it would take no more than a month to bring Great Britain into line. But his commanders were very wary of the problems that lay ahead. Invading an island was a very different proposition to storming across a borderline with tanks. During the Norwegian campaign of April 1940, the German naval forces had come close to being destroyed, and they stood little chance of being a match for the powerful Royal Navy if an invasion was launched. Grand Admiral Erich Raeder informed his Führer that invading Great Britain could only be considered as a last resort, and only then if the Luftwaffe had neutralised the RAF to give Germany supremacy in the air. So the decision was taken to direct all efforts towards the destruction of the RAF in the first phase of Operation Sea Lion, the codename for the invasion of Britain. Then, when the RAF had been destroyed, a massive sea and airborne assault along the length of the south coast could take place, and this would be then followed by a full-scale invasion. 100,000 troops, along with Heinrich Himmler's terror force, the SS, would storm into Britain with orders to destroy all opposition. The responsibility that now lay with the RAF was immense. Despite it being the oldest independent air force in the world, founded in 1918, the policy of appeasement that had prevailed during the 1930s had meant it was far from being as prepared for war as the German Luftwaffe. The focus had been on building bombers rather than fighters to defend the country, and it wasn't until 1938 that fighter command was given full priority. Air Chief Marshal Dowding, in charge of British Fighter Command since its formation in 1936, had very little time to prepare for the battle that lay ahead. The RAF's main weakness was a shortage of experienced pilots, especially after the Battle of France, and the losses incurred during the evacuation of Dunkirk. Farm boys, teachers, doctors, bank clerks and shop assistants, alongside hundreds of other young men with everyday jobs, little training and virtually no combat experience, were now called upon to face the rigorously trained Luftwaffe pilots. Nevertheless, they were being led by experienced commanders who certainly knew what was required. First World War ace Air Vice Marshal Keith Park from New Zealand was responsible for defending the southeast of England and the critical London approaches. Park's No. 11 Group would bear the brunt of the attacks, while Air Vice Marshal Trafford Lee Mallory commanded No. 12 Group, covering the Midlands and East Anglia, playing an equally vital role. The main German attack came from two Luftwaffe air fleets, commanded by Field Marshals Albert Kesselring and Hugo Sperrel. However, although the Luftwaffe had many more aircraft and experienced pilots than their British counterparts, the outcome was anything but a foregone conclusion. The German air fleets had not been designed to fight in their own right, but to support the army on land operations. The tactic had been used brilliantly in the conquest of Western Europe with the famous blitzkrieg or lightning strike attacks. But being given total responsibility for a battle was a huge undertaking for the Luftwaffe. The Battle of Britain was the first campaign to be fought solely in the air, and all previous rules of engagement no longer applied. Equally, the Germans also faced the major disadvantage of fighting a battle far away from their home bases, leaving them little time to spend in the skies over Britain, with refuelling always a major issue. During an air battle, if a German plane was hit, the pilot, if not killed, was immediately captured. Whereas the British pilots could parachute onto home territory and fly another day. For the Nazis, what on paper had looked to be straightforward was anything but, as the Luftwaffe quickly realised what they were up against. There'd been German air raids made on Britain since 1939, but nothing on this scale. Luftwaffe bombers had been shot down over the Firth of Forth and Scapa Flow in mid-November 39, and during further attacks in the new year. But as Churchill and the nation watched and waited for Hitler's next move, on July the 10th, 1940, the Battle of Britain began in earnest. Wave after wave of Nazi fighter-escorted bombers headed for the ships and harbours of the south of England. But despite being vastly outnumbered, 5 squadrons of Hurricanes and Spitfires rose to the occasion and took to the skies to challenge Germany's modern state-of-the-art planes. With unsurpassed bravery and courage, the pilots gave their all for king and country in an epic battle of Churchill's David against Hitler's Goliath. Incredibly, the Germans lost twice as many planes as the British. Contrary to Hitler's belief that it would take no more than 4 days to defeat the RAF, the Luftwaffe soon discovered that they had a major fight on their hands. Not only were they up against the sheer bravery and determination of the enemy pilots, but the British also had a revolutionary top-secret technology that would make a major contribution to the outcome of the battle. What would later become known as radar gave British controllers early warning of Luftwaffe raids, as the great towers scanned the skies along the English coast and out to sea. And further inland, the British Observer Corps continued to employ more traditional methods, peering heavenward day and night, ready to phone control command as soon as an enemy aircraft came into view. Both the Observer Corps and radar provided an invaluable part of Britain's defence, as the controllers who watched the tables 24 hours a day would send out warnings to the nearest fighter bases as enemy planes came into sight, so they in turn would be ready to fly into action. Soon the Luftwaffe began to wonder why the Spitfires and Hurricanes were always waiting for them. Nonetheless, they continued to underrate the value of the radar towers. Ironically, back in 1939, just before war broke out, the Germans had sent the airship Graf Zeppelin on a spy mission to scour the British airwaves for radar transmissions. While the vast airship flew up and down the east coast, British radar operators saw the largest echo they'd ever witnessed appear on their screens. But the German scientists on board were oblivious to the commotion below and concluded that radar in Britain was in fact primitive and inefficient. As the airship floated back to the fatherland, radar wasn't the only thing German intelligence had failed to pick up on. In the heart of the Buckinghamshire countryside at Bletchley Park, code breakers were working day and night to decipher messages sent through the German Enigma machines. The Nazis transmitted their most secret and tactical information coded through Enigma, and Project Ultra was dedicated to decrypting the messages. Eventually, Ultra intelligence became so successful that the British had to ration its use to avoid undermining Nazi confidence in their Enigma machines. The Germans would only discover the extent to which Polish and British cryptographers had broken the Enigma codes after the war. But while Ultra intelligence was helping the battle on the home front, further afield there were threats that Ultra could not be of any assistance with. With the remnants of Queen Victoria's empire, the British still had colonies in all corners of the globe, having once been the largest formal empire the world had ever known, with its power and influence stretching far and wide. As the Axis tightened its grip, outposts of the empire from the Far East to the deserts of North Africa, as well as territory in the Mediterranean, were all coming under threat. As a result, Britain had a great deal more than the home front to be concerned about. On the other side of the globe, Japan had long been waiting to seize its opportunity to create an empire on the scale of the great dominions of the British and the French. Up until now, Tokyo's focus had been on China, and since 1937, Japanese armies had been plunging deeper into its territory, seizing land and cities, terrorizing the civilian population. While the Chinese continued to counter the attacks, and tales of atrocities grew, there was increasing sympathy for China's plight from abroad, and Britain and the US were doing all they could to send aid and supplies for the war effort. Nevertheless, the battle between China and Japan was prolonged and brutal, and by 1940 still showed no sign of coming to a close. By now, the Japanese had seized territory on the south coast of China, cutting the provisional capital Chongqing off from the sea, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for aid to get through. Only a few tenuous supply routes were left, and Tokyo's generals were eager that they be cut off as soon as possible, so that the battle for southern China could be swiftly won. One of these routes was the Burma Road, which ran from Lashio in the north of British-controlled Burma to the Chinese city of Kunming, and Japan demanded that Churchill have it closed with immediate effect. Britain was in a difficult and vulnerable position, as some of its most valuable colonies, including Hong Kong and Singapore, were in the Far East, and with the Battle of Britain in full swing, couldn't afford to spare precious ships for their defence. Japan certainly seemed to have the upper hand, already having taken advantage of the Germans' victory in France by putting pressure on French Indochina to close their routes into China, and it appeared that the British were now equally helpless to protect their interests. Prime Minister Winston Churchill had a grave decision to make, and for the time being at least, he had no other options open, forcing him to reluctantly agree to Japanese demands. On July the 17th, the Burma Road was temporarily closed, amid cries of shame from the politicians in the House of Commons. And while these events were taking place, in Africa, yet another belligerent was making his presence felt. The Italian dictator and Nazi Germany's ally Benito Mussolini was keen to expand Italian territory and had already begun the task of creating a new Italian empire. In 1936, he'd seized Abyssinia in East Africa, today known as Ethiopia, and had added the nation to his already established colonies of Italian Somaliland and Eritrea. In North Africa, the Italians already held Libya, and Mussolini was now plotting to capture the valuable ports of Egypt and the Suez Canal, so he could link up his forces in Libya with those in Italian East Africa. Britain was in a better position in Africa than in the Far East, however, and was already one step ahead. When Mussolini declared war on Britain after the evacuation of Dunkirk, 30,000 Allied troops had stormed into Libya on June the 14th, signalling the start of the North African campaign. After capturing Fort Capuzzo on June the 16th and winning the first tank battle in the Western Desert at the Battle of Gerba, it seemed that for the time being, Egypt and the Suez Canal were secure in Allied hands. Meanwhile, in East Africa, the Italians were enjoying rather more success, and after some minor incursions into British territory in the Sudan and Kenya, in August 1940, the Italians and their German allies attacked British Somaliland. In response, the British garrison was evacuated by sea to Aden, a French protectorate, and Mussolini was left to celebrate his first victory over Britain and the Empire. As the Luftwaffe continued their bombardment of Britain, Adolf Hitler also had an eye on the British colonies. The island of Gibraltar had been under British rule since the 18th century and served a vital role in both the Atlantic and Mediterranean theatre, controlling virtually all naval traffic into and out of the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic Ocean. While continuing preparations for Operation Sea Lion, Hitler began planning to seize the British colony, which would close the Mediterranean to British shipping, leaving merchant ships a long and perilous route along a U-boat-infested Atlantic highway. The operation was codenamed Operation Felix, and if it succeeded, would put greater pressure on the British mainland as they struggled to fight off the Luftwaffe attacks. Hitler did, however, have one obstacle to overcome. The attack would have to be launched from Spain, and to do this, he would have to win the allegiance of the Spanish dictator, General Franco. Franco was as yet poised gingerly on the edge of the European conflict, and was not as eager as the Italian dictator Mussolini to make an alliance with the Nazi Führer. In return for his help, Franco told Hitler he wanted Gibraltar, French Morocco, part of Algeria, including Oran, as well as oil and full compensation for the cost of a British blockade. Whether by design or not, Franco's demands were beyond what Hitler was prepared to pay, and throughout the war he would continue to thwart the Nazi leader's plans. By the time negotiations with Spain were concluded, Hitler would famously tell the Italian dictator Mussolini that he would prefer to have 3 or 4 of his teeth pulled out than to speak to Franco again. Unable to use Gibraltar to create his blockade, and still unable to bring the Battle of Britain to a swift conclusion, as more and more Luftwaffe planes were being shot down, Hitler now decided to step up the attack. It was time to collect together all the force he could muster to obliterate the RAF and the nation's air defences and crush the British spirit once and for all. On August the 1st, 1940, Hitler ordered the German Minister of Aviation Hermann Göring to summon all the might of the Luftwaffe to overpower the RAF in the shortest time possible, so preparations for Operation Sea Lion could be completed. The date for the invasion was set for September the 15th, but before that could happen, the RAF had to be beaten. As the battle commenced, 1,485 plane sorties were flown against the ports and airfields of southern England. Although British Fighter Command gave their all, the losses in the skies and damage to airfields on the ground brought the RAF to the very brink of defeat. With no choice but to fly by day and night, the British pilots were exhausted, and as the bombs continued to fall, a Nazi victory seemed imminent. On August the 16th, while the battle raged, Winston Churchill visited No. 11 Group's operations room and was deeply moved by the valour of the young men fighting in the skies. He was so overcome with emotion he could barely speak, but the words he did utter would become the basis of his speech to the House of Commons 4 days later, when he praised the bravery of the RAF. The gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, except in the abodes of the guilty, goes out to the British airmen who, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge and mortal danger, are turning the tide of the world war by their prowess and by their devotion. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. And still the battles in the skies continued as the Luftwaffe ventured further inland, seeking to destroy RAF bases and industrial targets where planes and other vital supplies were being produced. Many major airfields were seriously damaged, and those working in factories were now at great risk. But people were determined to do their bit for the defence of the nation, and worked doggedly throughout the attacks so that the war effort never faltered. Meanwhile, more and more Polish pilots were joining the RAF to help with the fight against the Nazis. 303 Squadron would famously bring down more enemy planes than any other squadron during the Battle of Britain. But despite the resilience of the men fighting in the skies and the immense effort of all those working around the clock to support them, the margins were beginning to narrow, and Fighter Command was beginning to struggle. The Luftwaffe came dangerously close to destroying Britain's air defence, but then suddenly there was a change in Hitler's battle plan. Hitler had made it clear that the civilian population of Britain should not be targeted without his express permission. But when, on August the 24th, a German bomber crew accidentally dropped their bombs on London, the consequences changed the course of history. Churchill's retaliation was swift, and the very next day, British bombers were loaded and sent to Germany to exact revenge on Berlin. Despite there being little damage inflicted upon Berlin in the air raids, the psychological effect on the German people was dramatic. Hermann Göring had given his assurance that the cities of the fatherland would not and could not be bombed. A promise that he evidently couldn't keep. Hitler was furious, and it would seem that he allowed anger to colour his military strategy. The Führer was determined to avenge the attack on Germany and ordered that bombing now be focused with immediate effect on Britain's cities rather than Fighter Command and its airfields. Unbeknown to Hitler, he had given the RAF the respite that they so desperately needed. But as the Blitz got underway, it was the people of Britain who would find themselves under attack. On the 7th of September 1940, in the late afternoon, sirens began to wail across the British capital as enemy planes were spotted flying towards London. As the warning rang out, people began rushing for safety, hurrying to the basements of buildings or guided to the nearest air raid shelters. Then, as the streets and buildings fell silent, a blanket of bombers 2 miles wide was seen flying up the Thames, and the onslaught began. 348 German bombers, escorted by 617 fighters, swarmed above the city, and within moments, bombs began to scream through the air, shattering the calm. The RAF fighters who flew to defend the capital were overwhelmed, as in the words of one squadron leader, the sky became a seething cauldron of aeroplanes. London was thrown into complete and utter turmoil. But while explosions continued, there were even graver concerns troubling Churchill's war cabinet. Reconnaissance flights over the French Channel ports from Le Havre to Calais had shown a substantial build-up of barges that very same week, and with moonlight favouring a landing that very night, it seemed increasingly likely that the invasion of Britain was about to take place. As the Blitz began, the decision was taken to issue the code word Cromwell nationwide, which meant that invasion was imminent. The forward coastal divisions were put on alert all over the country, and coastal artillery sites were manned, as those charged with the defence of the realm donned steel helmets and waited for the first sight of the enemy. Home Guard units manned their pillboxes, but panic started to set in, and some began ringing church bells, believing that the Nazis had already landed. As the sound of bells, silenced since the outbreak of the Battle of Britain, began to echo throughout the land, the Nazi threat suddenly seemed very real and truly terrifying. Back in London by 6 p.m, the first wave of bombers, having dealt their deadly blows, departed. But 2 hours later, while firefighters battled the blazes raging through the city, a second group of 133 raiders, guided by the flames of London burning, continued the onslaught throughout the night. People cowered underground as the earth shuddered and shook, with no idea of what awaited them above. The second attack lasted until 4:30 in the morning, and by daybreak, when people began to emerge from their shelters, many were met by scenes of utter devastation. As the search for survivors amongst the rubble began, it was soon revealed that over 400 people had been killed and more than 3 times that number had been injured. However, despite the human tragedies for the people of London, to the relief of those watching the coast, there was still no sign of the Nazi barges, and it was clear that for the time being at least, Operation Sea Lion had yet to be launched. Then, in true British style, as the dust began to settle, the Sunday roast was cooked, whether at home or in a neighbour's oven. Tea was brewed, and morale did not waver. Meanwhile, a classic radio broadcast from Churchill praised the fighting spirit of Londoners as they survived the first terrible days and nights of the Blitz, serving notice that Hitler's bullying tactics would never shatter the British resolve. For the next 57 days consecutively, London was bombed either during the day or through the night, and the fires raged relentlessly. Germany began to target many other cities, from Coventry and Cardiff to Belfast and Birmingham, with attacks that were devastating. Within a few weeks, the daily bombing sorties had become nightly raids, as Hitler tried to weaken the spirit of the British by depriving them of their sleep. But while the onslaught continued, the British fought back in every way that they could. The government tried to confuse the German bombers by enforcing a blackout. Street lamps were switched off, car headlights had to be covered, and air raid wardens would ensure that everyone kept their lights off or concealed behind blackout curtains. Shelters were built in gardens, and as the bombing intensified, people began to gather in underground stations to sleep. As the war continued, whole communities began to develop the most extraordinarily strong sense of unity. Shops still opened despite being surrounded by the rubble of neighbouring buildings. and those fortunate enough to find their houses still standing rallied to help those who'd not been quite so lucky. The way the British coped with the onslaught was admirable. Despite their disturbed sleep in London, people still continued to get up and go to work in the factories, determined to supply the commander of the RAF, Sir Hugh Dowding, with the planes and ammunition his fighter pilots so desperately needed. People from all walks of life stood shoulder to shoulder in the fight against Hitler. Despite fears for their safety, the King and Queen were determined to remain at Buckingham Palace, showing solidarity with the British people. They even travelled around the country to boost morale and console those who'd lost homes and loved ones. Buckingham Palace suffered no less than 9 direct hits during the war. But once the palace had been bombed, the Queen said that she could at last look the people of the East End in the eye, and rather than shattering the nation's morale, directly attacking the monarchy had quite the opposite effect. The British were heartened that their royal family shared their suffering and the kingdom was united. As the Battle of Britain and the Blitz continued, back in Germany, controversy had been growing over the planned invasion of the United Kingdom and Operation Sea Lion, with the army and navy unable to agree on a landing procedure. Hitler's faith in the plan seemed to be wavering, and the invasion date was postponed from the 15th of September until later in the month. Even so, on September the 15th, Goering launched his final major offensive to destroy RAF Fighter Command. However, with the help of ultra-intelligence, the RAF were forewarned of the attack. In the end, the Luftwaffe lost 60 aircraft to the RAF's 28, and it was to be the last engagement of the Battle of Britain. After this defeat, Operation Sea Lion was called off, and with sea conditions deteriorating as winter approached, it would be spring before it could even be considered again. The Battle of Britain was over. But Hitler would continue his efforts to bomb the nation into submission. During the Blitz, some 2 million houses would be destroyed, with 60,000 civilians killed and many more were injured. Elsewhere in the world, the threat of fascism and tyranny was spreading at an alarming rate. By September the 13th, Mussolini had revived his invasion plans in North Africa and ordered the Italian 10th Army to advance on Egypt. Within 2 weeks, on the other side of the globe, the Japanese had invaded French Indochina and were ready to agree a formal alliance with Nazi Germany. On September the 27th, 1940, the Axis powers united in Berlin as Japan signed the Tripartite Pact, joining Germany and Italy in the fight against the Allied forces. Hitler, who was already planning to renege on his non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, had not invited Stalin. Russia was destined to become another target in Hitler's conquest for world domination. But for the time being, defeating the British remained his major objective. The war in Europe was reaching global proportions, but Britain's fight to stave off the Nazi attacks had been admired across the world. And as the words of Winston Churchill, "We shall never surrender," reverberated around the globe, they would provide inspiration not only for the people of Britain, but also for every occupied nation terrorised by the Nazi regime. However, the British would not have to stand alone for much longer, as the consequences of Hitler's Tripartite Pact would directly bring the Americans into the conflict, at last making the Allies a real force to be reckoned with. In the history of World War II, 1940 was a year of dramatic change. At the outset, people watched and waited to see what Adolf Hitler would do next. But for the Allies, as the Führer employed his blitzkrieg tactics across Europe, swallowing up the Low Countries and France into his ever-expanding Nazi empire, it was too late to stop him. Next, Hitler turned his attention towards Britain, and as summer turned to autumn, the island nation quite literally had to fight for its survival. As everyone looked skyward, the Battle of Britain raged overhead until Hitler was finally forced to face defeat, at which point London bore the brunt of his anger. The Blitz saw Londoners relentlessly bombed night after night at the mercy of Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe. But the spirit of Great Britain, under the premiership of Winston Churchill, never faltered. With autumn giving way to winter, as you'll discover in fighting further afield, the British not only held their ground on the home front, but were soon making headway in North Africa. And while Hitler's Italian ally Benito Mussolini edged his troops into Egypt, it was the Axis who suddenly found they had a fight on their hands. As countries around the globe began taking sides in the conflict, what began as a European war showed every sign of becoming truly global. While Japan joined forces with the Nazis, the Americans began sending aid to the British and took precautions to defend their country. In the meantime, the unlikely pact between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, forged at the beginning of the war, was under threat, and before the year was out, Adolf Hitler was preparing for a course of action that was destined to shock the world. By the beginning of October 1940, the boundaries of nations across Europe had changed dramatically. Before the war had even started, Czechoslovakia had effectively ceased to exist, with much of its territory carved up between Germany, Hungary and Poland, while the Western powers, continuing their policy of appeasement, did nothing. It would soon become difficult to ignore the threat that Nazi Germany posed, however, as when Adolf Hitler ordered the invasion of Poland in 1939, within 2 days, Great Britain and France were drawn into a war which would last for 6 long years. Meantime, mid-September, Adolf Hitler realized that the invasion of the country would have to be postponed, and that Germany had lost the Battle of Britain. Although the Nazis would continue to bombard Britain's towns and cities during the Blitz, by the autumn of 1940, with most of Europe occupied by the troops of the Third Reich, Hitler had other matters to preoccupy him. He was keen to begin working on the ideologies he described in his autobiography Mein Kampf. This would draw his attention to the East, where, in his opinion, the two greatest evils in the world resided, the communists and the Jews. In Mein Kampf, he had made no secret of his hatred of the Jewish race, and as early as 1922, he confessed, "Once I really am in power, my first and foremost task will be the annihilation of the Jews." By the beginning of October, it was clear that Hitler's determination to carry out earlier threats had not wavered, and in Poland, a country with the largest Jewish population in Europe, the horror of the Nazi master plan could not have been more evident. Prior to mass deportation to concentration camps, the Jews were collected into ghettos in the cities, and on October 3, 1940, Warsaw's Jews were instructed to move into what would become the biggest ghetto of all. It held 380,000 people, amounting to 30% of the entire population of the city, crowded into only 2.5% of the land area. By November the 15th, it was cordoned off from the rest of the city, and the people crowded within were left to face disease and starvation. Those who thought they were lucky enough to survive the ghettos faced an even worse fate and were deported to death camps. Although the public perception of the Holocaust is Hitler's attempt to eradicate the Jews, many other groups were also targeted. It was decided at a conference in Berlin to expel 30,000 gypsies from Germany and send them to Poland. Here they would be put into death camps such as Auschwitz, where they were cordoned off from the other prisoners. Heinrich Himmler, the chief of the Gestapo, took charge of their deportations and executions, and it's estimated that up to 500,000 gypsies were killed during the war, which was almost the entire gypsy population of Eastern Europe. In the Nazi concentration camps, prisoners would be given symbols to wear, which showed their status within the prisoner hierarchy, depending on race or religion, among many other factors. The gypsies were branded with black triangles and held the lowest status in the camps, along with the Jews, who had the identifying symbol of the star. People were also targeted depending on their political allegiances, and communists were especially hated by Hitler and identified by a red triangle. Hitler's experiences of the First World War shaped his attitude to many of the groups who would suffer when he came to power. In Hitler's opinion, the First World War had not been lost by Germany's ability to fight on, but by intentional sabotage of the war effort by Jews, socialists, and Bolsheviks. In 1917, a revolution had torn through the Russian Empire while the First World War was still raging, and a communist leader, Vladimir Lenin, had taken center stage, advocating equality and universal brotherhood. When the Tsar was overthrown, however, the country became divided in a bloody civil war, which brought death and suffering to millions of people. There was a genuine fear in Germany that the Bolshevik Revolution would spread further afield. In fact, by early 1919, it was evident that communist ideologies had crept into Germany, when two attempted communist revolutions took place in Berlin and Munich. Both were brutally crushed, mainly by the Freikorps, a paramilitary group of returned war veterans who hated the communists. Many of these men would go on to become senior figures in the Nazi Party, and indeed, one of the main reasons for the existence of the Nazi Party was to fight communism. In Hitler's Mein Kampf, he made no secret of his hatred of the Soviet Union also. He considered the Soviets subhuman and ruled by Jewish Bolsheviks, and saw a war on their nation as an unavoidable part of his master plan. Unlike the Nazis, the Communists believed in a universal brotherhood and equality, and to Hitler their destruction would be inescapable on the path to world domination. It was therefore surprising, to say the least, when in late August 1939 the Nazis and Soviets signed a 10-year non-aggression pact, commonly called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, after the foreign ministers of the two countries. The agreement renounced warfare between them and pledged neutrality by either party if the other were attacked by another. Each signatory promised not to join any grouping of powers that was directly or indirectly aimed at the other party. When the Soviet press broke news of the pact, it was met with utter shock worldwide, but it was only a ruse by Hitler, and it would not be long before he attacked his old ideological enemy. By mid-August, Hitler had already begun discussing the prospect of taking on the Bolshevik menace with his military commanders, and he would soon begin putting pressure on countries around Eastern Europe to join the Axis, so he could expand his resources and prepare for a full-scale war to the east. In the meantime, in October 1940, he focused on cementing relationships with countries around Western Europe, while the British continued to fight back and refused to surrender to Nazi Germany. Hitler's aim was to create a continental bloc of powers, leaving the island isolated from the rest of Europe. The Italian dictator Mussolini had already joined the Axis, signing the Tripartite Pact with Germany and Japan in September 1940, though he had begun collaborating with Hitler long before. The British owned valuable territory in North and East Africa, and while the Battle of Britain was in full swing, Mussolini, encouraged by Hitler, had begun edging his troops into Sudan, Kenya and British Somaliland to the east, and the British Protectorate of Egypt to the north. The Suez Canal in Egypt was of great importance to the Axis, as this was the pathway to the rich oil fields of the Middle East. To seize these would increase Axis oil supplies considerably, and even more importantly, cut off fuel supplies for the Allies. Not only this, but the Suez was also vitally important to Axis dominance in the Mediterranean Sea, an area that still had a strong Allied presence. On September 9, 1940, the Italian 10th Army had launched their offensive on Egypt and succeeded in pushing the British back beyond the village of Sidi Barrani to the east of the Libyan border. Here, the Italian commander, Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, dug in and established several fortified camps just 80 miles west of the British defences at Mersa Matruh. But when Mussolini pressurised Graziani to press on, he refused, waiting to be resupplied, and here the Italians would stay until December 1940. While the Suez, for the time being, remained in British hands, there was another strategic point in the Mediterranean that Hitler was keen to seize from the Allies, namely the island of Gibraltar, which lay between North Africa and Spain. In order to send troops onto the island, Hitler was well aware he would first have to gain the support of the Spanish dictator Franco, so Nazi forces could launch their attack from the Spanish coast. With high hopes, the Nazi leader travelled to Hendaye on the French border to discuss the matter with the fascist leader on October 23, 1940. During the Spanish Civil War, which began in 1936, both Italy and Germany had provided Franco with aid, sending planes to bomb cities, fighting for the Republican cause. The German Condor League and the Italian Air Force had attacked Barcelona and the town of Guernica in the Basque region, but although Franco had happily accepted assistance from the Nazis in the past, he was uneasy about inviting the Germans to camp on his doorstep. When he met Hitler, he produced a long list of conditions for participation, including a claim on Gibraltar, territory in Portugal, and Vichy French territory in North Africa. While Hitler hoped to consolidate relations with Vichy France, he had no choice but to refuse the Spanish leader. Nevertheless, Spain's supposed neutrality in the Second World War would not stop the country from providing the Axis with aid. The Spanish helped build observation posts around Gibraltar for German spies and allowed German U-boats to be resupplied at their ports and Italian bombers to refuel at their airfields. Members of the Spanish embassy in London even collected intelligence information for Berlin. Meanwhile, Hitler would be considerably more successful in forging an alliance with the French Prime Minister Marshal Philippe Pétain, who he met on October the 24th, just one day after his meeting with Franco. Pétain had been a successful military leader in the First Great War, and after an impressive victory in the Battle of Verdun, he had become a public hero and was made a Marshal of France. But though Pétain was held in high regard by statesmen both at home and abroad, by 1940 public perception of him would change dramatically. As the Nazis marched into Paris, the French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud had refused to surrender to Germany, and when he was forced to resign, Marshal Pétain took his place as head of state. It was Pétain who signed the armistice with Germany on June the 22nd, 1940, which gave the Nazis control over the north and west of the country, including the entire Atlantic coastline. A new administrative centre was set up in the spa town of Vichy, and while Pétain tried to gain favour with the Nazis by accommodation and collaboration, both occupied and unoccupied France would suffer. Pétain blamed France's liberal democracy for the defeat of the country and set up a more authoritarian regime, changing the motto of the French Republic from liberty, equality and fraternity to work, family and fatherland, introducing many harsh measures to the country, including anti-Semitic laws. 6 days after the secret meeting with Adolf Hitler, on October the 30th, the French would realise the extent to which their new leader had betrayed them, as Pétain declared in a radio broadcast speech, "I enter today into the way of collaboration." It was clear that his alliance with Nazi Germany had been sealed. Although Hitler was now assured of the allegiance of Vichy France, old allies were threatening to undermine his plans for the Eastern Front. In preparation for the invasion of the Soviet Union, the German dictator had made moves to secure Balkan territory to the south of the Soviet border, where he hoped to create a waiting zone for his troops. On October 12th, Nazi soldiers were moved into Romania to secure the precious Ploiesti oil fields, which would be a valuable source of fuel for the Nazi war machine. It was a step too far for Hitler's Axis partner Mussolini, however, who deemed Romania as being within his sphere of influence. The fascist leader was infuriated when he heard the news and felt even more sidelined on hearing of Hitler's talks with Vichy France in late October. Increasingly frustrated with Germany's failure to consult Italy on military moves, he announced, "Hitler always gives me a fait accompli. This time I am going to pay him back in his own coin. He will find out from the papers that I have occupied Greece." Greece lay to the southern extreme of the Balkan Peninsula, and while British ships anchored in its ports and used the country to refuel, its collaboration with the Allies had concerned Mussolini for some time. Keen to prove that he was on his way to creating a new empire on the scale of the Third Reich, Mussolini decided that now was the moment to strike. Without consulting Hitler, On the eve of October the 28th, the Italian leader sent his ambassador in Athens with an ultimatum to the Greek government: allow free passage for Italian troops into Greece or face war. The Greeks had a good relationship with the British, and their king, George II, was an ardent Anglophile, keen to keep close ties with the country. Hardly surprising, then, that when faced with Mussolini's ultimatum, the Greek response was, "Then it is war." The next day, Italian forces crossed the Albanian border, assured by military leaders that the Greco-Italian war would last no more than 2 weeks. But the Greeks would not yield easily, and Italy would soon be retreating into Axis territory. Meanwhile, as war tore through the peninsula, Hitler's hopes of ensuring that the Balkans remained a quiet waiting area before he attacked the Soviet Union had been dashed. While events unfolded on the continent, across the Atlantic Ocean, the United States of America was keeping a close eye on European affairs. In 1940, it was election year. President Roosevelt was attempting on the one hand to play down the possibility of America joining the war, and on the other, quietly trying to aid the Allies. In the interwar years, the American people were very hesitant to involve themselves in another distant war, having lost many young men in World War I. Nevertheless, while the Nazis continued to bombard Great Britain, Winston Churchill had sent delegates to America to plead for help, and Roosevelt felt compelled to assist those fighting the Axis. On September 3, 1940, Congress agreed to amend the Neutrality Act to allow munition sales to the British and French. 50 overage destroyers were sent to Britain in exchange for bases in the Atlantic and Caribbean, marking the beginning of America's moves towards belligerency. In another bold move, on September 14th, Congress passed the Selective Training and Service Act of 1940, which required young men to register with local draft boards. This was the first peacetime conscription in United States history, and by October 16th, as the Secretary of War Henry Stimson drew the first draft capsule, while the nation looked on, registration had begun.
The first number drawn by the Secretary of War is serial number 158.
Thousands of men would now be called into the military services, but as young draftees fought mock battles with make-believe weapons, the United States was not prepared to fight in a full-scale war just yet. Meanwhile, Roosevelt had a difficult tightrope to walk, with a presidential election due at the end of the year. Though there were those who supported intervention, many more supported isolation from the war. And if the president wanted to keep the public happy, he would have to find a way to please both parties. Roosevelt had not been eager to continue to a third presidency. He'd had 2 exhausting terms fighting the Great Depression in the 1930s and was now keen to retire. However, with war on the horizon, his conscience would not let him leave the political arena, and it was evident that the Americans were not willing to part with their president just yet. In the weeks running up to the election, Roosevelt would face a tough battle against his competitor, the the Republican Party candidate Wendell Willkie. Willkie was a corporate lawyer and a former Democrat who'd never run for public office before. However, he was ready to put up a fierce fight for his place in the White House. A big focus of his criticism was Roosevelt's attempt to break the two-term tradition as president established by George Washington, and he declared, "If one man is indispensable, then none of us is free." The issue failed to catch the public's attention, however, and as Republican support dwindled, he turned to criticism of Roosevelt's interventionist behavior. Willkie claimed that Roosevelt was secretly planning to take the USA into the European war against Germany, and stated that no man had the right to use the great powers of the presidency to lead the people indirectly into war.
His promise to keep our boys out of foreign wars is no better than his promise to balance the budget. They're already almost on the
While the accusations flowed and support for the Republicans grew, Roosevelt defended himself admirably and stressed that his intention was to do all he could to keep America out of the war. In the northeastern states, he repeated daily the message, "I am fighting to keep our people out of foreign wars, and I will keep on fighting," he declared. "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." But Roosevelt need not have feared that the public would let him down. When he received 27 million votes to Willkie's 22 million on election day, it was clear that he had won over the Americans once more. On November the 5th, 1940, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was duly elected president for an unprecedented third term. Whether he would keep his country out of the war as promised, however, remained to be seen. The news that Roosevelt would remain in the White House for a third term was met with relief by the British Prime Minister Churchill, who feared that without American support, the fight against the Axis would be difficult, if not impossible, to win. While bombs continued to rain down on the British, the Blitz was not the only cause for concern for Churchill, as the Battle of the Atlantic, which had begun when Britain declared war on Germany, was taking its toll on Allied merchant shipping. Britain was an island nation with an overseas empire, and its survival and ability to fight depended greatly on supplies from across the Atlantic Ocean. And as more boats were lost at sea, goods arriving in the country were rapidly depleting. Items that had always been taken for granted suddenly began to disappear from the shelves, and as early as January 1940, food rationing had been introduced, so everyone could claim their fair share of what was available. Bacon, butter and sugar were the first to be limited, but it wasn't long before many other things, such as tea and meat, were added to the list, and soon it was commonplace to see people queuing up outside of the shops, brandishing their ration books. Food wasn't the only thing to be rationed, however, and with limited amounts of fuel, petrol had been the first item introduced for rationing back in 1939. Although fuel production continued in Britain throughout the war, much of it was reserved for the Army's trucks and tanks, as well as the planes of the RAF. Bombers travelled long distances to Axis territory and needed a huge amount of fuel. With petrol in short supply, people were encouraged to use public transport rather than their own cars, and seeing horse-drawn vehicles rattling through the streets became a familiar sight again. Some, however, preferred using a more inspired method of getting about, and gas bags were occasionally used to supply cars with fuel. The fall of France in June 1940 had exacerbated the problem of getting supplies to the British Isles. With France beneath Nazi occupation, The German U-boats had direct access to the Atlantic from the western French ports of Brest and La Rochelle. This placed them a great deal closer to the convoy routes than normal, and effectively doubled their range and patrol times. Worse still, France had the fourth largest navy in the world, and with Pétain now collaborating with the Axis, the Allies no longer had this valuable navy force at their disposal. Meanwhile, the battles in Western Europe over the spring and summer of 1940 had taken their toll on British shipping. 6 destroyers were lost at the Battle of Dunkirk. A further 10 were lost in the Channel and the North Sea between May and July, and the Norwegian campaign had claimed 6. The fighting in Norway had ended just 2 weeks before the fall of France on June the 10th, and now freed up the U-boats that had been occupied with the Scandinavian battle. From this moment on, U-boat patrols swarmed into the Atlantic from the north, and while there were few Allied ships available to protect the convoys, the period from June to October 1940 was coined Happy Time by the German Navy. Using wolf-pack tactics and launching operations from French bases, over 270 Allied ships were sunk during this period. Meanwhile, U-boat crews became heroes at home, and the most successful captains became celebrity aces. These included Gunther Prien, who had famously sunk the Royal Oak at Scapa Flow in 1939 and sank over 30 Allied ships during the war, Commander Otto Kretschmer, who was regarded as the most successful ace of the deep, and Joachim Schepke, who was much admired for his unwavering dedication to the Nazi cause. As convoys battled their way across the Atlantic to keep Britain supplied, the Mediterranean Sea, which had been a traditional focus of British maritime power, was also under pressure from the Axis. With Mussolini's troops now pressing into Egypt, it was vital to get supplies to the troops defending Allied territory. But while the Italians were conveniently supplied from the Italian mainland, British stocks had to travel the length of the Mediterranean all the way from the island of Gibraltar. This evidently put the Italian Navy in a strong position to cut off supplies to Allied troops, and British commanders were keen to resolve the problem. Back in 1935, when Mussolini had set his sights on creating a new Roman Empire and had marched his troops into Abyssinia in Africa, British military strategists had begun examining the possibility of an attack on the Italian naval base at Taranto. Later, during the Munich crisis of 1938, when Hitler threatened to seize Czechoslovakia, and the world had waited with bated breath to see if war would be declared, preparations for an attack on the Italian Navy had gathered pace. Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, then commander of the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet, was particularly concerned about the Italian naval presence in the Mediterranean, and planned an attack which would eventually become known as Operation Judgment. Although the offensive had been postponed when Neville Chamberlain, then Prime Minister, appeared to have averted war with Germany, by 1940 preparations for the Taranto attack were once more underway. By the autumn of 1940, when General Graziani brought his troops to a halt at Sidi Barrani and British ships were freed up from action, the Allies seized the opportunity to strike. On November the 11th, RAF reconnaissance flights confirmed that the Italian fleet was in harbour, and brought back photographs of the ship's positions for intelligence officers based on the carrier HMS Illustrious. By 9 p.m. that night, the first wave of 12 Swordfish biplanes were launched from the Illustrious, and a second wave of 9 followed an hour and a half later. Carrying a mixture of torpedoes and bombs, the aircraft succeeded in knocking out half the Italian battleship fleet in one night. There was also extensive damage to the docks and facilities, and the next day, licking their wounds, the Italian Navy decided to transfer those ships that had survived the bombardment to the port of Naples. In the meantime, the Royal Navy had greatly increased its control of the Mediterranean. It was the first all-aircraft naval attack in history, and would mark the beginning of the end for the battleship and the rise of naval air power. While the Second World War would eventually be drawn to fierce battles in the Pacific, this would increasingly be proven to be the case. The attack on Taranto was also groundbreaking for another reason. It had proven that air-launched torpedo attacks did not require deep water, as previously thought, and far away to the east, another Axis partner of Nazi Germany, the Empire of Japan, had watched the dramatic events at Taranto with great interest. Japan, like Britain, depended on supplies from overseas, and while the West, in particular America, condemned the country's war with China, the Japanese feared interference with their plans to build their own empire. The Japanese Admiral Yamamoto was particularly impressed by the offensive, and saw that if there was no option but to eventually fight America, they could cripple the US naval fleet before it left for eastern waters. The Taranto bombing would thus become the blueprint for Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941. Meanwhile, back in Britain, the success of the Taranto attack was a much-needed morale booster, as the Luftwaffe's terror bombing maintained pressure on the population. The Blitz, which had started early in September 1940, continued unabated, and life was far from easy for those who continued to struggle on the home front. The man determined to use air attacks to crush British morale was Field Marshal Hermann Göring, who was second in command to Adolf Hitler and the highest-ranking officer in Germany. As a veteran of the First World War and one of the earliest members of the Nazi Party, Göring had formed a close friendship with Hitler and was appointed commander of the Luftwaffe in 1935. With aircraft boasting the latest military developments, there was no doubt that the Luftwaffe was one of the most powerful air forces on the globe by the outbreak of the Second World War, and convinced of its superiority, the Field Marshal had proudly announced, "If an enemy bomber reaches the Ruhr, my name is not Hermann Göring." But by the autumn of 1940, while the RAF battled to defend their country against invasion, it was clear that the Luftwaffe would have to accept their first defeat in the Battle of Britain. Nevertheless, Göring was eager to maintain some of his prestige, and proving that the Luftwaffe were a force to be reckoned with, began a terrifying aerial bombardment of the country. The first phase of the Blitz from September to October 1940 focused on subduing the British capital, with massive bombardments on London both day and night, but by November 1940, the Blitz had taken on a new form, and one raid in particular could only be described as a personal attack of revenge. While the Luftwaffe targeted Britain, the RAF had also begun to do its fair share of damage, attacking towns and cities around Germany. But on November the 8th, they went one step too far as Adolf Hitler was concerned. The Nazi leader was enjoying an annual celebration of his 1923 attempted coup in Munich, known as the Beer Hall Putsch, when the gathering was suddenly interrupted by an RAF bombing raid. The Führer was incensed and determined that an attack on the capital of the Nazi movement would not go unpunished. He ordered Göring to launch Operation Moonlight Sonata. On the night of November 14th, almost 500 German bombers swarmed over the city of Coventry in the industrial heartland of Great Britain. Before its inhabitants were aware of the terrible fate that awaited them, thousands of incendiary bombs were unleashed on the streets below. Wave after wave of aircraft indiscriminately dropped their lethal payloads on the city in relays until Coventry was completely engulfed in flames. In 10 hours, from 7:20 in the evening until dawn, almost 150,000 incendiary bombs and 500 tons of high explosives were released. By the morning, the scene was one of utter devastation. Transport systems, gas and water mains had been destroyed, and more than 60,000 buildings had been obliterated. Unlike most British towns and cities, there had been almost no development in Coventry. Much of the medieval city had been standing at the time of the raid, only to be flattened in one terrible night. There was barely one undamaged building left in the once beautiful city centre, and even the 15th century St. Michael's Cathedral had been destroyed. As a cloak of smoke and drizzle hung over the city, the next day people wandered about dazed, taking in the tragic scene of destruction, which was all that remained of their city. Meanwhile, as the rest of the country awoke to hear the terrible news, within hours of the all clear, the British Home Secretary, Herbert Morrison, arrived and was soon joined by King George VI, who made an unannounced visit to give moral support to the destitute citizens. The biggest tragedy of all was the loss of life, with initial reports suggesting that up to 1,000 people had died. 400 were so badly burnt that they could not be identified. Hundreds of women and children were among them, and as more bodies were pulled from the rubble, by November 20th, the first mass burial took place, to be followed by another 1 week later. While the people of Britain mourned their loss, further afield hope lay on the horizon. Following the Italian advance in North Africa, General Archibald Wavell, the commander of the Middle East Command, had ordered preparations for a British counterattack, and the period of relative inactivity in the region was about to come to an end. On December 7, 1940, the commander of the Western Desert Force, Lieutenant General Richard O'Connor, was ordered to commence Operation Compass and attack the Italians based at Sidi Barrani. One of the weaknesses of the Italian defences around the village was that their forces were split up among several fortified camps in the vast desert, spaced widely apart in a chain. This meant that on December 8th, British troops could pass unnoticed through a gap in the chain and, attacking from the rear, take one camp after the other. On December 10th, Allied forces were in position, blocking the south and southwestern exits to Sidi Barrani, and after launching an attack on the Axis troops, by the evening of the 11th, all resistance had ceased and the Italians had surrendered. From here, O'Connor's troops would go on to take Salum, Halfaya and Fort Capuzzo in Libya, and by December 15th, all Italian forces had been pushed out of Egypt or were prisoners. It was a black moment for Mussolini, not least because the Battle of Greece was faring little better, and not only had the Italians been pushed out of Greek territory, but by mid-December, a quarter of Italian-occupied Albania was under Greek control. Hitler, meanwhile, had little time to concern himself with Mussolini's disastrous attempts at expanding the Italian Empire, and was busy setting in motion his plans for the Eastern Front and strengthening control of the Balkans. The regent of Hungary, Miklos Horthy, had entered into negotiations with Hitler as early as 1938, and while the communists loomed close to the border of his country, he saw the Nazis as the lesser of two evils. On November 20th, 1940, Horthy committed his alliance to the Axis to print and signed the Tripartite Pact. Just 3 days later, on November 23rd, Romania followed suit, and then Slovakia. With these three nations all firmly beneath his sphere of influence, Hitler had created a northern Balkan tier along Russia's southern flank. Within weeks, ignoring all attempts by his most high-ranking officers to dissuade him, the Nazi leader confirmed his plans to invade the Soviet Union, codenamed Operation Barbarossa, and a date for the invasion was set for May the 15th, 1941. As Hitler moved inexorably towards a showdown with his nemesis, the Soviet Union, and 1940 ended, on December 29th, President Roosevelt delivered one of his famous fireside chats to the American public. The speech marked a definite decline in the isolationist policy of the United States, and it seemed that American intervention was approaching ever closer. While more nations had been drawn to the side of the Axis, Roosevelt warned the Americans of the risks that the Tripartite Pact posed, describing it as an unholy alliance of power to dominate and to enslave the human race. He warned of the Japanese threat growing in the Pacific, the evils of Nazism and Adolf Hitler, and reminded his citizens that the British and their allies fighting across the Atlantic were still desperate for aid. "We must be the great arsenal of democracy," Roosevelt stated. "For us, this is an emergency as serious as war itself." Meanwhile, Even as Roosevelt spoke, the bombs were raining down on the British capital once more, in the most devastating air raid on London to date. It was only 4 days after Christmas. Germany had commenced their bombardment with renewed enthusiasm, creating a vast firestorm which would be called the Second Great Fire of London. Around 1,500 fires were started, covering an area from Islington in the north to St. Paul's Churchyard, and the cathedral itself was only saved thanks to the dedication of volunteer fireworkers. During all the destruction, vital water mains were shattered, so firefighters had to combat the mud and slime of the Thames River to feed their hoses. The Nazis had chosen a night when the river was at its lowest ebb on record, making the task even harder. Although the all-clear siren sounded by midnight, the battle had only just begun for the London Fire Brigade, have to struggle for another 15 hours to subdue the flames tearing through the city. While the capital of Great Britain was engulfed in turmoil, there was no doubt that the battle against the Axis was far from over, but for the new year promised many changes in the theatre of conflict, and though the struggle on the home front and overseas would continue for a long time yet, the events of 1941 would bring hope to those still fighting Adolf Hitler. As the old year of 1940 drew to a close, on the eve of 1941, the air raid siren sounded once more across the British Isles. The skies thundered with the roar of Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe planes. Flying in droves towards London, they were to launch their most savage attack of the aerial war to date, as they continued with the Nazi campaign to crush and shatter British morale. While bombs rained relentlessly onto streets and buildings, soon the dark alleyways and crooked passageways of London were illuminated by a fire of vast proportions. Firefighters battled through the dense smoke-filled air, making desperate attempts to quell the blaze as the city was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, far below in shelters and in the underground stations, civilians cowered in fear, hoping and praying to survive yet another night of the Blitz. Since the summer of 1940, the people of Britain had suffered months of terrifying air attacks, and while the death toll rose, it was tragically clear that more civilians than soldiers were falling victim to the ravages of war. By New Year's Day 1941, as the dust settled and friends and families began to pick their way through the rubble, it's hardly surprising that the British felt more alone than ever in the fight against the Axis. The year before, France had fallen to Nazi Germany. Much of Europe was now occupied by Hitler's henchmen. And while Mussolini's troops continued to fight the British and Commonwealth soldiers across the arid African deserts, the planes and U-boats of the Nazis reigned supreme over the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean. Nevertheless, by 1941, the cracks would begin to show in the alliances that Adolf Hitler had forged, and while the bonds between those fighting for the Allies grew ever stronger, distrust would breed mistrust between those fighting alongside Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union was becoming ever more powerful, building up its armies and their military machine, while the balance of power between Hitler and the Russian leader Joseph Stalin began to shift. Consequently, an unexpected turn of events would have a dramatic impact on the outcome of the Second World War. As the story of the conflict continues, on land, in the air and all at sea, we'll follow the action as it unfolds in the prelude to Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union, while across the Atlantic, President Roosevelt finally rallies support for the Allied cause, giving Britain a fighting chance to make an impact on the Nazi onslaught. By January 1941, most of continental Europe was occupied by the Axis. France had fallen to Germany in June 1940, despite all attempts to fight off the Nazi advance, with Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg also absorbed into Hitler's Third Reich. To the north, Denmark and Norway had been invaded in April 1940, while Finland had surrendered to the Soviet Union just 1 month earlier. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, Poland, the country that Britain and France had declared war against Germany in order to defend, had been neatly carved up between Stalin and Hitler, and its inhabitants were now being subjected to the horrors of Nazi occupation. The only country unoccupied and still battling against the Axis was Great Britain, and fighting alongside the British troops were forces from all around the Commonwealth. From Australia and India to Canada, soldiers, minesweepers, pilots and sailors arrived to do their bit to help with the fight against the Nazis and their allies. People had also flooded into Britain from countries occupied by Hitler's Axis of evil. Polish pilots had played a vital part in helping with the fight against the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain in the summer of 1940. Polish cryptographers had been providing crucial information to those working to break the Enigma codes at Bletchley Park. Further afield, those still living in occupied countries were forming resistance groups, sabotaging Nazi communications and gathering followers to continue fighting in small pockets around Europe. But even with support being mustered around the globe to fight Hitler and his allies, the British Prime Minister was wary that vital supplies and resources were running low. The Battle of Britain had taken its toll, with many planes lost in the fighting, and many air bases and factories had been damaged by the Nazi attacks. There had also been significant losses of men and precious equipment in the spring of 1940 during the campaign to rescue the BEF and other Allied troops from the French beaches of Dunkirk. The war effort in Britain quickly gathered pace as people were working around the clock to reach production targets in the factories to manufacture desperately needed war supplies. This would be key if there was to be any hope of victory against Nazi Germany, and Winston Churchill now laid all his hopes on aid from America. The British Prime Minister had for some time been forging a strong relationship with the US President, and while the Luftwaffe and the RAF had been battling it out over Britain, Franklin D. Roosevelt had made a symbolic gesture by providing aid to the Allied cause in September 1940. In exchange for territory on British colonies where land or naval bases could be established, American destroyers were transferred to the Royal Navy. Despite America's neutral status, Churchill was delighted, seeing the move as a decidedly unneutral act. And in his opinion, the Destroyers for Bases agreement marked the beginning of the Anglo-American alliance in World War II. However, the general public were not wholeheartedly behind their president, and people were reluctant to back any plans that might result in their sons, brothers, and husbands being sent into battle in Europe. Many were still haunted by memories of the First World War, where hundreds of thousands of American lives had been lost on the battlefields of France and out at sea. When the British went to war against Germany in 1914, few Americans had been willing to join the conflict. It took the threat of German naval attacks on US shipping and the tragic sinking of the Lusitania in 1915 to help sway the public mood in favour of intervention. Over 2 decades later, Adolf Hitler was all too aware of the danger of drawing America into war, and avoiding the mistakes of his predecessors, he was taking great care not to aggravate the neutral nation. But while almost half the population of America were determined to stay out of the European war, peacetime conscription was already drafting many men into the military, and fears began to grow that their boys would soon be sent overseas. President Roosevelt was swift to assure the Americans that this was not the case, declaring that the people of Europe who are defending themselves do not ask us to do their fighting, they ask us for the implements of war. However, he did warn that if Britain should fall, Hitler's Axis powers, having avowed their determination to dominate the world, would control Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and the high seas, leaving all of America living at the point of a gun. President Roosevelt felt very strongly about the war raging far from American shores, and on January the 6th, 1941, he made a moving speech to Congress that has gone down in history as the Four Freedoms speech. In his own words, he stated that, "We look forward to a world founded upon four essential freedoms. The freedom of speech and expression everywhere in the world, the freedom of every person to worship God in his own way, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. This is a definite basis for a kind of world attainable in our own time and generation. That kind of world is the very antithesis of the so-called new order of tyranny, which the dictators seek to create with the crash of a bomb." The speech had a profound impact on the American public and was immortalized in posters and later monuments. It also helped justify the increase in defensive production. But while many Americans seemed to be warming towards the possibility of entering the war, for the British as they continued to fight alone against Hitler and Mussolini, words were not enough. With bombs continuing to rain down on Britain's cities and ports, and troops now being deployed in Africa, the Prime Minister pleaded with the American President, "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Churchill was also too aware that the Allies would need far more than inspiring speeches to help defend British territory from falling into the hands of the Axis. By now, the United Kingdom had reached the stage where it was unable to pay for weapons, and fearing the British would surrender to Hitler, Roosevelt asked Congress for a law that would limit neither the amount nor the kind of aid he could send. It would be called the Lend-Lease Bill, and would authorize Roosevelt to sell, transfer title to, exchange, lease and lend any defense article to any country whose protection the president deemed vital to the defense of the United States. Despite Roosevelt's hopes that the bill could be passed as soon as possible to help Great Britain, there was vehement opposition from the isolationists. In Chicago, an organization called America First was gaining popularity, and its most famous spokesman, the aviator Charles Lindbergh, was determined that the country should stay out of the war. An array of famous faces had joined the group, including the world-renowned film producer Walt Disney, the actress Lillian Gish, and Alice Roosevelt Longworth, the oldest daughter of Theodore Roosevelt. There were also politicians who supported the organization, such as Senator Burton Wheeler, who did all he could to undermine the president, circulating charges that the president wished to give away the American Navy, enhance his powers, and make war. With much of the American population nervous about the prospect of taking part in another world conflict, the accusations threatened to jeopardize the Lend-Lease Bill. This meant yet more delays in sending aid overseas. Roosevelt was furious, and as the Axis tightened its grip on Europe, his concerns grew that Hitler would launch his invasion on the British Isles very soon. Across the Atlantic, however, Adolf Hitler had other concerns, and the Nazi leader was planning to send his stormtroopers in a direction that Roosevelt had not anticipated. Although back in August 1939, the German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop had signed a non-aggression pact with Russia's Minister Molotov, Hitler was now greedily surveying Soviet territory and waiting for the opportunity to crush Stalin and the Red Army. This course of action was not only motivated by the desire to win more land for the Third Reich, but to satisfy the Nazi dictator's own personal vendetta against communism. Despite the enormity of the task that lay ahead, Hitler was confident he could wage war not only on the West, but to the East. The Germans had been watching Russian activity carefully and had noted the inefficiency of the Soviet military compared to the Nazis, who had stormed across Western Europe with relative ease. In the Winter War of 1939-40, great Russian armies had been wiped out by the numerically inferior Finns, and the disastrous campaign had convinced Hitler that as far as the Soviet Union was concerned, we have only to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down. On December 18th, the Nazi leader had issued the first Barbarossa Directive, stating his intention to invade the Soviet Union by the spring of 1941. And to prepare for this ambitious plan, he had been busily securing a Balkan tier along the Russian southern flank. Hungary, Romania and Slovakia had all been pressured to sign up to the Axis allegiance, just 2 months after Japan and Italy had signed the Tripartite Pact back in September 1940, and Romania in particular was now a vital player in Hitler's schemes. Historically, Romania had been allied with Britain and had fought on the side of the Entente against Germany during the First World War. The treaty Romania had signed with the Allies in 1916 had been greatly celebrated. But sadly, things did not go according to plan for the Balkan state. Although the Romanian army at this time was relatively large, with around 500,000 soldiers, the men had been barely trained and were led by inexperienced officers. By May 1918, with 250,000 soldiers dead or imprisoned, Romania was forced to sign the Treaty of Bucharest with the Central Powers, and the millions of tons of grain, as well as the oil the country was forced to provide, would keep Germany in the war and the Entente battling for victory until the end of 1918. It was Romania's oil that was of special interest to Hitler, as well as the country's great strategic value, position on the southern border of the Soviet Union. Hitler was also confident of Romania's allegiance to the Axis. In September 1940, the King of Romania, Carol II, had been overthrown by the pro-German, anti-Bolshevik regime of Prime Minister Marshal Ion Antonescu, who readily signed the Tripartite Pact on November the 23rd. German troops soon began swarming into the area, and the country would now become a valuable base for Hitler, while the Romanian dictator became one of Hitler's greatest allies. While the Nazis quietly and carefully strengthened their control of the Balkans, the Russian Foreign Minister Molotov was troubled by Germany's failure to uphold its end of the treaty made in 1939. When Russia had exported oil, grain and raw materials to Germany as promised, Germany had only sent modern machinery and weapons to Moscow sporadically. Hostility was building. But while Molotov asked many awkward questions, Hitler managed to detract attention away from the ambitious Barbarossa scheme, and he convinced the Russians that the Nazi troops were being moved into Romania to keep them out of British air range. Distracting the Soviet Union would soon appear to be the least of Hitler's worries, however. The activities of his Italian ally Benito Mussolini threatened to undermine the plans for a spring offensive to the east and would eventually delay the attack for several months. Mussolini had grown jealous of his partner's success as Nazi troops seized territory from Poland to Norway, and when he heard that the Germans had occupied Romanian oil fields, he was furious. To Mussolini, this was an encroachment on southeastern Europe, an area Italy claimed as its exclusive sphere of influence. He too wanted to enjoy the spoils of war and extend Italian territory, just as his German ally had done. And if Hitler were to rule from the Atlantic to the Urals, he would rule the Mediterranean and all the lands that surrounded it. Against the advice of his chiefs of staff, and without informing Germany, for he knew that Hitler would object, on October 28, 1940, Mussolini invaded Greece, and as the southern Balkan peninsula was thrown into turmoil, Hitler's quiet waiting area would soon become a battle zone. Invading the cradle of Western civilization would not be the easy task that Mussolini had hoped, however, and while the Greeks battled back courageously, by the third week of November, not one Italian soldier was left on Greek soil. Greek troops soon began pushing into Italian-occupied Albania, and high hopes of a victory for the Italian Empire ended in utter humiliation for Mussolini. In January 1941, both sides had reached a stalemate, and while there was world admiration for the unyielding fighting spirit of the Greeks, Hitler was growing increasingly concerned that the Allies would come to their aid and move into Balkan territory. Such a move would spell disaster for the careful preparations of the invasion of the Soviet Union, and Hitler was well aware he may soon have to intervene in the disastrous Greek War himself. There were also other concerns to occupy the Axis, as Mussolini's troops were not only struggling in the Balkans, but further afield in Africa. When Italy had declared war on June 10, 1940, against Britain and France, the British position in North Africa seemed hopelessly outmatched. UK Army General Percival Wavell commanded 40,000 Dominion soldiers, caught between 200,000 Italian troops in Libya and 250 to the south in Ethiopia and Somaliland. The Axis hoped that with a successful campaign in North Africa, they could strike north to the oil of the Middle East, cutting off the rich oil fields from the Allies and increasing oil supplies for their own war machine. But when Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, on the Axis leader's orders, invaded Egypt in September 1940, the tides of war swiftly turned. Despite battles on the home front, Churchill had bravely sent troops to defend Egypt, and on December the 9th, 30,000 troops under Army General Richard O'Connor were sent to reclaim Sidi Barrani, 65 miles inside Egypt's border with Libya. By December 15th, the Italian troops had been completely pushed back out of the country, and by 1941, the enterprising O'Connor turned the large-scale raid into a full-scale invasion of Libya. While the Allies hoped that control of North Africa would be a step towards a second front against the Axis powers in Europe, Hitler and his generals had turned their attention to the Mediterranean Sea. The campaign in North Africa depended on supplies arriving across the Mediterranean, and if the Axis succeeded in blocking off these supply routes, it would be disastrous for the Allies. The Axis already controlled most of the ports along the North African coast. After the fall of France, they'd seized Morocco, Oran in Algeria, Tunis in Tunisia, and as yet the Italians still had control of Tripoli and Benghazi in Libya. All that was left to the Allies was the Suez Canal in Egypt, and the precious islands of Gibraltar and Malta, which were of vital importance in ensuring Allied success. The Axis were well aware of their strategic importance, but Hitler had had many problems wrenching the islands from the Allied grip. He relied on the Spanish dictator Franco to provide the land from where he could launch his attack, and while Franco remained unwilling to take sides in the war, for the time being, Gibraltar remained in British hands. Malta was even more crucial to the North African campaign, as it not only provided a useful stopping post for Allied convoys on their way from Britain, but the island's position between Sicily and North Africa was perfect to make attacks on Axis supply convoys destined for Africa. According to Churchill, Malta was the unsinkable aircraft carrier, and while German U-boats continued to attack British ships crossing the Atlantic Ocean, in the Mediterranean the roles were reversed, as Allied ships and aircraft based on Malta were able to bombard the Italian convoys supplying the army in North Africa. The Axis were well aware of how capturing Malta could influence the North African campaign, and regular bombardments of the island, as well as the growing numbers of submarine wolf packs prowling the seas, soon made Allied convoys to the islands suicide runs. Though naval escorts were sent to accompany the ships, and even submarines attempted to get critical supplies to the island, it was a significant challenge to keep Malta supplied, and when Mussolini requested Germany's help in subduing the target, matters were about to get a lot worse for civilians and military personnel stationed on Malta. In January 1941, Air Marshal Göring had ordered the cream of the Luftwaffe Fliegerkorps to move down from Norway towards Sicily. As well as thousands of Luftwaffe personnel, warplanes arrived by the dozens in daily flights, and by January the 8th, there were 96 bombers on the island within flying distance of Malta, and hundreds more were on the way. The Nazi pilots arriving on Sicily would include Joachim Munchenberg, a young fighter ace who at just 21 years of age had received the highest award of bravery, the Iron Cross, for the many victories he'd claimed during the Battle of Britain. And with so many skilled Luftwaffe pilots gathering to the north, the risk to convoys heading to Malta had increased considerably. In early January, an Allied convoy carrying supplies and weapons from Gibraltar was on its way to Malta and Greece. Alongside it sailed a strong naval force of destroyers and the aircraft carrier Illustrious, an important target for the Axis. The Illustrious was the Royal Navy's lone aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean and had already caused considerable damage to the Italian fleet, launching a devastating attack at the port of Taranto in November 1940. Not surprisingly, the Italians and the Germans were keen to remove it from the field of conflict. Just after noon on January the 10th, German Air Marshal Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe made its Mediterranean debut as 43 Stukas attacked the convoy, diving in synchronized waves from different heights to confuse the ship's anti-aircraft fire. Highly skilled, the pilots of the Luftwaffe pressed home their attacks with no thoughts for their own safety, and as 500-kilo armor-piercing bombs screamed through the air, the effects on the ships below would be devastating. 7 direct hits were scored on the Illustrious, and the aircraft carrier, whose flight decks of fulmars and swordfish might have made the difference to which side dominated the Mediterranean, was all but destroyed. Malta was now virtually alone, and would suffer the worst bombardment of any country in the entire war, In fact, more bombs would fall on the tiny island than on London during the entire Blitz. Nevertheless, while the Axis could celebrate the destruction of the illustrious, in Africa there was considerably less to rejoice. O'Connor was still plunging further into enemy territory, now heading for the port of Tobruk, and the Italians were swiftly losing ground in the north. Meanwhile, in East Africa, there was a British counter-offensive attacking Italian-held Eritrea from the Sudan. Mussolini's dreams of a new empire were disappearing rapidly, and on January 18, 1941, he departed for Germany, dark-faced and nervous, to meet Hitler at his Birkhof residence. In the beautiful surroundings of the Bavarian Alps, the two dictators had much to discuss, but while Mussolini was visibly concerned over the deteriorating situation in Africa, Adolf Hitler was adamant that the Italians keep fighting and hold their ground. Above all, the Nazi Führer feared that if the Allies defeated the Italian forces in Africa, the British troops would be free to make mischief elsewhere, and Greece, dangerously close to his precious Romanian oil fields, would be their next port of call. Tripoli could not fall, he told Mussolini, and as soon as possible he would send reinforcements from Germany to help defend Libya against O'Connor's advancing troops. But even as the Axis leaders discussed military strategies, British troops were building up forces around Tobruk on the morning of January the 21st, and under cover of darkness, a fierce assault was launched, and soon O'Connor's battalions had breached the line of defence. Hurling grenades and using tank and artillery fire, the British troops battered the Italian platoons fighting to defend the city. Within 24 hours, however, the city had been captured, and despite the insistence of Mussolini that surrender was not to be considered, the Italian troops had no choice but to lay down their arms. As the Western Desert Campaign continued, it seemed there was no stopping O'Connor's advance. By January 30th, the Allies had seized Derna, 100 miles to the west of Tobruk. Then, by February the 7th, the retreating Italian 10th Army was cut off and destroyed during the Battle of Baidafom. As Libya's second-largest city, Benghazi, fell into Allied hands, the British captured 130,000 Italians, and the Italian 10th Army ceased to exist. The way to Tripoli and total elimination of Italian dominion in North Africa lay open. On February 9th, as the remaining Italian forces retreated to El Agheila, General Graziani sent a message to Rome, pleading nervous exhaustion, and begged Mussolini to relieve him of his duty. 10 days later, he departed for Italy, while the Allies were left to celebrate their achievements. Praising the incredible accomplishments of the Western Desert Force, the British Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, paraphrased the words Churchill had used after the Battle of Britain and announced, "Never has so much been surrendered by so many to so few." In 2 months, O'Connor, who would be knighted for his achievements, had led his troops over 800 miles, destroying an entire Italian army of 10 divisions, and had lost only 500 men. Though the Western Desert Campaign had been a great success, back in Britain, the political situation was delicate, and Churchill had much to consider while Mussolini's war against Greece continued. Britain had signed a guarantee with Greece in April 1939, and while the Greeks were still fighting Italian troops, it was seen as politically unacceptable not to support an ally under threat. Failure to act might discredit the British, and with much depending on foreign support, Churchill felt that a token effort should be endeavoured. He agreed with WWII, commander of the British troops in the Middle East, to move a significant proportion of O'Connor's 13th Corps from Libya to Greece in the southern Balkan Peninsula. WWII had been reluctant to prejudice the campaign in North Africa, but with the majority of Graziani's forces captured, he felt it was now safe to transfer some of the men. The decision would have devastating effects on those who were left behind to fight, however. Adolf Hitler had been paying close attention to the Allies' every move, and as O'Connor's forces were left considerably depleted, he saw the opportunity to strike. On February 12th, the newly formed German Africa Corps, fresh and ready for battle, were raced to the African desert to prevent the total collapse of the Italian forces. They had better equipment than Mussolini's army, and even more importantly, they had one of the greatest commanders in Germany to lead them, General Erwin Rommel. Rommel was a highly decorated officer in the First Great War, and had already met Allied forces back in 1940 when he made a considerable impact on the success of the Nazi invasion of France. During battle, his panzers had pushed deeper and deeper into France, moving so swiftly that not even German high command knew their whereabouts, which is why they became known as the Ghost Division. By May 1940, Rommel, we remember, had succeeded in taking 10,000 prisoners as he thundered across Allied terrain, losing only 36 of his own men. What's more, if he'd been given the opportunity, he would have captured many more of the British and French troops had they not been saved from the beaches of Dunkirk. It's no wonder, then, that Rommel's arrival in North Africa was cause for concern, and as German troops began to make their way towards the advanced position of the British at El Agheila from their base at Tripoli, O'Connor's fortunes were about to take a turn for the worse. Rommel would prove to be so skilled at desert warfare that he would become known as the Desert Fox. When on February 20th, German and British troops confronted each other for the first time in Africa, the Allies would soon find themselves retracing their footsteps, forced to retreat back towards Egypt. Meanwhile, in the Balkans, Hitler was preparing to protect his precious Romanian oil fields, and with the first British troops deployed for Greece, this was becoming a matter of urgency. His goal was now to ensure the Axis had complete control of southeastern Europe, and he began to pressurize those countries that had not already joined him to sign the Tripartite Pact. Any country that failed to comply would face the armies of the Third Reich. The Greek government, as well as the King of Greece, who had rejected a German offer of immunity, were now treading on dangerous ground and would soon face a war they would find difficult to win. When Bulgaria agreed to sign up to the Axis powers on March 1st, within a day German units were crossing the river Danube so that air and ground forces could be deployed in the Bulgarian countryside, ready for an attack on its Greek neighbour. But Greece was not the only Balkan country to hold their ground against the Nazis. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia, which stretched from the Western Balkans to Central Europe, remained as yet undecided about its allegiance. The regent, Prince Paul of Yugoslavia, had hesitated about following the Romanian and Bulgarian example by joining the Tripartite Pact, and was being urged by Great Britain and the United States to resist German pressure and attack the Italians in Albania. Following the First World War and the Treaty of Versailles, Yugoslavia had been a friend to the French and was an important presence when it came to maintaining peace in the Balkans. After the fall of France in 1940, however, Yugoslavia was alone, surrounded by countries that were part of the Axis powers. On March 4, 1941, Prince Paul of Yugoslavia met Hitler and said that he would sign up to the Tripartite Pact on the proviso that his country was not asked to fight for the Axis and that German troops would not expect transit through Yugoslavia. Negotiations were destined to continue for weeks, but in the meantime, Yugoslavia's future looked uncertain. As the Axis cast their shadows across Europe and beyond, Adolf Hitler, as well as keeping the pressure on the Balkan states, was also staying in close contact with his Japanese allies. On March 5th, Hitler issued Directive No. 24, Cooperation with Japan, hoping to persuade the Asian Empire to act in the Far East as soon as possible to further distract the British forces. Japan at this time was amid a long and brutal war with China and had already used the weakened position of the Western empires to their advantage. In 1940, Tokyo officials pressured French Indochina to close some of the few routes left which were being used to transport valuable aid into the vulnerable country. That same year, they had also demanded that the British government close the Burma Road, which ran from the British-held territory of Burma to the Chinese city of Kunming. At the time, there had been uproar in the House of Commons when Prime Minister Winston Churchill had complied with the demands of the Japanese, but Britain had been in a vulnerable position, and there was little else Churchill could have done. Some of Britain's most valuable colonies were in the Far East, including the island of Hong Kong, along with Singapore, which was considered by many to be the Gibraltar of the East. There was also Malaya to the north of Singapore, which was an important source of rubber, and of course Burma itself, with the valuable port of Rangoon. By now, the Japanese were ready to venture a great deal further afield than China, and if they could snatch the outposts of the once mighty British Empire, not only would they have access to the vital resources themselves, it would also mean that supplies to British troops, already stretched to full capacity, would quickly run dry. For Winston Churchill, the threat to the Empire was extremely worrying, but there were more immediate concerns far closer to home. As the Luftwaffe continued to bomb the British Isles, Churchill realised that the fight against Hitler and the Axis powers would be a long and bitter one. Britain had now been subject to regular attacks since September 1940, and there seemed little hope that the Luftwaffe would ever ease their bombardment. During January and February, there had been intense bombing raids all around the country, as Hitler had done all that he could to dampen the morale of the British people. But it would take more than the Blitz to defeat the British. Despite the bombs raining down from the German aircraft, the resolve of the nation remained firm. The royal family set an example to the rest of the country when, in spite of the dangers, they refused to leave London. Even when Buckingham Palace was hit again in early March, damaging the north side of the building, they remained in the city and continued to rally support for the battle against the Nazis, giving hope and comfort to their loyal subjects. As the Axis closed in on land, air and sea, and more troops left the country to be deployed around the globe, the British government worked hard to keep the Nazis at bay, and extreme measures were taken on the home front. The Minister for Labour and National Service, Ernest Bevin, made the radical decision to call up the nation's women to help with the war effort, and as the adult female population joined the workforce from March 1941 onwards, Britain was transformed with the implementation of a total war economy. By December, Bevin went a step further and ordered the conscription of women into the services. Though at first only single women aged between 20 to 30 were called up, by mid-1943, almost 90% of single women and 80% of married women were working in the factories, on the land, or in the armed forces. In the 1930s, a woman's place was in the home, while a man's place was to go out to work. But with the onset of war, traditional social roles in Britain would change dramatically. Though many women without families had jobs before the war, by 1941, mothers and single women alike were being called on to occupy what were considered men's jobs. Indeed, their immense contribution to the war effort would play a significant role in Britain's success against the Axis.
Uniform that appeals.
As the spring of 1941 edged closer, there was a change in tactic in the Luftwaffe's bombing raids, and rather than targeting cities further inland, they followed orders from Hitler to focus on the ports along the coast of Britain. The change came as the successes of the German Navy in the Battle of the Atlantic began to wane, and U-boat losses mounted, in part due to the extra destroyers Roosevelt had sent from America back in 1940. Karl Dönitz, commander of the German Navy, turned to the Air Force for help and asked Hitler to change strategy so that the swarming planes of the Luftwaffe now headed for ports such as Plymouth, Bristol, Swansea and Belfast, with tragic consequences for their inhabitants. But while more and more people were killed in the Blitz, on March 11, 1941, Churchill was given the news he'd been anxiously waiting for. After months of debate and negotiations, President Roosevelt had finally won over Congress and signed the Lend-Lease Act. This meant that vast quantities of war supplies from the United States would soon begin arriving in Europe. Those who were fighting Nazi Germany were given real hope that the war could be won. Adolf Hitler realized that America's days for neutrality were coming to an end, although the United States had not yet made a declaration of war. Nevertheless, Hitler now had powerful allies, and his treaty with the Japanese would prove to be of great use. Spies from the country were already surveying the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. By the end of 1941, as relations deteriorated between Washington and Tokyo, the Japanese would launch a devastating attack not only on Pearl, but American bases around the Pacific, crippling their fleet for a time. In March 1941, however, Hitler had little time to contemplate the threat of the American intervention, with decidedly more pressing matters to attend to in the Balkans. While mechanized German fighter forces were flooding into Bulgaria in preparation for the invasion of Greece, Hitler still awaited confirmation that Yugoslavia would side with the Nazis. The country's allegiance to Germany was crucial to Nazi success in the Balkans, as attacking Greece across the 25-mile-wide Bulgarian frontier would be a daunting task. On the other hand, if the Nazis were able to attack through Yugoslavia's Vardar River Valley as well, they would have more chance of success against Greek resistance. On March 25th, the regent Prince Paul finally signed up to the Tripartite Pact, but there were thousands of Yugoslavs, including government and military officials, who were fervently anti-Nazi, and the nation was anything but behind him. On March 27th, a coup overthrew the pro-Axis government, and Prince Paul was replaced by 17-year-old King Peter II, who was godson to the British King and Queen. It was a bold act, but would bring a terrible fate to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. And Hitler, barely able to believe the news, furiously announced, "Yugoslavia will be annihilated, for she has just renounced publicly the policy of understanding with the Axis." As the Nazi Führer now made the decision to go to war with not only Greece but also Yugoslavia, refugees from Belgium, Holland, Poland and Czechoslovakia, who had escaped into the country while the Axis swept across Europe, now began to flee back across Yugoslav borders. On the dawn of April the 6th, the Kingdom of Yugoslavia's worst fears were realised as the planes of the Luftwaffe were loaded with bombs and set off to begin their intense bombardment of the capital, Belgrade. Thousands of people would be killed in what Hitler referred to as Operation Punishment. And meanwhile, to the south, as the German army thundered across the Greek border, Greece would be defeated within weeks. As the Balkans were engulfed in turmoil, far away to the north, the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin was keeping a close eye on affairs. He'd already been informed by foreign diplomats that Adolf Hitler was planning to invade Russia, but could not believe the Nazis would attempt to wage a war on the vast Red Army while still occupied with battles elsewhere. Nevertheless, by early summer of 1941, Hitler's troops would be ready for the war against communism, and the Second World War would be taken in an entirely new direction as allegiances changed and the Soviet Union joined forces with the Allies. For Hitler, the delay caused by the conflict in Greece and Yugoslavia would have dire consequences for Operation Barbarossa, and when the icy winds of the Russian winter took hold, the tides of victory would begin to turn in the Allies' favour at last. There's no doubt that 1941 was a crucial year, full of developments in World War II for Adolf Hitler and all those who opposed him. With France now controlled by the Germans, Britain had been left to fight on alone, taking the full brunt of the Nazi attack. Despite all expectations, however, they had been able to weather the storm, and by April, Germany had changed tactics, resorting to the bombing of British seaports rather than targeting the nation's towns and cities in an effort to dominate at sea after losing the Battle of Britain back in 1940. In the Mediterranean, Germany was dealt a bitter blow by the Allies at the Battle of Matapan, but with Hitler's great favourite, General Erwin Rommel, beginning his march into Allied-held territory in North Africa, the global conflict was spreading. Italian forces under Mussolini had also been drawn into the North African campaign, hindering the British in Somaliland and Ethiopia. For Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, who had already proved himself to be a worthy opponent for Adolf Hitler, securing support from America was vital, and although President Roosevelt had done all that he could, the people of the USA were still staunchly against entering the war to fight for the Allies. Even so, Adolf Hitler knew that he had a huge battle on his hands with Churchill on the other side of the English Channel. But as if that wasn't enough, the German Führer was ready to look east towards Russia, the nation he had signed a non-aggression pact with before storming into Poland in 1939. Would Hitler dare go back on his word and attack the Soviet Union before completing his plans to invade Great Britain? The events of April, May and June 1941 were about to answer this question and many more besides. As April 1st dawned, there was a difficult time ahead for the Allies in North Africa. Rommel, who would become better known as the Desert Fox because of his cunning desert strategies, was already beginning his ruthless assault on the Allied-held lines. The German Africa Corps swiftly gained the upper hand, and the British troops, given the task of defending the territory, went into retreat. Rommel was pleasantly surprised at the ease with which this happened, and moved his troops towards Benghazi, and on April the 3rd took Libya's second city. Encouraged, Rommel soon set his sights on Tobruk as a prelude to making a German advance into Egypt. North Africa and the Middle East were hotbeds of activity during this phase of World War II, as all sides in the conflict fought to maintain access to oil supplies, with Axis supporters in countries like Iraq giving the Allies a real challenge. And while the Nazi cause was being furthered, their fellow Germans were making major advances in Europe. By April 6th, forces were employing their incredibly successful blitzkrieg tactics wherever they went, and the Allied troops stationed in Greece were quickly defeated. Again, the Allies were forced into retreat, and Hitler's domination was increasing daily. The first weeks of April 1941 were, from the point of view of military strategy, absolutely fascinating. As Hitler accelerated his plans to invade Russia, it was Winston Churchill who directed Sir Stafford Cripps, the British ambassador in Moscow, to deliver a message to Joseph Stalin warning of a possible German attack.
We've got to try and help the Russians in every way that we can to make ready to meet the spring offensive of Hitler.
Just a few weeks later, Churchill warned Stalin in person of Hitler's plans, based on ultra-intelligence reports. But by this stage, the Russian leader was already preparing, drafting in extra troops to defend the nation's borders, while bringing in reinforcements to protect Moscow. And while Churchill and Stalin were fully occupied, Hitler had quickly made a pact with the Japanese, promising that if they found themselves in conflict with the USA, something that was looking increasingly likely, then Germany would join them in declaring war on America. The Soviets signed a similar treaty with Yugoslavia in case of a German attack, while, to complicate matters even further, Japan and the Soviet Union signed a 5-year non-aggression pact. With so much tactical manoeuvring going on and switching of allegiances, it was difficult for anyone to predict what was going to happen next. But for those being targeted by Adolf Hitler, the most imminent threat was all they had time to worry about. In Northern Ireland, Belfast suffered a brutal German attack, with the Luftwaffe raining down terror from the skies. Ironically, Belfast was hit by one of the most devastating air raids of the war on Easter Sunday, April 15th, on what should have been a day of peace and celebration. More than 200 German aircraft strafed the city, and through a combination of standard explosive and incendiary bombs, claimed the lives of 900 people and injured more than 1,500 others. For the Germans, casualties were light, with no anti-aircraft guns fired, because RAF fighters were believed to be in the area, although they had never actually been scrambled. And all the while, in Africa, Rommel was still making rapid progress, but despite his gains, he drew his troops to a halt at the fort of Tobruk, which was destined to become a battleground for many a military engagement in the months ahead. Between April 13th and 15th, it appeared that the Nazis were on course for another easy victory, as his tanks quickly advanced into the city. But his tanks became trapped as the Allies made the most of the situation, marking the beginning of a siege, the outcome of which was never going to be a foregone conclusion. The Germans were also very active just across the Mediterranean, as Hitler made plans to attack the island of Crete, which would be codenamed Operation Mercury. This would consolidate his position, having already attacked the Greek mainland, and deny the British a convenient base on the island, as by April 24th, Greece had fully surrendered to the Nazis, and Hitler's decision to target Crete was a logical next step. Still, the political maneuvering continued. Roosevelt proposed transferring part of the US fleet to the Atlantic Ocean, and Winston Churchill was happy to support the move. Although the Americans were yet to join the Allies fully in the war effort, their contribution, supporting from the sidelines, was invaluable. It was now almost impossible for the Allies to predict Hitler's next move. And naturally, for Winston Churchill, there were still grave concerns that a full-scale Nazi invasion of Great Britain was on the way. In fact, there were those who suggested that British troops should abandon the fight in the Middle East and return to protect their homeland. But Churchill was opposed to the idea, and he must have been heartened by news that in East Africa the Italians had surrendered, which allowed Haile Selassie to return to Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, and reclaim his throne. The tide was slowly but surely turning in many different directions, and as May 1941 progressed, there were some astonishing surprises in store. One of the most incredible of them all came on May 10th, when Hitler's second-in-command, Rudolf Hess, was discovered with a broken ankle in a Scottish field. Interestingly, despite his long and loyal devotion to Hitler, Hess had often been overlooked as praise was lavished upon his more vociferous rivals for the Führer's attention, Hermann Göring and Joseph Goebbels. Although there are all manner of conspiracy theories, it's generally believed that dissatisfaction with Hitler's leadership caused Hess to undertake a solo mission, flying to Britain to broker a peaceful conclusion to the hostilities with Winston Churchill. By this time, there was a growing German resistance, already working towards assassinating Adolf Hitler, so Hess would have by no means been alone in feeling that the Führer's days were numbered. When news reached Hitler that Hess's plane had taken off, fighter pilots were dispatched to prevent him reaching his destination. Hess managed to reach Scotland before he had to bail out, which is how he came to break his ankle. For Hess, the war was over, after being kept prisoner by the British until the Nuremberg trials, and he was eventually sent to Berlin's Spandau prison, where he remained until his death in 1987. But for the Luftwaffe, May 10th proved to be very busy indeed, because after Hess made his emergency landing in Scotland, a total of 515 bombers attacked London, scoring direct hits on several of the city's great landmarks, including the British Museum, the Houses of Parliament and St James's Palace. The number of casualties grew to staggering proportions, making this the highest death toll for a single raid throughout the war, claiming 1,364 lives, while over 1,600 were left injured. One of the reasons for the large number of casualties was the lack of bomb shelters for much of the city's population. Public air raid shelters were available, although the government was reluctant to provide too many, in case people became too dependent upon government aid. Consequently, families were encouraged, with the provision of subsidized materials, to build their own shelters, leaving those who were unable to make their own arrangements to use the London Underground stations as a haven during the raids. Although the losses suffered by the people of London that fateful night were without doubt devastating, there was some consolation. Britain's aerial defences had improved greatly, and the Germans were certainly not going to be able to continue inflicting such damage without paying a price. At this point in the conflict, the average Nazi fighter plane casualties per raid had increased from just 28 in January of 1941 to 128 by mid-May. Despite this, there was large improvements in technology, both on the ground and in the air for the British. Radar allowed ground crews to be ready well before the raids began, and with airborne radar fitted to some British aircraft, RAF pilots were able to successfully engage the enemy, especially at night when visibility was severely reduced. Unlike Belfast, London also had a large contingent of anti-aircraft batteries, which allowed for a steady rate of fire against the Luftwaffe, and this certainly made a huge contribution to reducing the German Air Force's effectiveness. Hitler's aerial attacks against his enemies, using a blanket of firebombs to cripple industry and destroy housing as he broke the spirit of the people, had brought him great success. But Londoners were made of sterner stuff. Sadly, in Belfast, the bombing of a major waterworks had meant that the pressure wasn't high enough to fight the fires. But London suffered no such difficulty, and crews worked tirelessly to prevent the fires from spreading. As many of those from the emergency services were now fighting for their country, volunteers took their places. Members of the Home Guard really played a crucial part in stopping London from burning. And there was a great deal of work to be done. So, as well as firefighters and first aiders, these brave volunteers also took on tasks like running for the Blitz Scouts, who were responsible for guiding fire engines and ambulances through the worst of the flames and the rubble to get to the injured. After this raid on London, a further wave of Luftwaffe bombers hit Birmingham just 6 days later, and thankfully did much less damage. Throughout the Blitz, British cities and their people had suffered some of the most destructive attacks of any conflict to date. However, they were not the only nation to be attacked in this manner during World War II, and as the war shifted more in the Allies' favour, British and American bombers would target German cities with equally appalling consequences. Aerial bombardment was one of the more devastating acts of war used throughout the conflict between the Allies and the Axis powers. While the tactical bombing of troops had been the main aim of air forces before the Second World War, these more strategic terror raids were fast becoming the order of the day. Focusing on destroying industry and crippling the economy of a country was a major consideration, while terrifying civilians and breaking their spirit was another major aim. For the British, keeping morale high, whatever the German bombers threw their way, was of vital importance, and Winston Churchill was without doubt a master at lifting the mood of the nation. Wherever he went, visiting bombed-out cities, the people came out to cheer him, and Churchill was able to make even those who had lost everything feel that their sacrifices had not been in vain. Taking a closer look at what happened in Plymouth demonstrates just how deadly and effective Hitler's air raid tactics were. During the relentless raids on the city, even air raid shelters were no guarantee of safety, and when a communal shelter took a direct hit, 72 people were killed as entire families were wiped out. Not surprisingly, by the beginning of May, plans were put in place to evacuate the city's children, and they were sent off to the relative safety of North Cornwall on May the 3rd, the day after Churchill's visit. The good folk of Plymouth had borne the fearsome brunt of a sustained Luftwaffe attack, but, like the rest of the great British public, they refused to be intimidated. When a local headmistress nailed a wooden sign over the door of a badly damaged church, simply saying, "Resurgam," she summed up the mood of Plymouth, with the Latin word translating literally as, "I shall rise again." And as Churchill made his way through the rubble of Plymouth, his resolve to stand firm against Hitler must have been strengthened as he encouraged the survivors, assuring them that Plymouth, like the entire nation, would indeed rise again. But with British cities like London, Belfast and Plymouth, to mention but a few, suffering such heavy bombardments, a counterattack against the Germans was inevitable. Throughout April and early May, Hamburg and Berlin were both hit repeatedly by RAF bombers, although they could not inflict the kind of damage the Luftwaffe had on British cities. Nevertheless, just as Hitler had tried to break the British spirit through the Blitz, the RAF certainly dented German morale, even though the bombing raids did relatively little damage. From the British perspective, when the Chief of Air Staff, Sir Charles Portal, declared that if you could get 4 million people out of their beds and into shelters, it was worth it, he summed up the aim of the mission, considering the limited resources available to the RAF at that time. Being able to bomb cities as far away as Berlin was, in point of fact, a new concept for the RAF, because up until this point in history, their planes simply didn't have that kind of range without needing to refuel. However, thanks to the development of longer-range bombers, it had become a possibility since the beginning of 1940, although without a doubt these raids took the RAF to the limit of their technology. Consequently, these attacks on German cities had to be conducted during the summer months, when the hours of light were longer, but this did make the Allied aircraft far more likely to be spotted by enemy defences. It would actually be 1942 before the RAF would have the resources to effectively bomb German cities, and longer again before they implemented them fully. Meanwhile, back in North Africa, the siege of Tobruk was continuing, but the chief of British Middle East Command, General Archibald Wavell, saw an unexpected window of opportunity. With so many Axis troops engaged in the siege, there was a weak defensive front between Egypt and Libya, and quick to take the initiative, Wavell instigated Operation Brevity on May the 15th. The main objective would be to acquire this territory, pushing Rommel and the Germans back from the Egyptian-Libyan border, and then launch an offensive on Tobruk. The first part of the offensive involved taking the Italian-controlled Halfaya Pass, which was an important strategic location for both Allied and Axis forces. On the morning of the 15th, despite stiff Italian opposition, the Allies took the strategically vital pass, and throwing Axis commanders into a state of confusion, gained the upper hand. However, as the Allies made progress, the Germans were swift in pouring reinforcements into the battle zone, without losing their stranglehold on Tobruk. The engagements were hard fought in difficult conditions, and the Allied casualty numbers started to rise dramatically. With Rommel having been so successful in the preceding months, Allied reinforcements would be very hard to come by, and rather than sustain further losses, Operation Brevity was closed down. Retreating to the Halfaya Pass, the Allies did all they could to hold this strategic position, but for Rommel, Operation Brevity had actually alerted him to how important this pass was. It gave whoever held it a safe supply route through the region, and the Allies were not able to hold it for long, as the Germans launched Operation Scorpion to take it back on May 27th, in effect reversing all the territorial gains that had been made as a result of Operation Brevity. While conquering Africa had always been a very large part of the Nazi master plan, Hitler had always known that neutralizing the threat posed by the British Navy was of equal importance. The main purpose of the Battle of Britain back in 1940 had been to destroy the RAF fighter planes to prevent them coming to the aid of British battleships when Germany was ready for a full-scale invasion. In fact, Hitler had started building warships to match those of the British Navy back in the early 1930s, and when the pride of the German Navy, the Bismarck, was dispatched on May 19, 1941, it was the ship's first operational sortie. The Bismarck's mission had been to intercept and destroy Allied convoys in transit between North America and Great Britain. With the German U-boats' presence as well, Allied shipping ran terrible risks, particularly as British intelligence were unable to track the positions of the enemy. However, on May 9th there was a glimmer of hope, because when Allied forces boarded a captured German U-boat, they were able to recover an Enigma cipher machine and the German codebooks. Once in the hands of British intelligence, with the code breakers at Bletchley Park in the heart of the English countryside, the Allies' prospects out in the Atlantic improved dramatically, as coded German radio transmissions were deciphered, giving British and American ships some warning of where the enemy lay in wait for them. As the Bismarck, along with the Prinz Eugen, a German heavy cruiser, attempted to break out into the Atlantic, they were spotted by the British Royal Navy, and the Battle of Denmark Strait began. The major casualty of the engagement was the flagship of the British Home Fleet, HMS Hood, and when news reached Churchill in London, he angrily demanded that the German ship responsible, the Bismarck, be hunted down and sunk. Two days later, as the Bismarck headed for safety, aircraft from HMS Ark Royal attacked the enemy ship, and the damaged craft became an easy target. On May 27th, she was finally sunk, and at last the people of Britain, still reeling from the effects of the Blitz, had something to celebrate. The capture of the German Enigma machine and the subsequent breaking of the latest enemy codes certainly proved to be of great benefit to Allied shipping, but the implications were actually far more widespread. When Adolf Hitler's plans for Operation Mercury, the invasion of Crete, were put into action, because of Ultra, the deciphered Enigma coding, the Allies were already aware that an attack was imminent. With the help of the island's civilian population, the Allies fought fiercely to resist the German airborne invasion, and they inflicted heavy losses on the Nazi paratroopers. In fact, by the end of the first day, May 20th, it appeared as if the Allies had the upper hand. But the battle was far from over, and due to miscommunication, the Germans managed to take Malem airfield to the west of the island, which meant reinforcements could be flown in, overwhelming Allies. After 10 days, the Germans were victorious, and General Wavell had no choice but to authorize the Allied evacuation of Crete, leaving the island under Nazi control. However, although Hitler decided that there would be no more large-scale airborne operations due to the heavy German losses at the outset of the Battle of Crete, the Allies were very impressed and started to look at using paratroopers in the future, building their own airborne divisions. While all eyes were focused on the war in Europe, the tension was also building in the Far East. When war was declared in 1939, the Japanese had already been at war with China since 1937, in the Second Sino-Japanese War, were far-reaching consequences. Wherever the Imperial Japanese Army instigated conflict, military personnel and civilians alike faced the most brutal regime. Just months before World War II began, America had imposed sanctions on Japan after their terror bombing of the Chinese city of Chongqing in May 1939, when more than 5,000 civilians were killed in just 2 days. An embargo was put upon the export of airplane engine parts to Japan from America, and as time went on and the Japanese showed no sign of halting their relentless quest to dominate the Far East, further sanctions were destined to follow. News of an earlier attack by the Japanese on the city of Nanjing, where the most appalling atrocities were committed against a civilian population, had also reached the West, and as well as imposing sanctions against the Japanese, President Roosevelt had also been providing aid to China. During World War II, Chongqing came under numerous Japanese attacks, and as Germany and Russia prepared for a bitter battle, the Japanese bombed the city yet again. On June 5th, a largely undefended civilian population were targeted as the Air Force of Imperial Japan flew more than 20 sorties over the city, bombing continuously for more than 3 hours. The actual numbers of casualties were not recorded, but some 4,000 local residents were asphyxiated after a tunnel they were hiding in collapsed, trapping them below ground. For the people of China, as for those of any nation the Japanese conquered, these were truly terrible times, with Japan's policy of the 3 alls: kill all, burn all, loot all, no quarter was ever given, and for the Americans still poised upon the sidelines of the conflict, the alarm bells over Japan's barbaric behaviour were now ringing loud and clear. But for the time being, the mighty USA had to be content with ever-increasing sanctions and an embargo on trade with Japan. Oil would soon become a major issue, as the Americans were preparing to stop supplying the Japanese, who of course had no natural resources of their own. They desperately needed American oil to keep the cogs of their military machine turning, something President Roosevelt was well aware of. However, backing the Japanese into a corner would have consequences that he could never have imagined. While Japan remained an ominous presence to the east, Roosevelt was also concerned about developments in the European war to the west. The American people had been fiercely opposed to joining the war against Nazi Germany. But while the British continued to struggle through bomb raids and the Blitz, public opinion regarding the war in Europe had started to thaw a little. Daily radio broadcasts gave the Americans the opportunity to follow their progress in extraordinary detail. Reports were often conducted at street level as Londoners rushed for their bomb shelters, and while British resolve remained as firm as ever, the American people began to foster a deep respect for the beleaguered nation. The Battle of Britain, that had taken place during the summer of 1940, had also proved an inspiration to many Americans, as the bravery of the RAF captured the public imagination. Hundreds of US citizens had started volunteering for service in the RAF, hoping to play their part in the attempt to stop Hitler in his tracks and ensure Nazism did not become a dominant force in the world. Even famous actors signed up to do their part, with James Stewart registering for service with the US Air Force in early 1941 and Clark Gable a year later. Soon support for the British increased, to the point where an all-age short-of-war system was implemented, providing much-needed backup for the Allies. Earlier in 1941, Churchill had called on Roosevelt for help, imploring the US president, "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." And by March, Congress had passed the Lend-Lease Act. American warships were also sent to escort Allied merchant shipping crossing the Atlantic Ocean, so that much-needed supplies could reach the British mainland, while the Nazi U-boats continued to prowl the seas. Support for the European war was extended even further, when steps were taken to freeze German and Italian finances. As the Nazis had marched through the nations and cities of Europe, they had seized gold from many banks and, more hauntingly, had even confiscated money and possessions from concentration camp victims and other civilians. Much of what they had stolen was now being stored in the US and was a major part of their wartime funding. When all assets held by Germans and Italians within the United States were frozen on June 14th, it dealt a major blow to the Nazis as tensions on a global scale continued to rise. Nevertheless, while the American president did all he could to help Britain and the Allies, there were many of his countrymen who were strongly against Roosevelt's moves to aid the European war. Public figures like Charles Lindbergh believed that the war with Hitler was a European affair and that the real enemy of the United States was Communist Russia. He believed that sending any sizable force to the aid of the British would leave America open to attacks from the Soviet Union, which he was convinced would result in the destruction of Western civilization. But Lindbergh couldn't have been any further wide of the mark, because while Britain braced itself for the invasion Hitler had promised on the heels of the Luftwaffe's aerial bombardment, the Soviet Union was about to become the next victim of Adolf Hitler's master plan for world domination. Despite the non-aggression pact signed between the Soviet Union and Germany in August 1939 and their joint invasion of Poland, Hitler always had an Eastern campaign on the agenda. His perception of the Soviet Union was as a nation populated by ethnic Slavs ruled by Jewish Bolshevik masters. Way back in the mid-1920s, Hitler's book Mein Kampf presented his view of world order, and even in these early days of his rise to prominence, he had stated that Germany's destiny was to turn to the East, as it had done 600 years earlier. Consequently, under Hitler's direction, the Nazis made it a priority to kill, deport, or enslave Russian and other Slavic populations in order to repopulate their homelands with pure-blooded Germanic peoples. However, strong as Hitler's hatred of Jews and Bolsheviks was, there were other driving forces that motivated his persistent desire to conquer nations to the east of Germany as well as to the west. Hitler undoubtedly recognized the enormous wealth of the Soviet Union, a land rich in precious resources, which he was convinced could serve as the equivalent of India to the British for the Third Reich. So, as Stalin continued to build up his Red Army, using the very same materials that Germany were coveting for their war effort, the urgency for an attack on the Eastern Front began to grow. The fact that Stalin had control of materials vital to the Nazi war machine was far from ideal as far as Hitler was concerned, When the Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov visited Berlin in November 1940, the Führer's disquiet about the Russians' power escalated. With the Soviet Union in such a strong economic position, Hitler realized that he may be forced to bend to any demands Stalin chose to make, and he was determined not to lose a moment in his preparation for an Eastern campaign. Back in December 1940, Hitler had ordered Führer Directive No. 21, and from the opening statement it was obvious that he meant business. The armed forces of Germany must be prepared, even before the conclusion of the war with England, to defeat Soviet Russia in one rapid campaign. The campaign, codenamed Operation Barbarossa, in honor of the medieval German king and Holy Roman Emperor, even Hitler had to acknowledge that it would be a monumental struggle between two opposing worldviews. For the campaign to be successful, Hitler was aware that timing was everything. This would need to be blitzkrieg tactics at their swiftest, because not only would the Red Army be extremely dangerous once they started retaliating, but also, if Russia hadn't been conquered by the onset of winter, the bitter cold weather would become a major factor. On their home territory, in extreme conditions, the Red Army would definitely have the advantage. German reconnaissance planes were rapidly deployed to survey the vast Soviet territory in order to gather intelligence, and as the Nazi generals were busy formulating battle plans, Hitler's troops were beginning to build up in Poland. As mentioned earlier, the British Prime Minister had attempted by various means to warn Stalin of the impending attack, but just as Churchill didn't trust Stalin, the Russian leader felt exactly the same way about his British counterpart. Also, of course, Stalin was well aware of Germany's dependence on Russian resources, and as a consequence did not believe it possible that Hitler would take such a rash course of action. And all the while, he and his generals had agreed upon a strategy for the daring advance. 3 separate army groups would attack along what were old historical invasion routes, as the Germans were not the first to have had ambitions to conquer Russia. The Emperor Napoleon had attempted just such an invasion back in 1812, and although he'd reached Moscow, in the end the strength of the Russians, combined with the bitter winter weather, had resulted in a humiliating defeat. Yet Hitler believed he could triumph where Napoleon had failed. The Germans' Army Group North was assigned to march through the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania and progress into northern Russia, with the aim of either taking or destroying the city of Leningrad. Hitler's Army Group Center would be given the task of advancing to Smolensk and then Moscow, marching through the region that today is known as Belarus. In the meantime, Army Group South was to strike the heavily populated and agricultural heartland of the Ukraine, taking Kiev before continuing to the east all the way to the River Volga and the oil-rich region of the Caucasus. And all the while, as May 1941 progressed to its conclusion, it was evident that bombing Great Britain into submission with the Blitz was not working. The German occupation of the island nation was, for the time being at least, unlikely, and Adolf Hitler looked for alternative ways of bringing Winston Churchill and the people of Great Britain into line. As bizarre as it may now sound, Hitler's plans to attack Russia were finalized with him believing that if Germany demonstrated its might by defeating Stalin's Red Army, the British would be intimidated into capitulating peacefully to any demands the Führer might make. However, in effect, attacking Russia was destined to actually allow Britain some respite, as resources were redirected eastwards. Despite Stalin's determined belief that Hitler was not going to attack the Soviet Union, the evidence was far suggesting that the Russian leader was being naive. As his commanders, including the extremely competent Marshal Zhukov, urged him to act, Stalin eventually bowed to their requests for reinforcements and began moving divisions of the Red Army in preparation. Also, towards the end of May, Stalin called up 800,000 reserve forces, but he still persisted in his belief that Hitler would not attack. This was all to the Germans' advantage through the early weeks of June 1941, and even when the German ambassador to Moscow informed the head of Soviet international affairs that Hitler intended to go to war with Russia on June 22nd, Stalin dismissed the report as disinformation. Just days later, Hitler issued further directives, preparing for an attack on the Soviets. The German armaments industry was to focus on the Navy and Air Force in the Mediterranean and Western Asia, where Nazi troops were to continue fighting in Egypt and Turkey, while plans were put in place to capture Gibraltar. Hitler also received good news from North Africa, because as the British launched Operation Battle Axe, attempting to lift the siege of Tobruk, it only lasted 3 days between 15th and 17th of June and failed miserably. With Hitler's confidence in the ascendancy, a treaty of non-aggression was signed with Turkey, as his final preparations for Operation Barbarossa were manoeuvred into place. However, it wasn't only in the European theatre of war that the pressure was mounting. Roosevelt and the American government had by this time suspended petroleum exports to Japan from East Coast and Gulf ports, an action that would leave the Japanese military machine in a precarious position, with no viable fuel supply to fall back upon. But the consequences of America's sanctions were still months away, and Stalin and the Russians were about to get the shock of their lives. In the early hours of Sunday, June 22nd, just as the Russians had been previously told, Operation Barbarossa began with the bombing of major Soviet cities by the Luftwaffe. Ground, some 3 million German troops went into action, with the element of surprise very definitely on their side. When news of the invasion reached Stalin, he evidently found it very hard to believe what was happening, despite the 90 separate warnings he'd been given of Hitler's intentions since July 1940. In fact, when Marshal Zhukov telephoned to speak to Stalin directly, the Russian leader was by all accounts completely silent. Zhukov asked, "Did you understand what I said, Comrade Stalin?" And when it was evident that he did not, Zhukov had to repeat the information all over again. Consolidating their position, the Luftwaffe also worked extensive reconnaissance, monitoring the Soviet response, and having destroyed almost 4,000 Russian aircraft in the first 3 days, were able to support German troops moving at devastating speed on the ground. The Soviet Defense Minister, Marshal Timoshenko, was swift to call for men, horses and vehicles to be supplied for the war effort, as well as directing what was left of the Soviet Air Force to target German aircraft. It's interesting to note that Winston Churchill responded with an evening radio broadcast on the day of the invasion, offering help to the Russians fighting for their homeland. However, in the days that followed, the American response was perhaps less sympathetic, if the thoughts of the future US President Harry S. Truman were anything to go by, when he remarked that it was a very good thing for Germany and Russia to be at war, and that he sincerely hoped they would finish each other off. As the military implications of Germany's attack on Russia were played out across the wide expanses of the Soviet Union, the political minefield suddenly became just as treacherous. There was no doubt that Hitler had awoken a sleeping giant, although it would be some months before the Germans would fully realise the enormity of the task that they'd been charged with. However, even at the time of the invasion, the German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop looked to his Japanese allies for assistance, urging them to attack Russia from the north. But Japan was busy formulating a major offensive against the USA and made it clear that they would wait until the Germans had at least captured Moscow and reached the Volga River before joining the battle against the Soviets. Even so, as the weeks of June passed, the Russian Red Army had quite enough to contend with as the German thrust gathered momentum. At this point, the Russians were still in a state of chaos and disarray. When the city of Minsk fell on June 27th, Hitler's tanks were already a third of the way to Moscow. As 1941 reached its halfway point, nobody could have predicted what was going to happen next. Suddenly, for the British, the Russians were no longer fighting alongside the Germans, and the beleaguered Winston Churchill was keen to hold out an olive branch to Joseph Stalin. In peacetime, they would have been on opposing sides of any argument, but throughout history, war has always made for strange alliances, and this was no exception. With Roosevelt's help from the sidelines, Churchill had come a very long way. But without America fighting fully for the Allies, the British Prime Minister would welcome the Russians into the fray, if not with open arms, then with a grudging acceptance of Britain's situation. Churchill was convinced that destroying Hitler and his Nazi regime as quickly as possible was vital, and if an alliance with Russia made this more likely, that was how he would proceed.
We know it will be hard. We expect it will be long. We cannot yet see how deliverance will come, or when it will come. But nothing is more certain than that every trace of Hitler's footsteps, every stain of his infected and corroding fingers will be sponged and purged, and if need be, blasted from the surface of the earth.
Hitler's objective to intimidate the British into capitulation had ironically served only to strengthen their resolve and their position, with the mighty Russians as allies, and as the Nazi dictator planned his next move, events in the Pacific theatre of war were poised to dominate the remainder of 1941. Before the year was out, Hitler would be at war with the three major world powers, Great Britain, Russia and the USA, as the Japanese prepared to alter the course of history. As September the 3rd and the second anniversary of the outbreak of World War II rapidly approached, the events of 1941 were gathering momentum. In Europe, the course of the conflict had veered dramatically as Adolf Hitler, after failing to invade the British Isles, turned his attention eastwards. On June 22, 1941, the Germans had invaded Russia as Hitler gave the order for Operation Barbarossa to commence. Anticipating a rapid victory by employing the blitzkrieg tactics that had seen Poland, Denmark, Norway, the Low Countries and France all fall to the Nazis, Hitler truly believed his troops would conquer the mighty Soviets before the onset of winter. It would prove to be a huge error of judgment, as the German Führer vastly underestimated the strength of his enemy. What's more, any hopes he had of his Japanese allies attacking Russia from the east as the Nazis advanced from the west were soon dashed, as the Empire of the Rising Sun became rather more preoccupied with their ongoing war with China and awakening a sleeping giant of their own, namely the United States of America. The months of July, August and September 1941 were set to become very interesting indeed, and as the world watched and waited to see what would happen next, it wasn't just the Soviet Union preparing to play Russian roulette. For many people looking back at the history of World War II, the position of the Russians in the events as they unfolded is often tricky to understand. Even Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, described Russia as being a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. And as we look in depth at what was going on in July 41, stepping back further in time will certainly help us to understand matters more in context. Traditionally, as the 20th century dawned, the Russians had close ties with Great Britain, not least because the Tsar, Nicholas II, was married to Queen Victoria's granddaughter, Alexandra, and as another of Queen Victoria's grandchildren, the German Kaiser Wilhelm, threatened the peace of Europe, the Russians joined forces with the British when World War I began in 1914. But as the battlefields of Ypres and the Somme became soaked in the blood of the young men fighting in the trenches, the mighty Russian Empire was crumbling fast, and on the streets of Moscow, Russian blood was being spilled in equal measure. As World War I raged on, the Russian Revolution of 1917 saw the working classes rise up against their capitalist overlords, triggering a brutal civil war. With heavy losses to the Germans on the Eastern Front and deteriorating conditions on the home front, tensions ran high. The glittering decadence of the royal family was in stark contrast to the meagre existence of the peasant classes. And as Lenin came to fore as the Bolshevik leader, the Romanov dynasty was toppled as the Tsar and his family were captured and then executed. It was a desperate time for the people of Russia, who saw the rise of communism and the Red Army, named in honor of those whose blood had been shed in the war against capitalism. Then, when Lenin died in 1924, his place was taken by Joseph Stalin. Ironically, Lenin had warned against the threat that Stalin posed, but his wise words went unheeded. As far back as the 1920s, Winston Churchill could sum up a situation with the most telling of words, and a staunch opponent of communism, he declared that when it came to Lenin, for the people of Russia, their worst misfortune had been his birth, while the next worst was his death. It proved very much to be the case, as the Russians were left floundering without Lenin, and when Stalin came to power on human rights issues, there was little to choose between the new Soviet leader and Adolf Hitler. Stalin's great purge of the 1930s left the world and his own people in little doubt about what he was capable of. More accurately described as the Great Terror, Stalin launched a purge of the Communist Party to ensure he faced no opposition, just as Hitler was doing with his government in Nazi Germany. Those who had ever shown dissent were either sent to forced labor camps or executed, while millions of ethnic minorities were deported. Of the 5 first marshals of the Soviet Union, only 2 would survive the purge: Budyonny and Voroshilov, both of whom would have their part to play when the world went to war for a second time. With on average an estimated 1,000 executions of Russians a day, the Red Army became a fierce military machine, hardened by dogma and governed by terror, capable of committing the most dreadful atrocities without questioning orders. Although vehemently opposed to Stalin, Hitler had much in common with him, and when the German Führer realized he needed to secure Russian cooperation before invading Poland in 1939, despite hating communism with a vengeance, he made a pact with them that he had no intention of keeping. It was always going to be one of history's most uneasy pacts. As we return to July 41, Hitler's cavalier abandonment of it may have come as little surprise to the Allies, but was a complete shock to the Soviets, despite the fact that they had been repeatedly warned about the imminent Nazi invasion by Allied intelligence. Further east again, though, events were taking place that were destined to have dramatic repercussions before the end of the year. On June 2nd, 1941, an imperial conference was held in Japan, as Hitler's most powerful ally evaluated their position. With Operation Barbarossa putting Russia and Germany at war, the Japanese were reluctant to be drawn into the conflict, as they had issues of their own that demanded more immediate attention. Japan had been at war with China since 1937, which was a major undertaking, but diplomatic tensions with the USA were also escalating. It's worthwhile at this point in the proceedings to recap on events to date from the Japanese perspective, so that it's possible to put what happened throughout the latter part of 1941 into context. The Japanese had a history of disputes with America and Russia, having spent many centuries of its existence with its ports closed to the outside world. It was a nation of great mystery. When the American naval commodore, Admiral Matthew Perry, finally forced the Japanese to open up trading links with the West as the 19th century drew to a close, the Empire of the Rising Sun without doubt felt they were being taken advantage of. What's more, with America buying the vast expanses of Alaska from the Russians and winning the Philippine Islands and Guam from the Spanish, Japan was all too aware of the growing dominance of the USA. Hawaii was also annexed, with the Americans creating a naval base there, from which they could easily reach their newly acquired territory in the Pacific. It will come as little surprise, therefore, that the Japanese took steps to improve their military power, modelling their army on the French and the Prussians, and their naval fleet on the British. This proved invaluable when Imperial Russia edged ever closer to Korea, a country Japan viewed as a safety buffer. When the Japanese Navy attacked the Russian fleet at Port Arthur in 1904, they won a resounding victory. However, the new century was fast becoming diplomatically precarious, and just 10 years later, a melting pot of conflicts on a global scale had exploded into the First World War. After bitter and bloody fighting in the trenches and great battles at sea, when peace eventually prevailed in 1918, treaties were fast put in place to prevent such a war ever breaking out again. But just as the Treaty of Versailles and its draconian measures against the defeated German nation fired Adolf Hitler and other like-minded patriots into action, another treaty caused discontent for the Japanese. The strength of the largest naval powers in the world came under close scrutiny in the aftermath of World War I, and the Washington Naval Treaty was signed between America, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, agreeing limits for each signatory's navy. However, the Japanese felt they had been unfairly constrained by the Americans, and it was the start of a period of conflict between these two culturally diverse nations. Prince Fumimaro Konoe, who would eventually become Prime Minister of Japan, was skeptical of Western intentions at this time, and he was particularly concerned about the lack of natural resources available to his tiny island nation. Konoe believed that the nations in the West were protecting their own self-interests, and remarked that unless every country had equal access to international markets, the resource-poor nation of Japan would have no resort but to destroy the status quo for the sake of self-preservation. Within a decade, the fragile foundations of peace that the Treaty of Versailles had attempted to construct were under threat, and Konoe's predictions were to become reality. The Wall Street crash of 1929 sent the world spiraling into an economic depression, and Japan was forced to look further afield for supplies of raw materials to feed the country's dying economy. There were already Japanese colonies in Manchuria in northeastern China, and tempted by a land rich in natural resources, the Imperial Army marched its troops into the region in September 1931. Within 6 months, a Japanese victory had been secured, and on March 1st, the last emperor of China, Puyi, who had been removed by Chinese warlords in 1924, was placed at the head of the new puppet state of Manchuria. The region itself was renamed Manchukuo, and soon the army began to draw up plans for settling 5 million colonists in China within 20 years. In the meantime, the new settlers set to work building mines for gold, coal, and iron ore, which would help fuel Japanese expansion. The timber industry thrived, and farmers were encouraged to grow opium poppies, the sale of which would help fund the Imperial Army. Before long, there was a dramatic increase in opium smoking, and soon a quarter of Manchuria's population were addicts. But while Japan reaped the benefits of their venture into China, their actions were condemned by the West. The League of Nations, set up after the First Great War to prevent further acts of aggression around the world, refused to recognize Manchukuo as an independent state and instructed Japan to pull out of the area. However, in February 1933, a Japanese delegate, Yosuke Matsuoka, responded to the representatives of nations from around the world, telling them that Manchuria was a matter of life or death for Japan.
It is a matter of common knowledge that Japan's policy is fundamentally inspired by a genuine desire to guarantee peace in the Far East and to contribute to the maintenance of peace throughout the world. Japan, however, finds it impossible to accept the report adopted by the Assembly.
As Matsuoka marched from the hall, it marked Japan's withdrawal from the League of Nations and the beginning of increasingly fraught relations with the West. By 1936, Japan had renounced the Washington Treaty. By 1937, after 6 years of sporadic battles, the conflict between China and Japan had escalated in size and intensity. On July 7th, as tensions heightened between the troops of the Chinese leader Chiang Kai-shek and the Imperial Army of Japan, an incident at Marco Polo Bridge to the south of Beijing led to full-scale war between the two countries. Beneath the watchful eye of the West, Japanese troops began to pour into China, led by the military leader Hideki Tojo, and were soon mercilessly ravaging the vast nation. There were many in Tokyo who were appalled that the army seemed to be pushing forward on their own initiative, and Prince Konoe, who had by now become Prime Minister of Japan, realized that his government had little or no control over the army. By December 1937, the Japanese army had reached the capital of China, Nanjing, and launched a terrifying attack on its inhabitants that would see hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians massacred. There were Westerners in the city at the time who, like the Chinese, began to flee for their lives. And while the city was engulfed in chaos, one particular event would mark the beginning of even greater hostilities between Japan and America. Many military personnel and civilians had boarded the USS gunboat Panay to escape Nanjing, and on December 12, 1937, to the horror of those on board, Japanese naval planes began to dive towards the ship, bombarding it with explosives. While bomb blasts tore through the deck, many were injured and 3 Americans were killed. It was a grave moment for diplomatic relations between America and Japan, and to make matters worse, a newsreel of the event was soon on its way to President Roosevelt in Washington. With such an open demonstration of hostility, the American president had every reason to declare war, but while the memories of the First Great War still hung over the nation, the United States had been keen to take an isolationist stance and steer clear of conflict for the time being. Meanwhile, many of the Japanese had expressed their remorse for the incident. Vice Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto made a formal apology to the United States for the Panay incident. He was a Harvard man who had spent time as a naval attaché in America and was well aware of the considerable naval power that America yielded. He was also more aware than anyone else of the dangers of going to war with a nation as powerful as the United States. To the relief of the Japanese government, on Christmas Eve 1937, the president accepted the apology from Tokyo. But while the war continued in China, Roosevelt was increasingly disturbed by the tales of atrocities filtering back to the West. The Japanese military had little respect for human life, and their use of biological weapons and terror bombing was killing millions of civilians throughout China. After the Japanese firebombed Chongqing in May 1939, killing 5,000 people in 2 days, America made decisive moves towards preventing further Japanese brutality. In July that year, an embargo on the sale of aircraft to Japan was put in place and served as a warning to the country that America would do all it could to hinder its expansionist policies. By the time war had broken out in Europe, Roosevelt took further measures and by signing the Lend-Lease Act in March 1941, promised aid not only for the British in their fight against Nazi Germany, but also for the Chinese as they battled against the Imperial Army. The leader of the Chinese National Front, Chiang Kai-shek, had also requested air support, and by the summer of 41, the first American volunteer group, popularly known as the Flying Tigers, were in training on Chinese airfields. Though the pilots would not be in combat until early 42, the fact that Roosevelt had approved their deployment was once again proof of where America's sympathies lay. Japan in turn made it clear that while war was waged in Europe, their sympathies lay with the Axis. In September 1940, they had signed the Tripartite Pact with Nazi Germany and Italy, and by the spring of 41, Frank Matsuoka, the delegate who had marched out of the League of Nations in 1933, was waving triumphantly from Mussolini's balcony in Rome. Matsuoka, who was by this time the Japanese foreign minister, had been educated in America and had lived there for 9 years. But despite his Western upbringing, Matsuoka was obsessed with the idea of an Anglo-American conspiracy aimed at Japan, and it was these fears which had drawn him closer to the belligerent nations of Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. To the surprise of the Japanese government, the Japanese foreign minister did not stop at Italy and Germany, however, and on April 13, 1941, after a successful meeting with Joseph Stalin, he had signed a neutrality pact with the Soviet Union. It was certainly not what the Japanese government had expected, and officials were left bewildered by their foreign minister's radical new policy. Russia was Japan's hereditary enemy and had penetrated into the folklore of the people even before Commodore Perry's expedition in 1853 signalled the beginning of hostilities between East and West. Japan regarded Russia as the great power against which it was destined to fight for its survival, and it's worth looking back at one particular battle between Russia and Japan to better understand the rivalry that existed between the two nations. Barely 2 years before Matsuoka signed the neutrality pact with Stalin, there had been fierce battles between the Soviet Union and Japan. Mongolia, which bordered Japanese-owned Manchuria, had been a Soviet puppet state since the 1920s, and it seemed there was little hope of a peaceful coexistence between the two regions. The border between the two territories was hotly disputed, and while Japan claimed that the border ran along the Khalkhin-Gol River, the Soviets argued that it actually ran near Nomonhan village, some 10 miles east of the river. The argument continued throughout the 1930s, and there were frequent military clashes between Japanese troops and Mongolian and Soviet troops, but the most decisive engagement of the Soviet-Japanese border war would be the Battle of Khalkhin-Gol. In fact, this particular battle would also have a major significance in the history of the Second World War. By the spring of 1939, both the Soviet and Japanese nations had been building up forces on either side of the Khalkhin Gol, and by July, Japanese troops had ventured across the river and were advancing along the west bank. They faced fierce opposition, however, led by a relatively unknown Soviet commander at the time. Georgy Zhukov was the son of a village cobbler and had led the life of a peasant until conscripted into the army. During the First World War, however, he proved his military expertise and was soon promoted to the rank of officer for his bravery in battle. Later, Zhukov joined the Bolshevik Party, where his background of poverty became a great asset, and he was one of the few officers who survived Stalin's Great Purge of the Red Army. Renowned for his detailed planning, discipline, and never-give-up attitude in battle, Zhukov would eventually become one of the greatest generals in the Soviet Union and certainly dissuaded the Japanese from ever picking a fight with the Soviets again. In August 1939, Zhukov launched his counterattack at Khalkhin Gol, with 50,000 Soviet and Mongolian troops and tank and motorized artillery divisions, which would prove more than a match for the Japanese. By the end of the month, the Northern Task Force had been completely destroyed, and while the surviving Japanese soldiers were taken prisoner, Zhukov was praised for his outstanding victory. By the time a ceasefire agreement was signed on September 15th, however, the Soviets had other matters to attend to. Stalin had new commitments in Eastern Europe, having agreed to take part in the Nazi invasion of Poland, and the Red Army was now drawn to an entirely different field of conflict. Just over 2 weeks after Hitler's initial invasion of the country, on September 17, 1939, the Soviets thundered into eastern Poland to the horror of those already battling against the German forces. Meanwhile, back in Japan, the events in Mongolia would have a profound effect on the politics of war. The Imperial Army had long favoured a North Strike group and had advocated marching deep into Siberia to further extend the Empire of Japan for years. In fact, propaganda had begun circulating as long ago as 1919, encouraging the Japanese to support the occupation of the Russian Far East. The Battle of Khalkhin Gol, however, had changed matters somewhat. The disastrous defeat now convinced the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo that rather than following the North Strike group to extend the boundaries of the empire, they should instead focus on a South Strike group. This strategy, favoured by the Navy, would lead Japan to the rich territories of the South Pacific, where many outposts of the British Empire and the United States lay, and would ultimately change the course of the Second World War. In the meantime, by the summer of 1941, although the Soviets were assured that there was no longer a Japanese threat to their eastern borders, Hitler had renounced his non-aggression pact with the country, and there was a vast Axis army now crossing their southern borders. Hitler had waited many months for the opportunity to strike out at the evils of communism, and finally, by June 22, 1941, the invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa, was well underway. The German armed forces were divided into 3 army groups, north, south and centre, and had the overall objective of reaching the Ural Mountains in the north and the Volga River in the south. Army Group North would march through the Baltics and either take or destroy the city of Leningrad, now known as St. Petersburg. This group would be commanded by Wilhelm von Lieb, a general disliked by Hitler for his anti-Nazi attitudes, but who had earned his place at the helm of Barbarossa after his great success during the Battle of France. Meanwhile, Army Group South would strike through the agricultural heartland of the Ukraine, taking Kiev before continuing eastward in the direction of Stalingrad on the Volga River and the oil-rich Caucasus. Group South would be led by Gerd von Rundstedt, who had seen action in Poland and France and had also helped plan the invasion of Britain, Operation Sea Lion. Feder van Bock, who had led an army into the north of Poland in 1939, would command Army Group Center, and it was Bock's army which would advance to Smolensk and then towards the glittering prize of Moscow. From a military perspective, there were a number of factors which made Moscow an important objective in the campaign against the Soviet Union. The city was the state capital, and its capture would not only disrupt the government, but would be hugely symbolic in the battle to conquer the country. Moscow was also a large industrial centre and an important hub in the Soviet railway network, which meant that if it was lost to the Nazis, links with the rest of the country would be cut off. Leningrad would be left vulnerable to the northwest, and Soviet contact would be severely weakened to the south, threatening the defense of the Ukraine. But while the Nazi generals were convinced that Moscow should be attacked first, Adolf Hitler believed that Leningrad should take priority over the Soviet capital. During the planning stages of Operation Barbarossa, Hitler, believing himself to be a military genius, had frequently ordered Leningrad first, the Donetsk Basin second, Moscow third, while his generals quietly harboured doubts about the capabilities of their Führer when it came to military strategy. But though the differences in opinion would eventually prove damaging to the campaign in Russia, the initial invasion was hugely successful. An Axis army of 3 million men swiftly broke Soviet defense lines, and while forces advanced more than 20 miles a day, by July, Army Group North had charged through the Baltic states, closing in on Leningrad. Army Group Center had encircled Minsk, and Army Group South was marching on Kiev. Stalin, in the meantime, sat in Moscow, paralyzed by the rapid advance of the enemy, still barely able to believe that Hitler had taken on the might of the Soviet Union. It took almost 2 weeks for the Soviet dictator to resume control, but finally, on July 3rd, the disorganized forces of the Red Army were given direction as Stalin addressed the entire country and called for a great patriotic war against the invader. In his speech, he appealed not only to communist ideals, but to Russian nationalism. And as the Soviet people heard the voice of their leader for the first time, soldiers and civilians alike rallied to defend their country. On July 10th, the Soviet Defense Forces were reorganized into a 3-group command structure. Kliment Voroshilov, who had led the Red Army to disaster in the Winter War against Poland, was designated the Northwest Force. Semyon Timoshenko, who had fought with considerably greater success in Finland, was assigned the West Force, and Semyon Budyonny was assigned the Southwest Forces. Budyonny was one of the 2 first marshals of the Soviet Union to survive the Great Purge of the 1930s, along with Voroshilov. Zhukov, in the meantime, had been promoted to Chief of Staff and would coordinate the defense of the Soviet Union. Since Russian officers lacked the expertise or authority to direct large-scale operations, the Soviet groups would be nothing like the German army groups. However, they soon began to put up fierce resistance to the invading forces. In the meantime, just 4 weeks into the campaign, problems were beginning to arise in the Nazi advance. Bock's Army Group Center had managed to seize Smolensk by July 15th, but the panzer units were further ahead of the infantry than had been expected. Hitler had hoped that Soviet troops could be trapped using a huge pincer movement to the north and south of Smolensk, but while German motorized forces had raced ahead of the pursuing infantry, there was a noticeable strain on German supply lines. The gap between the two armoured pincers was unable to close until it was too late, and thousands of Soviet soldiers had escaped. There were now fears that the Russians might push reinforcements between the panzers of Army Group Centre and their supporting units, and while Army Group South was encountering problems on its way to Kiev with heavier opposition than expected, Hitler made a radical decision. To the dismay of the commanders in the Central Army Group, Hitler decided to halt the advance on Moscow and focus all military strength on the attack on Kiev to the south and Leningrad to the north. On July 19th, Hitler issued Directive 33, instructing panzers from the Central Army Force to join Rundstedt's troops to the south. The plan was not popular with the German Army High Command, and in the following weeks there were many meetings to debate the issue. From mid-July to mid-August, the discussions would continue, and as time slowly slipped away, the Germans were wasting the most favourable weather for the war on Russia. While the debate continued, Stalin, wary of the great threat to the Soviet cities, now turned to Winston Churchill for assistance and suggested the British open a war front in the West by attacking France. But although the Nazi bombardment of the British Isles had eased by now, Churchill was in no position to help the Soviets fight their battles. And he reminded Stalin that Britain had been alone in the fight against the Axis for 1 year. British resources were stretched to full capacity, with battles continuing in Africa and the Atlantic. German troops led by Rommel continued to batter Allied defences as they pressed on towards Egypt and the precious Suez Canal. And while the Royal Navy focused their energies on protecting supply ships crossing the Atlantic Ocean, there were growing concerns for the unprotected outposts of the British Empire in the Pacific. Malaya, Burma, Singapore and Hong Kong were all precious British colonies, and these lay vulnerable to attack, while Japan remained allied with Germany. The Japanese had already put pressure on Britain to close the Burma Road, one of the few routes left open to deliver aid to China. And it was clear that as the war continued against Germany, the might of the British Empire was diminishing considerably in the region. The Japanese, in the meantime, remained sceptical about their alliance with Adolf Hitler. As a member of the Tripartite Pact, Japanese politicians had been shocked that Germany had not informed them of the attack on the Soviet Union, which put them in an awkward position after their agreement with Stalin. Foreign Minister Matsuoka, however, was quick to side with Hitler and, dismissing his earlier treaty with the Soviet leader, now urged Japan to go to war with Russia from the east as Germany advanced across its borders from the west. The government were by now exasperated with their foreign minister and keen to be rid of him, so Prime Minister Konoe, along with the entire cabinet, resigned in July 1941 to be reformed into a new government without him. But although Matsuoka's absence was a relief to many in Tokyo, Konoe was wary that Japan was moving rapidly towards the brink of a war which would soon be unavoidable. The Eastern Empire had already been spreading propaganda in support of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere to rally support for its venture to the South Pacific. The government claimed that this enterprise would place the people of Southeast Asia and China under the protection of Japan. Western empires had long taken advantage of the wealth of the Pacific, and Japan would now free Asia from European and American imperialism. But while those in the Pacific Islands began to truly believe that the Empire of the Rising Sun would be their salvation, the co-prosperity sphere was no more than an excuse for aggressive military expansion. In early July, American intelligence picked up a message from an imperial conference held in Japan, which stated that preparation for a southward advance should be reinforced, and by July 18th, it was clear that Japan was preparing to venture further afield. Their first target would be part of the French colonial empire, French Indochina, which included a large part of Vietnam, as well as Cambodia and Laos, and had been administered by the pro-Axis Vichy regime after the fall of France in 1940. The Japanese had been making demands on Indochina for months, but finally Vichy officials gave in to pressure and reluctantly signed a treaty with the belligerents on July 24th, allowing them to occupy air bases in the south of the country. This now placed the Japanese within easy reach of British colonies and American military bases. Meanwhile, as the threat of a Japanese attack in the east began to grow, Roosevelt made another bold move in the economic war he was waging on Japan, placing an embargo on Japanese trade in oil and steel. Giving Japan an ultimatum to withdraw entirely from China and from Indochina and to renounce its treaty with Germany and Italy, the embargo took effect from August the 1st. The British Empire and the Dutch in Indonesia swiftly followed suit, and the Japanese, who had traditionally been dependent upon the West for vital strategic raw materials, now faced a global embargo which would have devastating consequences on their economy. Japan had only stored enough oil for 2 years, and with no hope of replenishing these stocks from America, the chief of the Imperial Japanese Naval General Staff, Osami Nagano, announced that there was no choice left but to fight in order to break the iron fetters strangling Japan. He was adamant that if Japan were to go to war, it should do so quickly. As the Japanese High Command formally endorsed the Go South strategy to strike the weakly defended islands of the Pacific, on August 4th, battleship Prince of Wales and set off to meet President Roosevelt in Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, to discuss the situation in Europe and the Pacific. On August 9th, the two leaders met for the very first time. During this encounter, they would create a draft of documents which set goals for the post-war world. The Atlantic Charter advocated freedom from want and fear, the disarmament of aggressor nations, and global economic cooperation. It was indeed the first step towards the creation of the United Nations, but while the British and Americans celebrated their quiet alliance against the Axis, to the Japanese, the Atlantic Charter may as well have been a declaration of war and was considered a blueprint for Anglo-American world domination. An imperial conference on September 6th concluded that unless negotiations resolved the issue of oil supplies, hostilities would commence against the United States, the Netherlands, and Great Britain by mid-October. The Japanese Navy had already begun preparations for war, and Admiral Yamamoto, who had been eager to avert conflict with America back in 1937, had concluded that if war was truly unavoidable, the only way to succeed against the immense naval forces of the country was to attack the American fleet before it reached the Far East. Spies in Hawaii had been sending information back from the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, so the attack plan could be perfected, and while the United States focused on increasing forces and defending their bases in the Pacific, it seemed they had little idea of the risks closer to home. In the meantime, there were some in the Japanese government who were still reluctant to go to war with America. The Prime Minister Konoe urged a meeting with President Roosevelt so matters could be negotiated, even offering to travel as far as Hawaii at a moment's notice. But until Japan accepted the ultimatum set, Roosevelt's Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, concluded that there was little reason for the two leaders to meet. As events gathered pace in the Pacific and Japan stood poised for war, in Russia, the pause for debate that had caused delay in the German offensive had finally ended. Hitler had refused to back down in the face of military opposition to his plans, and as the panzers of the Centre Army Group now moved south to meet Rundstedt's army advancing on Kiev, by August 23rd the attack had resumed. By September 19th, Kiev had fallen to the Nazis, and 4 Russian armies were surrounded in what is now considered the largest encirclement of troops in history. According to German claims, 600,000 Soviet troops were captured in an unprecedented defeat for the Red Army. Left to the mercy of the Nazis, the fate of many of these men would be worse than death, as they were sent to Buchenwald concentration camp in Germany. This was one of the largest camps the Nazis had built, and its prisoners would suffer unimaginable horrors as they now faced starvation, summary executions, or human experimentation. Of all the prisoners at Buchenwald, the Russians would be treated particularly badly, as in Hitler's opinion they were a subhuman race which should be wiped off the face of the earth. The loss of so many Soviet troops as Kiev fell would be disastrous for the Red Army, and as the Nazis made headway in the northeast, there was now the added danger that Leningrad would be lost. The Nazi general leading Army Group North had received tank support from Army Group Center as well. By the end of August, the 4th Panzer Army had broken through Soviet defences and was within 30 miles of Leningrad. Meanwhile, the Finnish army closed in from the north around Lake Ladoga. The soldiers of Finland played an important part in the success of the campaign on Leningrad, and on September 6th, Baron Mannerheim, Commander-in-Chief of the Finnish Defence Forces, received the Order of the Iron Cross from Hitler for his command in the campaign. However, when urged to continue the attack on Leningrad, Mannerheim and the Finnish government were reluctant to commit themselves fully to an Axis war and declined. Their aim had been to gain more territories in the east and reclaim land lost to the Soviets during the Winter War of 1939-40, not to capture Leningrad. But even without the aid of the Finns, Leningrad's fate already appeared to be sealed. The Soviet city, which stood on the Neva River at the head of the Gulf of Finland, was one of the most precious cities in Russia, and Hitler was eager to destroy it and annihilate everyone within it. German forces surrounded the city, cutting off all supply routes to Leningrad, and facing defences organised by Marshal Zhukov, began to lay siege to the city. In the chaos of the first months of war, no evacuation plan had been prepared for the inhabitants of Leningrad, and as food supplies diminished, soon hundreds of thousands of people were dying of starvation. People were reduced to eating anything they could find, and in some cases, some even reverted to cannibalism. On September 22nd, Hitler announced, "We have no interest in saving lives of the civilian population," and ordered that the city be erased from the face of the earth. The siege would continue for 872 days, and by the end of this time, over 1 million people would have died in Leningrad. With both Kiev and Leningrad facing destruction by the Nazis, by the end of September, Hitler ordered the advance on Moscow to commence, declaring, "After 3 months of preparations, we finally have the possibility to crush our enemy before the winter comes." But while the Soviets continued to stand their ground and the first snow had begun to fall on the Eastern Front, a German victory over the Soviet Union was still a long way off. The bitter Russian winter would promise disaster for Hitler's war on communism, and the battle that the Nazis had hoped would be over within months was only just beginning. In the meantime, as Japan's deadline to end negotiations with America approached, it seemed that the winter of 1941 would see the most dramatic turn of events in the Second World War to date.